Introduction of the Right of Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Right of Way by Gilbert Parker. Introduction. In a book called The House of Harper, published in this year 1912, there are 2 letters of mine concerning the right of way, written to Henry M. Alden, editor of Harper's Magazine. To my mind, those letters should never have been published. They were purely personal. They were intended for one man's eyes only, and he was not merely an editor, but a beloved and admired personal friend. Only to him and to W. E. Henley as editors could I ever have emptied out my heart and brain, and as may be seen by these 2 letters, one written from London and the other from a place near Southampton, I uncovered all my feelings, my hopes, and my ambitions concerning the right of way. Had I been asked permission to publish them, I should not have granted it. I may wear my heart upon my sleeve for my friend, but not for the universe. The most scathing thing ever said in literature was said by Robert Buchanan of Dante Gabriel Rossetti's verses. He has wheeled his nuptial bed into the street. Looking at these letters I have a great shrinking, for they were meant only for the eyes of an aged man for whom I cared enough to let him see behind the curtain. But since they have been printed, and without by your leave, I will use 1 or 2 passages in them to show in what mood, under what pressure of impulse, under what mental and maybe spiritual hypnotism it was written. I first planned it as a story of 25,000 words, even as Valmont was planned as a story of 5,000 words, and A Ladder of Swords as a story of 20,000 words. But I had not written 3 chapters before I saw what the destiny of the tale was to be. I had gone to Quebec to start the thing in the atmosphere where Charley Steele belonged, and there it was borne in upon me that it must be a 3-decker novel, not a novelette. I telegraphed to Harper and Brothers to ask them whether it would suit them just as well if I made it into a long novel. They telegraphed their assent at once, so I went on. At that time Mr. F. N. Doubleday was a sort of director of Harper's firm. To him I had told the tale in a railway train, and he had carried me off at once to Henry M. Alden, to whom I also told it, with the result that Harper's Magazine was wide open to it, and there in Quebec, soon after my interview with Mr. Alden and Mr. Doubleday, the book was begun. The first of the letters published in the house of Harper, however, was apparently written immediately after my return to London, when the novel was well on its way. Evidently the first paragraph of the letter was an apology for having suddenly announced the development of the book from a long short story to a long novel. For I used these words: "Yet if you really take an interest in the working of the human mind in its relation to the vicissitudes of life, you will appreciate what I am going to tell you, and will recognize that there is only stability in evolution which the vulgar call chance. Now, sir, perpend. Charley Steele is going to be a novel of 100,000 words or 120,000, a real bang up heartful of a novel. Then there follows the confidences of a friend to a friend. As I look at the words I am not sorry that I wrote them. They were a part of me. They were the inveterate truth, but I would not willingly have uncovered my inner self to any except the man to whom the words were written. But here is what I wrote. I am a bit of a fool over this book. It catches me at every tender corner of my nature. It has aroused all the old ardent dreams of my youth and springtime puissance. I cannot lay it down, and I cannot shorten it, for story, character, soul and reflection, imagination, observation are dragging me along after them. This novel will make or break me, prove me human and an artist, or an affected literary bore. If you want it, you must take the risk. But, my dear Alden, you will be investing in a man's heart, which may be a fortune or a folly. Why, I ought to have seen, and far back in my brain I did see, that the character of Charley Steele was a type, an idiosyncrasy of modern life, a resultant of forces all round us, and that he would demand space in which to live and tell his story to the world. And behold with what joy I follow him, not only lovingly, but sternly and severely, noting him down as he really is, condoning naught, forgiving naught, but above all else, understanding him, his wilful mystification of the world, his shameless disdain of it, but the old law of interrogation, of sad yet eager inquiry and wonder, and non possumus with him to the end. This letter was evidently written in December, 1899, and the other went to Mr. Alden on the 7th August, 1900, therefore 8 or 9 months later. The work had gone well. Week after week, month after month, it had unfolded itself with an almost unpardonable ease. Evidently the very ease with which the book was written troubled me, because I find that in this letter of the 7th August, 1900, to Mr. Alden, I used these words: "A kind of terror has seized me, and instead of sending a dozen more chapters to you as I proposed to do, I am setting to break this love story anew under the stones of my most exacting criticism and troubled regard. I go to bury myself at a solitary little seaside place," it was Mablethorpe in Lincolnshire, "there to live alone with Rosalie and Charley, and if I do not know them hereafter, never ask me to write for Harper's again. This book has been written out of something vital in me. I do not mean the religious part of it. I mean the humanity that becomes one's own and part of one's self, by observation, experience, and understanding got from dead years. Anyhow, that shows the spirit in which the book was written, and there must have been something in it that rang true, because not only did it have an enormous sale, and therefore a multitude of readers, but I received hundreds of letters from people who in one way or another were deeply interested in the story. The majority of them were inquisitive letters. A great many of them said that the writer had shared in controversy as to what the relations of Charley and Rosalie were, and asked me to set forever queries and controversies at rest by declaring either that the relations of these two were what, in the way of life's stern conventions, they ought not to be, or that Rosalie passed unscathed through the fire. I had foreseen all this, though I could not have foreseen the passionately intense interest which my readers would take in the life story of these unhappy yet happy people. I had, however, only one reply. It was that all I had meant to say concerning Charley and Rosalie had been said in the book, to the last word. All I had meant not to say would not be said after the book was written. I asked them to take exactly the same view of Charley and Rosalie as they would in real life regarding two human beings with whom they were acquainted, and concerning whom, to their minds, there was sufficient evidence, or not sufficient evidence, to come to a conclusion as to what their relations were. I added that, as in real life, we used our judgment upon such things with a reasonable amount of accuracy. I asked them to apply that judgment to Charley Steele and Rosalie Evanturel. They and their story were there for eyes to see and read, and when I had ended my manuscript in the year 1900, I had said the last word I ever meant to say as to their history. The controversy therefore continues, for the book still makes its appeal to an ever increasing congregation of new readers. But another kind of letter came to me, the letter of some man who had just such a struggle as Charley Steele, or whose father or brother or friend had had such a struggle. Letters came from clergymen who had preached concerning the book, from men who told me in brief their own life problems and tragedies. These letters I prize. Most of them had the real thing in them, the human truth. That the book drew wide attention to the Dominion of Canada, particularly to French Canada, and crystallized something of the life of that dear province, was a deep pleasure to me, and I was glad that I had been able to culminate my efforts to portray the life of the French Canadian as I saw it, by a book which arrested the attention of so comprehensive a public. I have seen many statements as to the original of Charley Steele, but I have never seen a story which was true. Many people have told me that they had seen the original of Charley Steele in an American lawyer. They knew he was the original, because he himself had said so. The gentleman was mistaken. I have never seen him. As with the purple cow, I never hope to see him. Whoever he is, or whatever he is, the original Charley was an abler and a more striking man. I knew him as a boy, and he died while I was yet a boy, taking with him, save in the memory of a few, a rare and wonderful, if not wholly lovable personality. For over 20 years I had carried him in my mind, wondering whether and when I should make use of him. Again and again I was tempted, but was never convinced that his time had come. Yet through all the years he was gaining strength, securing possession of my mind, and gathering to him, magnet like, the thousand observations which my experience sent in his direction. In my mind his life story ended with his death at the Cote Dorion. For years and years I saw his ending there. Yet it all seemed to me so futile, despite the wonder of his personality, that I could make nothing of him. And though always fascinated by his character, I was held back from exploiting it because of the hopelessness of it all. It led nowhere. It was the quid refert of the philosopher, and I could not bring myself to get any further than an interrogation mark at the end of a life which was all scepticism, mind and matter, and nothing more. There came a day, however, when that all ended, when the doors were flung wide to a new conception of the man, and of what he might have become. I was going to America, and I paid an angry and reluctant visit to my London tailor 36 hours before I was to start. A suit of clothes had been sent home which, after an effective trying on, was a monstrosity. I went straight to my tailor, put on the clothes, and bade him look at them. He was a great tailor. He saw exactly what I saw, and what I saw was bad. And when a tailor will do that, you may be quite sure he is a good and a great man. He said the clothes were as bad as they could be, but he added, "You shall have them before you sail, and they shall be exactly as you want them. I'll have the foreman down." He rang a bell. Presently the door swung open, and in stepped a man with an eyeglass in his eye. There, with a look at once reflective and penetrating, with a figure at once slovenly and alert, was a caricature of Charley Steele as I had known him, and of all his characteristics. There was such a resemblance as an ugly child in a family may have to his handsome brother. It was Charley Steele with a twist, gone to seed. Looking at him in blank amazement, I burst out: "Good heavens, so you didn't die, Charley Steele! You became a tailor!" All at once the whole new landscape of my story, as it eventually became, spread out before me. I was justified in waiting all the years. My discontent with the futile end of the tale as I originally knew it and saw it, was justified. Charley Steele, brilliant, enigmatic and epigrammatic, did not die at Cote Dorion, but lived in that far valley by Dalgroth Mountain, and became a tailor. So far as I am concerned, he became much more. He was the beginning of a new epoch in my literary life. I had got into subtler methods, reached more intimate understandings, had come to a place where analysis of character had shaken itself free, but certainly not quite free, from a natural, rather dangerous eloquence. As a play, The Right of Way, skilfully and sympathetically dramatized by Mr. Eugene Presbyterian, has had a career extending over several years, and still continues to make its appearance. Note: it should not be assumed that the Chaudiere of this story is the real Chaudiere of Quebec Province. The name is characteristic, and for this reason alone I have used it. I must also apologize to my readers for appearing to disregard a statement made in The Lane That Had No Turning, that tale was the last I should write about French Canada. In explanation, I would say that The Lane That Had No Turning was written after the present book was finished. G.F. End of introduction. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapters 1 and 2 of The Right of Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Right of Way by Gilbert Parker. They had lived and loved, and walked and worked in their own way, and the world went by them. Between them and it a great gulf was fixed, and they met its every catastrophe with the quid refert of the philosophers. I want to talk with some old lover's ghost, who lived before the god of love was born. There are, it may be, so many kinds of voices in the world, and none of them is without signification. Chapter 1. The Way to the Verdict. Not guilty, your Honor. 100 atmospheres had seemed pressing down on the fretted people in the crowded courtroom. As the discordant treble of the huge foreman of the jury squeaked over the mass of gaping humanity, which had twitched its skirts, drawn purposeless hands across prickling faces, and kept nervous legs at a gallop, the smothering weights of elastic air lifted suddenly, a great suspiration of relief swept through the place like a breeze, and in a far corner of the gallery a woman laughed outright. The judge looked up reprovingly at the gallery. The clerk of the court angrily called "Silence" towards the offending corner, and 700 or 800 eyes raced between three centres of interest: the judge, the prisoner, and the prisoner's counsel. Perhaps more people looked at the prisoner's counsel than at the prisoner, certainly far more than looked at the judge. Never was a verdict more unexpected. If a poll had been taken of the judgment of the population 24 hours before, a great majority would have found believing that there was no escape for the prisoner, who was accused of murdering a wealthy timber merchant. The minority would have based their belief that the prisoner had a chance of escape, not on his possible innocence, not on insufficient evidence, but on a curious faith in the prisoner's lawyer. This minority would not have been composed of the friends of the lawyer alone, but of outside spectators who, because Charley Steele had never lost a criminal case, attached to him a certain incapacity for bad luck, and of very young men who looked upon him as the perfect pattern of the person good to see and hard to understand. During the first 2 days of the trial the case had gone wholly against the prisoner, who had given his name as Joseph Nadeau. Witnesses had heard him quarrelling with the murdered man, and the next day the body of the victim had been found by the roadside. The prisoner was a stranger in the lumber camp where the deed was done, and while there had been morose and lived apart, no one knew him, and he refused to tell even his lawyer whence he came, or what his origin, or to bring witnesses from his home to speak for his character. One by one the points had been made against him, with no perceptible effect upon Charley Steele, who seemed the one cool, undisturbed person in the courtroom. Indifferent as he seemed, seldom speaking to the prisoner, often looking out of the windows to the cool green trees far over the hill, absorbed and unbusinesslike, yet judge and jury came to see, before the second day was done, that he had let no essential thing pass, that the questions he asked had either a pregnant aptness, opened up new avenues of deliberation, or were touched with mystery, seemed to have a longer reach than the moment or the hour. Before the end of this second day, however, more attention was upon him than upon the prisoner, and 9/10 of the people in the courtroom could have told how many fine linen handkerchiefs he used during the afternoon, how many times he adjusted his monocle to look at the judge meditatively. Probably no man, for 8 hours a day, ever exasperated and tried a judge, jury, and public as did this man of 29 years of age, who had been known at college as Beauty Steele, and who was still so spoken of familiarly, or was called as familiarly, Charley Steele, by people who had never attempted to be familiar with him. The second day of the trial had ended gloomily for the prisoner. The coil of evidence had drawn so close that extrication seemed impossible. That the evidence was circumstantial, that no sign of the crime was upon the prisoner, that he was found sleeping quietly in his bed when he was arrested, that he had not been seen to commit the deed, did not weigh in the minds of the general public. The man's guilt was freely believed. Not even the few who clung to the opinion that Charley Steele would yet get him off thought that he was innocent. There seemed no flaw in the evidence, once granted its circumstantiality. During the last 2 hours of the sitting the prisoner had looked at his counsel in despair, for he seemed perfunctorily conducting the case, was occupied in sketching upon the blotting pad before him, looking out of the window, or turning his head occasionally towards a corner where sat a half-dozen well-dressed ladies, and more particularly towards one lady, who watched him in a puzzled way, more than once with a look of disappointment. Only at the very close of the sitting did he appear to rouse himself. Then, for a brief 10 minutes, he cross examined a friend of the murdered merchant in a fashion which startled the courtroom, for he suddenly brought out the fact that the dead man had once struck a woman in the face in the open street. This fact, sharply stated by the prisoner's counsel, with no explanation and no comment, seemed uselessly intrusive and malicious. His ironical smile merely irritated all concerned. The thin, clean-shaven face of the prisoner grew more pinched and downcast, and he turned almost pleadingly towards the judge. The judge pulled his long side whiskers nervously and looked over his glasses in severe annoyance, then hastily adjourned the sitting and left the bench, while the prisoner saw with dismay his lawyer leave the courtroom with not even a glance towards him. On the morning of the third day, Charley Steele's face, for the first time, wore an expression which, by a stretch of the imagination, might be called anxious. He also took out his monocle frequently, rubbed it with his handkerchief, and screwed it in again, staring straight before him much of the time. But twice he spoke to the prisoner in a low voice, and was hurriedly answered in French as crude as his own was perfect. When he spoke, which was at rare intervals, his voice was without feeling, concise, insistent, unappealing. It was as though the business before him was wholly alien to him, as though he were held there against his will, but would go on with his task bitterly to the bitter end. The court adjourned for an hour at noon. During this time Charley refused to see anyone, but sat alone in his office with a few biscuits and an ominous bottle before him, till the time came for him to go back to the courthouse. Arrived there, he entered by a side door, and was not seen until the court opened once more. For 2 hours and a half the Crown attorney mercilessly made out his case against the prisoner. When he sat down, people glanced meaningly at each other, as though the last word had been said, then looked at the prisoner as at one already condemned. Yet Charley Steele was to reply. He was not now the same man that had conducted the case during the past 2½ days. Some great change had passed over him. There was no longer abstraction, indifference, or apparent boredom or disdain or distant stare. He was human, intimate and eager, yet concentrated and impelling. He was quietly, unnoticeably drunk. He assured the prisoner with a glance of the eye, with a word scarce above a whisper, as he slowly rose to make his speech for the defence. His first words caused a new feeling in the courtroom. He was a new presence. The personality had a changed significance. At first the public, the jury, and the judge were curiously attracted, surprised into a fresh interest. The voice had an insinuating quality, but it also had a measured force, a subterranean insistence, a winning tactfulness. Withal, a logical simplicity governed his argument. The flaneur, the poseur, if such he was, no longer appeared. He came close to the jurymen, leaned his hands upon the back of a chair, as it were, shut out the public, even the judge, from his circle of interest, and talked in a conversational tone. An air of confidence passed from him to the amazed yet easily captivated jury. The distance between them, so gaping during the last 2 days, suddenly closed up. The tension of the past estrangement, relaxing all at once, surprised the jury into an almost eager friendliness, as on a long voyage a sensitive traveller finds in some exciting accident a natural introduction to an exclusive fellow passenger, whom he discovers as human as he had thought him offensively distant. Charley began by congratulating the Crown Attorney on his statement of the case. He called it masterly. He said that in its presentations it was irrefutable, as a precise of evidence purely circumstantial it was, useful and interesting. But speech making aside, and ability, and rhetoric aside, and even personal conviction aside, the case should stand or fall by its total, not its comparative soundness. Since the evidence was purely circumstantial, there must be no flaw in its cable of assumption. It must be logically inviolate within itself. Starting with assumption only, there must be no straying possibilities, no loose ends of certainty, no invading alternatives. Was this so in the case of the man before them? They were faced by a curious situation. So far as the trial was concerned, the prisoner himself was the only person who could tell them who he was, what was his past, and, if he committed the crime, what was the motive of it. Out of what spirit of revenge or hatred the dead man had been sent to his account. Probably in the whole history of crime there never was a more peculiar case. Even himself, the prisoner's counsel, was dealing with one whose life was hid from him previous to the day the murdered man was discovered by the roadside. The prisoner had not sought to prove an alibi. He had done no more than formally plead not guilty. There was no material for defense save that offered by the prosecution. He had undertaken the defense of the prisoner because it was his duty as a lawyer to see that the law justified itself, that it satisfied every demand of proof to the last atom of certainty, that it met the final possibility of doubt with evidence perfect and inviolate if circumstantial, and uncontradictory if eye witness, if telltale incident were to furnish basis of proof. Judge, jury, and public riveted their eyes upon Charley Steele. He had now drawn a little farther away from the jury box. His eye took in the judge as well. Once or twice he turned, as if appealing and confidently to the people in the room. It was terribly hot. The air was sickeningly close. Everyone seemed oppressed. Everyone save a lady sitting not a score of feet from where the counsel for the prisoner stood. This lady's face was not one that could flush easily. It belonged to a temperament as even as her person was symmetrically beautiful. As Charley talked, her eyes were fixed steadily, wonderingly upon him. There was a question in her gaze which never in the course of the speech was quite absorbed by the admiration, the intense admiration, she was feeling for him. Once, as he turned, with a concentrated earnestness in her direction, his eyes met hers. The message he flashed her was subconscious, for his mind never wavered an instant from the cause in hand, but it said to her, "When this is over, Kathleen, I will come to you." For another quarter of an hour he exposed the fallacy of purely circumstantial evidence. He raised in the minds of his hearers the painful responsibility of the law, the awful tyranny of miscarriage of justice. He condemned prejudice against a prisoner because that prisoner demanded that the law should prove him guilty, instead of his proving himself innocent. If a man chose to stand to that, to sternly assume this perilous position, the law had no right to take advantage of it. He turned towards the prisoner and traced his possible history. As the sensitive, intelligent son of godly Catholic parents from some remote parish in French Canada, he drew an imaginary picture of the home from which he might have come, and of the parents and brothers and sisters who would have lived weeks of torture knowing that their son and brother was being tried for his life. It might at first glance seem quixotic, eccentric, but was it unnatural that the prisoner should choose silence as to his origin and home, rather than have his family and friends face the undoubted peril lying before him? Besides, though his past life might have been wholly blameless, it would not be evidence in his favour. It might indeed, if it had not been blameless, provide some element of unjust suspicion against him, furnish some fancied motive. The prisoner had chosen his path, and events had so far justified him. It must be clear to the minds of judge and jury that there were fatally weak places in the circumstantial evidence offered for the conviction of this man. There was the fact that no sign of the crime, no drop of blood, no weapon was found about him or near him, and that he was peacefully sleeping at the moment the constable arrested him. There was also the fact that no motive for the crime had been shown. It was not enough that he and the dead man had been heard quarrelling. Was there any certainty that it was a quarrel, since no word or sentence of the conversation had been brought into court? Men with quick tempers might quarrel over trivial things, but exasperation did not always end in bodily injury and the taking of life. Imprecations were not so uncommon that they could be taken as evidence of wilful murder. The prisoner refused to say what that troubled conversation was about, but who could question his right to take the risk of his silence being misunderstood? The judge was alternately taking notes and looking fixedly at the prisoner. The jury were in various attitudes of strained attention. The public sat open-mouthed. and up in the gallery a woman with white face and clenched hands listened moveless and staring. Charley Steele was holding captive the emotions and the judgments of his hearers. All antipathy had gone. There was a strange, eager intimacy between the jurymen and himself. People no longer looked with distant dislike at the prisoner, but began to see innocence in his grim silence, disdain only in his surly defiance. But Charley Steele had preserved his great stroke for the psychological moment. He suddenly launched upon them the fact, brought out in evidence, that the dead man had struck a woman in the face a year ago, also that he had kept a factory girl in affluence for 2 years. Here was motive for murder, if motive were to govern them, far greater than might be suggested by excited conversation, which listeners who could not hear a word construed into a quarrel, listeners who bore the prisoner at the bar ill will because he shunned them while in the lumber camp. If the prisoner was to be hanged for motive untraceable, why should not these 2 women be hanged for motive traceable? Here was his chance. He appeared to impeach subtly every intelligence in the room for having had any preconviction about the prisoner's guilt. He compelled the jury to feel that they, with him, had made the discovery of the unsound character of the evidence. The man might be guilty, but their personal guilt, the guilt of the law, would be far greater if they condemned the man on violable evidence. With a last simple appeal, his hands resting on the railing before the seat where the jury sat, his voice low and conversational again, his eyes running down the line of the faces of men who had his client's life in their hands, he said: "It is not a life only that is at stake. It is not revenge for a life snatched from the busy world by a brutal hand that we should heed to day, but the awful responsibility of that thing we call the State, which, having the power of life and death without gainsay or hindrance, should prove to the last inch of necessity its right to take a human life. And the right and the reason should bring conviction to every honest human mind. That is all I have to say." The Crown Attorney made a perfunctory reply. The judge's charge was brief and, if anything, a little in favor of the prisoner. Very little, a casuist's little, and the jury filed out of the room. They were gone but 10 minutes. When they returned, the verdict was given: "Not guilty, your Honor." Then it was that a woman laughed in the gallery. Then a whispering voice said across the railing which separated the public from the lawyers: "Charley, Charley!" Though Charley turned and looked at the lady who spoke, he made no response. A few minutes later, outside the court, as he walked quickly away, again inscrutable and debonair, the prisoner Joseph Nadeau touched him on the arm and said: "Monsieur, monsieur, you have saved my life. I thank you, monsieur." Charley Steele drew his arm away with disgust. "Get out of my sight. You're guilty as hell," he said. Chapter 2. What came of the trial. "When this is over, Kathleen, I will come to you." So Charley Steele's eyes had said to a lady in the courtroom on that last day of the great trial. The lady had left the courtroom dazed and exalted. She, with hundreds of others, had had a revelation of Charley Steele, had had also the great emotional experience of seeing a crowd make the volte face with their convictions, looking at a prisoner one moment with eyes of loathing and anticipating his gruesome end, the next moment seeing him as the possible martyr to the machinery of law. She, whose heart was used to beat so evenly, had felt it leap and swell with excitement, awaiting the moment when the jury filed back into the courtroom. Then it stood still, as a wave might hang for an instant at its crest ere it swept down to beat upon the shore. With her, as with most present, the deepest feeling in the agitated suspense was not so much that the prisoner should go free, as that the prisoner's counsel should win his case. It was as if Charley Steele were on trial instead of the prisoner. He was the imminent figure. It was his fate that was in the balance. Such was the antic irony of suggestion. And the truth was that the fates of both prisoner and counsel had been weighed in the balance that sweltering August day. The prisoner was forgotten almost as soon as he had left the courtroom a free man. But wherever men and women met in Montreal that day, One name was on the lips of all: Charley Steele. In his speech he had done two things. He had thrown down every barrier of reserve, or so it seemed, and had become human and intimate. "I could not have believed it of him," was the remark on every lip. Of his ability there never had been a moment's doubt, but it had ever been an uncomfortable ability. It had tortured foes and made friends anxious. No one had ever seen him show feeling. If it was a mask, he had worn it with a curious consistency. It had been with him as a child, at school, at college, and he had brought it back again to the town where he was born. It had effectually prevented his being popular, but it had made him, with his foppishness and his originality, an object of perpetual interest. Few men had ventured to cross swords with him. He left his fellow citizens very much alone. He was uniformly if distantly courteous, and he was respected in his own profession for his uncommon powers and for an utter indifference as to whether he had cases in court or not. Coming from the judge's chambers after the trial, he went to his office, receiving as he passed congratulations more effusively offered than, as people presently found, his manner warranted. For he was again the formal, masked Charley Steele, looking calmly through the interrogative eye glass. By the time he reached his office, greetings became more subdued. His prestige had increased immensely in a few short hours, but he had no more friends than before. Old relations were soon re established. The town was proud of his ability, as it had always been; irritated by his manner, as it had always been; more prophetic of his future than it had ever been, and unconsciously grateful for the fact that he had given them a sensation which would outlast the summer. All these things concerned him little. Once the business of the court room was over, a thought which had quietly lain in waiting behind the strenuous occupations of his brain leaped forward to exclude all others. As he entered his office he was thinking of that girl's face in the court room, with its flush of added beauty which he and his speech had brought there. "What a perfect loveliness!" he said to himself, as he bathed his face and hands and prepared to go into the street again. She needed just such a flush to make her supreme Kathleen. He stood looking out into the square, out into the green of the trees where the birds twittered. Faultless in form and feature. She was so as a child, she is so as a woman. He lighted a cigarette and blew away little clouds of smoke. "I will do it. I will marry her. She will have me. I saw it in her eye. Fairing doesn't matter. Her uncle will never consent to that, and she doesn't care enough for him. She cares, but she doesn't care enough. I will do it." He turned towards a cupboard into which he had put a certain bottle before he went to the court room 2 hours before. He put the key in the lock and then stopped. "No, I think not," he said. "What I say to her shall not be said forensically. What a discovery I've made! I was dull, blank, all iron and ice, the judge, the jury, the public, even Kathleen against me. And then that bottle in there, and I saw things like crystal. I had a glow in my brain. I had a tingle in my fingers. And I had success and—" His face clouded. "He was guilty as hell!" he added almost bitterly, as he put the key of the cupboard into his pocket again. There was a knock at the door, and a youth of 19 entered. "Hello," he said. "I say, sir, but that speech of yours struck us all where we couldn't say no. Even Kathleen got in a glow over it. Perhaps Captain Fairing didn't, for he's just left her in a huff, and she's looking. You remember those lines in the school book?" A red spot burned upon her cheek, streamed her red tresses down. He laughed gaily. "I've come to ask you up to tea," he added. "The Unclikins is there." When I told him that Kathleen had sent Fairing away with a flea in his ear, he nearly fell off his chair. He lent me $20 on the spot. Are you coming our way?" he continued, suddenly trying to imitate Charley's manner. Charley nodded, and they left the office together and moved away under a long avenue of maples to where, in the shade of a high hill, was the house of the uncle of Kathleen Wantage, with whom she and her brother Billy lived. They walked in silence for some time, and at last Billy said apropos of nothing: "Fairing hasn't a red cent." "You have a perambulating mind, Billy," said Charley, and bowed to a young clergyman approaching them from the opposite direction. "What does that mean?" remarked Billy. and said hello to the young clergyman, and did not wait for Charley's answer. The Reverend John Brown was by no means a conventional person. He was smoking a cigarette, and two dogs followed at his heels. He was certainly not a fogey. He had more than a little admiration for Charley Steele, but found it difficult to preach when Charley was in the congregation. He was always aware of a subterranean and half pitying criticism going on in the barrister's mind. John Brown knew that he could never match his intelligence against Charley's, in spite of the theological course at Durham, so he undertook to scotch the snake by kindness. He thought that he might be able to do this because Charley, who was known to be frankly agnostical, came to his church more or less regularly. The Reverend John Brown was not indifferent to what men thought of him. He had a reputation for being independent, but his chief independence consisted in dressing a little like a layman, posing as the athletic parson of the new school, consenting with ministers of the dissenting denominations when it was sufficiently effective, and being a good fellow with men easily bored by church and churchmen. He preached theatrical sermons to societies and benevolent associations. He wanted to be thought well of on all hands, and he was shrewd enough to know that if he trimmed between ritualism on one hand and evangelicalism on the other, he was on a safe road. He might perforate old dogmatical prejudices with a good deal of freedom, so long as he did not begin bringing millinery into the service of the church. He invested his own personal habits with the millinery. He looked a picturesque figure with his blond moustache, a little silk-lined brown cloak thrown carelessly over his shoulder, a gold-headed cane, and a brisk jacket half ecclesiastical, half military. He had interested Charley Steele, also he had amused him, and sometimes he had surprised him into a sort of admiration, for Brown had a temperament capable of little inspirations, such a literary inspiration as might come to a second-rate actor, and Charley never belittled any man's ability, but seized upon every sign of knowledge with the appreciation of the epicure. John Brown raised his hat to Charley, then held out a hand. "Masterly, masterly!" he said. "Permit my congratulations. It was the one thing to do. You couldn't have saved him by making him an object of pity, by appealing to our sympathies." "What do you take to be the secret, then?" asked Charley, with a look half abstracted, half quizzical. "Terror, terror, sheer terror. You startled the conscience. You made defects in the circumstantial evidence the imminent problems of our own salvations. You put us all on trial. We were under the lash of fear. If we parsons could only do that from the pulpit! We will discuss that on our shooting trip next week. Duck shooting gives plenty of time for theological asides. You are coming, eh?" John Brown scarcely noticed the sarcasm. He was so delighted at the suggestion that he was to be included in the annual duck shoot of the Seven, as the little yearly party of Charley and his friends to Lake Aubergine was called. He had angled for this invitation for 2 years. "I must not keep you," Charley said, and dismissed him with a bow. "The sheep will stray, and the shepherd must use his crook." Brown smiled at the badinage, and went on his way rejoicing in the fact that he was to share the amusements of the Seven at Lake Aubergine, the lake of the Mad Apple. To get hold of these 7 men of repute and position, to be admitted into this good presence, he had a pious exultation; but whether it was because he might gather into the fold erratic and agnostical sheep like Charley Steele, or because it pleased his social ambitions, he had occasion to answer in the future. He gaily prepared to go to the Lake of the Mad Apple, where he was fated to eat of the tree of knowledge. Charley Steele and Billy Wantage walked on slowly to the house under the hill. "He's the right sort," said Billy. "He's a sport. I can stand that kind. Did you ever hear him sing? No? Well, he can sing a comic song fit to make you die. I can sing a bit myself, but to hear him sing 'The Man Who Couldn't Get Warm' is a show in itself. He can play the banjo, too, and the guitar, but he's best on the banjo. It's worth $1 to listen to his Ephraim, that's Ephraim, you know, Ephraim come home, and I found why in de honeysuckle patch." "He preaches, too," said Charley dryly. They had reached the door of the house under the hill, and Billy had no time for further remark. He ran into the drawing room, announcing Charley with the words, "I say, Kathleen, I've brought the man that made the judge sit up." Billy suddenly stopped, however, for there sat the judge who had tried the case, calmly munching a piece of toast. The judge did not allow himself the luxury of embarrassment, but bowed to Charley with a smile, which he presently turned on Kathleen, who came as near being disconcerted as she had ever been in her life. Kathleen had passed through a good deal to look so unflurried. She had been on trial in the courtroom, as well as the prisoner. Important things had been at stake with her. She and Charley Steele had known each other since they were children. To her, even in childhood, he had been a dominant figure. He had judicially and admiringly told her she was beautiful, when he was 12 and she 5. But he had said it without any of those glances which usually accompany the same sentiments in the mouths of other lads. He had never made boy love to her, and she had thrilled at the praise of less splendid people than Charley Steele. He had always piqued her, he was so superior to the ordinary enchantments of youth, beauty, and fine linen. As he came and went, growing older and more characteristic, more and more Beauty Steele, accompanied by legends of wild deeds and days at college, by tales of his fopperies and the fashions he had set, she herself had grown, as he had termed it, more decorative. He had told her so, not in the least patronizingly, but as a simple fact in which no sentiment lurked. He thought her the most beautiful thing he had ever seen, but he had never regarded her save as a creation for the perfect pleasure of the eye. He thought her the concrete glory of sensuous purity, no more capable of sentiment than himself. He had said again and again, as he grew older and left college and began the business of life after 2 years in Europe, that sentiment would spoil her, would scatter the charm of her perfect beauty. It would vitalize her too much, and her nature would lose its proportion. She would be decentralized. She had been piqued at his indifference to sentiment. She could not easily be content without worship, though she felt none. This pique had grown until Captain Tom Fairing crossed her path. Fairing was the antithesis of Charley Steele. Handsome, poor, enthusiastic, and none too able, he was simple and straightforward, and might be depended on till the end of the chapter. And the end of it was, that in so far as she had ever felt real sentiment for anybody, she felt it for Tom Fairing of the Royal Fusileers. It was not love she felt in the old, in the big, in the noble sense, but it had behind it selection and instinct and natural gravitation. Fairing declared his love. She would give him no answer, for as soon as she was presented with the issue, the destiny, she began to look round her anxiously. The first person to fill the perspective was Charley Steele. As her mind dwelt on him, her uncle gave forth his judgment, that she should never have a penny if she married Tom Fairing. This only irritated her. It did not influence her. But there was Charley. He was a figure, was already noted in his profession because of a few masterly successes in criminal cases, and if he was not popular, he was distinguished, and the world would talk about him to the end. He was handsome, and he was well to do. He had a big unoccupied house on the hill among the maples. How many people had said, what a couple they would make, Charley Steele and Kathleen Wantage. So, as Fairing presented an issue to her, she concentrated her thoughts as she had never done before on the man whom the world set apart for her in a way the world has. As she looked and looked, Charley began to look also. He had not been enamored of the sordid things of the world. He had been merely curious. He thought vice was ugly. He had imagination and a sense of form. Kathleen was beautiful. Sentiment had, so he thought, never seriously disturbed her. He did not think it ever would. It had not affected him. He did not understand it. He had been born non intime. He had had acquaintances, but never friendships, and never loves or love. But he had a fine sense of the fitting and the proportionate, and he worshipped beauty in so far as he could worship anything. The homage was cerebral, intellectual, temperamental, not of the heart. As he looked out upon the world half pityingly, half ironically, he was struck with wonder at the disproportion which was engendered by having heart, as it was called. He did not find it necessary. Now that he had begun to think of marriage, who was so suitable as Kathleen? He knew of Fairing's adoration, but he took it as a matter of course that she had nothing to give of the same sort in return. Her beauty was still serene and unimpaired. He would not spoil it by the tortures of emotion. He would try to make Kathleen's heart beat in harmony with his own. It should not thunder out of time. He had made up his mind that he would marry her. For Kathleen, with the great trial, the beginning of the end had come. Charley's power over her was subtle, finely sensuous, and in deciding, there were no mere heart impulses working for Charley. Instinct and impulse were working in another direction. She had not committed her mind to either man, though her heart, to a point, was committed to Fairing. On the day of the trial, however, she fell wholly under that influence which had swayed judge, jury, and public. To her, the verdict of the jury was not in favor of the prisoner at the bar. She did not think of him. It was in favor of Charley Steele. And so, indifferent as to who heard, over the heads of the people in front of her, to the accused counsel inside the railings, she had called softly, "Charley, Charley." Now, in the house under the hill, they were face to face, and the end was at hand. The end of something and the beginning of something. There was a few moments of casual conversation, in which Billy talked as much as anybody, and then Kathleen said: "What do you suppose was the man's motive for committing the murder?" Charley looked at Kathleen steadily, curiously, through his monocle. It was a singular compliment she paid him. Her remark took no heed of the verdict of the jury. She turned inquiringly towards the judge, who, though slightly shocked by the question, recovered himself quickly. "What do you think it was, sir?" Charley asked quietly. "A woman, in revenge, perhaps," answered the judge, with a matter-of-course air. A few moments afterwards the judge was carried off by Kathleen's uncle to see some rare old books. Billy, his work being done, vanished, and Kathleen and Charley were left alone. "You did not answer me in the court room," Kathleen said. "I called to you." "I wanted to hear you say them here," he rejoined. "Say what?" she asked, a little puzzled by the tone of his voice. "Your congratulations," he answered. She held out a hand to him. "I offer them now. It was wonderful. You were inspired. I did not think you could ever let yourself go." He held her hand firmly. "I promise not to do it again," he said whimsically. "Why not?" "Have I not your congratulations?" His hand drew her slightly towards him. She rose to her feet. "That is no reason," she answered, confused, yet feeling that there was a double meaning in his words. "I could not allow you to be so vain," he said. "We must be companionable. Henceforth I shall congratulate myself, Kathleen." There was no mistaking now. "Oh, what is it you are going to say to me?" she asked, yet not disengaging her hand. "I said it all in the court room," he rejoined, "and you heard." "You want me to marry you, Charley?" she asked frankly. "If you think there is no just impediment," he answered with a smile. She drew her hand away, and for a moment there was a struggle in her mind, or heart. He knew of what she was thinking, and he did not consider it of serious consequence. Romance was a trivial thing, and women were prone to become absorbed in trivialities. When the woman had no brains, she might break her life upon a trifle. But Kathleen had an even mind, a serene temperament. Her nerves were daily cooled in a bath of nature's perfect health. She had never had an hour's illness in her life. "There is no just or unjust impediment, Kathleen," he added presently, and took her hand again. She looked him in the eyes clearly. "You really think so?" she asked. "I know so," he answered. "We shall be two perfect panels in one picture of life." Chapter 2. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapters 3 through 6 of The Right of Way by Gilbert Parker. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 3. After 5 years. "You have forgotten me?" Charley Steele's glance was serenely noncommittal as he answered dryly: "I can't remember doing so." The other man's eyelids drew down with a look of anger. Then the humour of the impertinence worked upon him, and he gave a nervous little laugh and said, "I am John Brown." "Then I'm sure my memory is not at fault," remarked Charley, with an outstretched hand. "My dear Brown, still preaching little sermons?" "Do I look it?" There was a curious glitter in John Brown's eyes. "I'm not preaching little sermons, and you know it well enough." He laughed, but it was a hard sort of mirth. "Perhaps you forgot to remember that, though," he sneeringly added. "It was the work of your hands." "That's why I should remember to forget it. I am the child of modesty." Charley touched the corners of his mouth with his tongue, as though his lips were dry, and his eyes wandered to a saloon a little farther down the street. "Modesty is your curse," rejoined Brown mockingly. "Once, when you preached at me, you said that beauty was my curse." Charley laughed a curt, distant little laugh, which was no more the spontaneous humour lying forever behind his thoughts than his eyeglass was the real sight of his eyes, though since childhood this laugh and his eyeglass were as natural to all expression of himself as John Brown's outward and showy frankness did not come from the real John Brown. John Brown looked him up and down quickly, then fastened his eyes on the ruddy cheeks of his old friend. "Do they call you Beauty now, as they used to?" he asked rather insolently. "No, they only say, 'There goes Charley Steele.'" The tongue again touched the corners of the mouth, and the eyes wandered to the doorway down the street, over which was written in French, "Jean Jolicoeur, licensed to sell wine, beer, and other spirituous and fermented liquors." Just then an archdeacon of the cathedral passed them, bowed gravely to Charley, glanced at John Brown, turned colour slightly, and then with a cold stare passed on too quickly for dignity. "I'm thinking of Bunyan," said the aforetime friend of Charley Steele. "I'll paraphrase him and say, 'There, but for beauty and a monocle, walks John Brown.'" Under the bitter sarcasm of the man who, 5 years ago, had gone down at last beneath his agnostic raillery, Charley's blue eyes did not waver, not a nerve stirred in his face, as he replied, "Who knows?" "That's what you always said, 'Who knows?' That did for John Brown." Charley seemed not to hear the remark. "What are you doing now?" he asked, looking steadily at the face whence had gone all the warmth of manhood, all that courage of life which keeps men young. The lean, parchment visage had the haunted look of the incorrigible failure, had written on it self-indulgence, cunning, and uncertainty. "Nothing much," John Brown replied. "What last?" "Floated an arsenic mine on Lake Superior." "Failed?" "More or less. There are hopes yet. I've kept the wolf from the door." "What are you going to do?" "Don't know. Nothing, perhaps. I've not the courage I had." "I'd have thought you might find arsenic a good thing," said Charley, holding out a silver cigarette case, his eyes turning slowly from the startled, gloomy face of the man before him to the cool darkness beyond the open doorway of that saloon on the other side of the street. John Brown shivered. There was something so cold blooded in the suggestion that he might have found arsenic a good thing. The metallic glare of Charley's eyeglass seemed to give an added cruelty to the words. Charley's monocle was the token of what was behind his blue eye one ceaseless interrogation. It was that everlasting questioning, the ceaseless "Who knows?" which had, in the end, unsettled John Brown's mind, and driven him at last from the church and the possible gaiters of a dean into the rough business of life, where he had been a failure. Yet as Brown looked at Charley the old fascination came on him with a rush. His hand suddenly caught Charley's as he took a cigarette, and he said, "Perhaps I'll find arsenic a good thing yet." For reply, Charley laid a hand on his arm, turned him towards the shade of the houses opposite. Without a word they crossed the street, entered the saloon, and passed to a little back room, Charley giving an unsympathetic stare to some men at the bar, who seemed inclined to speak to him. As the two passed into the small back room with the frosted door, one of the strangers said to the other, "What does he come here for, if he's too proud to speak? What's a saloon for? I'd like to smash that eyeglass for him." "He's going downhill fast," said the other. "He drinks steady, steady." "Tiens, tiens," interposed Jean Jolicoeur, the landlord. "It is not harm to him. He drink all day, and he walk a crack like a bee line." "He's got the handsomest wife in this city. If I was him, I'd think more of myself," answered the Englishman. How you think more, eh? You not come down more to my saloon?" "No, I wouldn't come to your saloon, and I wouldn't go to Theophile Charlemagne's shebang at the Cote Dorion." "You not like Charlemagne's hotel?" said a large, black bearded pilot standing beside the landlord. "Oh, I like Charlemagne's hotel, and I like to talk to Suzon Charlemagne, but I'm not married, Rouge Gosselin. If he go to Charlemagne's hotel, and talk some more too much to dat Suzon Charlemagne, he will lose dat glass out of his eye," interrupted Rouge Gosselin. "Who say he been at dat place?" said Jean Jolicoeur. "He been dere 4 times las' month, and dat Suzon Charlemagne talk 'bout him ever since. When dat Narcisse Bovin and Jacques Gravel come down the river, he'd better keep away from dat Cote Dorion," sputtered Rouge Gosselin. "Dat's a long story short, all de same for you, b'gosh." Rouge Gosselin flung off his glass of white whiskey, and threw after it a glass of cold water. "Tiens, you know not M'sieu' Charley Steele," said Jean Jolicoeur, and turned on his heel, nodding his head sagely. Chapter IV. A hot day a month later, Charley Steele sat in his office staring before him into space, and negligently smoking a cigarette. Outside there was a slow clacking of wheels, and a newsboy was crying "La patrie! La patrie!" all about the war in France, all about the massacre. Bells, wedding bells, were ringing also, and the jubilant sounds, like the call of the newsboy, were out of accord with the slumberous feeling of the afternoon. Charley Steele turned his head slowly towards the window. The branches of a maple tree half crossed it, and the leaves moved softly in the shadow they made. His eye went past the tree, and swam into the tremulous white heat of the square, and beyond to where in the church tower the bells were ringing, to the church doors, from which gaily dressed folk were issuing to the carriages, or thronged the pavement, waiting for the bride and groom to come forth into a new created world for them. Charley looked through his monocle at the crowd reflectively. His head held a little to one side in a questioning sort of way, on his lips the ghost of a smile. Not a reassuring smile. Presently he leaned forward slightly, and the monocle dropped from his eye. He fumbled for it, raised it, blew on it, rubbed it with his handkerchief, and screwed it carefully into his eye again, his rather bushy brow gathering over it strongly, his look sharpened to more active thought. He stared straight across the square at a figure in heliotrope, whose face was turned to a man in scarlet uniform, taller than herself, two glowing figures towards whom many other eyes than his own were directed, some curiously, some disdainfully, some sadly. But Charley did not see the faces of those who looked on. He only saw two people, one in heliotrope, one in scarlet. Presently his white firm hand went up and ran through his hair nervously, his comely figure settled down on the chair, his tongue touched the corners of his red lips, and his eyes withdrew from the woman in heliotrope and the man in scarlet, and loitered among the leaves of the tree at the window. The softness of the green, the cool health of the foliage, changed the look of his eye from something cold and curious to something companionable, and scarcely above a whisper, two words came from his lips: "Kathleen! Kathleen!" By the mere sound of the voice it would have been hard to tell what the words meant, for it had an inquiring cadence and yet a kind of distant doubt, a vague anxiety. The face conveyed nothing, it was smooth, fresh, and immobile. The only point where the mind and meaning of the man worked according to the law of his life was at the eye, where the monocle was caught now as if in a vice. Behind this glass there was a troubled depth which belied the self-indulgent mouth, the egotism speaking loudly in the red tie, the jewelled finger, the ostentatiously simple yet sumptuous clothes. At last he drew in a sharp sibilant breath, clicked his tongue, a sound of devil-may care and hopelessness at once, and turned to a little cupboard behind him. The chair squeaked on the floor as he turned, and he frowned, shivered a little, and kicked it irritably with his heel. From the cupboard he took a bottle of liqueur, and, pouring out a small glassful, drank it off eagerly. As he put the bottle away, he said again, in an abstracted fashion: "Kathleen!" Then, seating himself at the table, as if with an effort towards energy, he rang a bell. A clerk entered. "Ask Mr. Wantage to come for a moment," he said. "Mr. Wantage has gone to the church to the wedding," was the reply. "Oh, very well. He will be in again this afternoon?" "Sure to, sir." "Just so. That will do." The clerk retired, and Charley, rising, unlocked a drawer, and taking out some books and papers laid them on the table. Intently, carefully, he began to examine them, referring at the same time to a letter which had lain open at his hand while he had been sitting there. For a quarter of an hour he studied the books and papers, then, all at once, his fingers fastened on a point and stayed. Again he read the letter lying beside him. A flush crimsoned his face to his hair, a singular flush of shame, of embarrassment, a guilt not his own. His breath caught in his throat. "Billy!" he gasped. "Billy, by God!" Chapter 5. The Woman in Heliotrope. The flush was still on Charley's face when the door opened slowly, and a lady dressed in heliotrope silk entered and came forward. Without a word Charley rose, and, taking a step towards her, offered a chair, at the same time noticing her heightened colour, and a certain rigid carriage not in keeping with her lithe and graceful figure. There was no mistaking the quiver of her upper lip, a short lip which did not hide a wonderfully pretty set of teeth. With a wave of the hand she declined a seat. Glancing at the books and papers lying on the table, she flashed an inquiry at his flushed face, and, misreading the cause, with slow, quiet point, in which bitterness or contempt showed, she said meaningly: "What a slave you are!" "Behold the white man work," he said good naturedly, the flush passing slowly from his face. With apparent negligence he pushed the letter and the books and papers a little to one side, but really to place them beyond the range of her angry eyes. She shrugged her shoulders at his action. "For the fatherless children and widows, and all that are desolate and oppressed?" she said, not concealing her malice, for at the wedding she had just left, all her married life had rushed before her in a swift panorama, and the man in scarlet had fixed the shooting pictures in her mind. Again the flush swept up Charley's face and seemed to blur his sight. His monocle dropped the length of its silken tether, and he caught it and slowly adjusted it again as he replied evenly: "You always hit the nail on the head, Kathleen." There was a kind of appeal in his voice, a sort of deprecation in his eye, as though he would be friends with her, as though, indeed, there was in his mind some secret pity for her. Her look at his face was critical and cold. It was plain that she was not prepared for any extra friendliness on his part. There seemed no reason why he should add to his usual courtesy a note of sympathy to the sound of her name on his lips. He had not fastened the door of the cupboard from which he had taken the liqueur, and it had swung open a little, disclosing the bottle and the glass. She saw. Her face took on a look of quiet hardness. "Why did you not come to the wedding? She was your cousin. People asked where you were. You knew I was going." "Did you need me?" he asked quietly, and his eyes involuntarily swept to the place where he had seen the heliotrope and scarlet make a glow of colour on the other side of the square. "You were not alone." She misunderstood him. Her mind had been overwrought, and she caught insinuation in his voice. "You mean Tom Fairing?" Her eyes blazed. "You are quite right. I did not need you. Tom Fairing is a man that all the world trusts save you." "Kathleen!" The words were almost a cry. "For God's sake! I have never thought of trusting men where you are concerned. I believe in no man," his voice had a sharp bitterness, though his face was smooth and unemotional, "but I trust you, and believe in you. Yes, upon my soul and honour, Kathleen." As he spoke she turned quickly and stepped towards the window, an involuntary movement of agitation. He had touched a chord. But even as she reached the window and glanced down to the hot, dusty street, she heard a loud voice below, a reckless, ribald sort of voice, calling to some one to "come and have a drink." "Billy," she said involuntarily, and looked down, then shrank back quickly. She turned swiftly on her husband. "Your soul and honour, Charley," she said slowly. "Look at what you've made of Billy. Look at the company he keeps. John Brown, who hasn't even decency enough to keep away from the place he disgraced. Billy is always with him. You ruined John Brown, with your dissipation and your sneers at religion and your I wonder nows. Of what use have you been, Charley?
Of what use to any one in the world? You think of nothing but eating and drinking and playing the fop." He glanced down involuntarily, and carefully flicked some cigarette ash from his waistcoat. The action arrested her speech for a moment, and then with a little shudder she continued: "The best they can say of you is, 'There goes Charley Steele.'" "And the worst?" he asked. He was almost smiling now, for he admired her anger, her scorn. He knew it was deserved, and he had no idea of making any defence. He had said all in that instant's cry, "Kathleen!" that one awakening feeling of his life so far. She had congealed the word on his lips by her scorn, and now he was his old debonair, dissipated self, with the impertinent monocle in his eye and a jest upon his tongue. "Do you want to know the worst they say?" she asked, growing pale to the lips. "Go and stand behind the door of Jolicoeur's saloon. Go to any street corner and listen. Do you think I don't know what they say? Do you think the world doesn't talk about the company you keep? Haven't I seen you going into Jolicoeur's saloon when I was walking on the other side of the street? Do you think that all the world, and I among the rest, are blind? Oh, you fop, you fool! You have ruined my brother, you have ruined my life, and I hate and despise you for a cold-blooded, selfish coward." She made a deprecating gesture and stared, a look of most curious inquiry. They had been married for 5 years, and during that time they had never been anything but persistently courteous to each other. He had never, on any occasion, seen her face change colour, or her manner show chagrin or emotion. Stately and cold and polite, she had fairly met his ceaseless foppery and preciseness of manner. But people had said of her, "Poor Kathleen Steele," for her spotless name stood sharply off from his negligence and dissipation. They called her "Poor Kathleen Steele" in sympathy, though they knew that she had not resisted marriage with the well to do Charley Steele while loving a poor captain in the Royal Fusiliers. She preserved social sympathy by a perfect outward decorum, though the man of the scarlet coat remained in the town and haunted the places where she appeared, and though the eyes of the censorious world were watching expectantly. No voice was raised against her. Her cold beauty held the admiration of all women, for she was not eager for men's company, and she kept her poise even with the man in scarlet near her, glacially complacent, beautifully still, disconcertingly emotionless. They did not know that the poise with her was to an extent as much a pose as Charley's manner was to him. "I hate you and despise you for a cold-blooded, selfish coward." So that was the way Kathleen felt. Charley's tongue touched his lips quickly, for they were arid, and he slowly said: "I assure you I have not tried to influence Billy. I have no remembrance of his imitating me in anything. Won't you sit down? It is very fatiguing, this heat." Charley was entirely himself again. His words concerning Billy Wantage might have been either an impeachment of Billy's character, and, by deduction, praise of his own, or it may have been the insufferable egoism of a fop well used to imitators. The veil between the two, which for one sacred moment had seemed about to lift, was fallen now, leaded and weighted at the bottom. "I suppose you would say the same about John Brown. It is disconcerting at least to think that we used to sit and listen to Mr. Brown as he waved his arms gracefully in his surplice and preached sentimental sermons. I suppose you will say what we have heard you say before, that you only asked questions. Was that how you ruined the Reverend John Brown and Billy?" Charley was very thirsty, and because of that, perhaps, his voice had an unusually dry tone as he replied: "I asked questions of John Brown. I answered them to Billy. It is I that am ruined." There was that in his voice she did not understand, for though long used to his paradoxical phrases and his everlasting pose, as it seemed to her in all the world, there now rang through his words a note she had never heard before. For a fleeting instant she was inclined to catch at some hidden meaning, but her grasp of things was uncertain. She had been thrown off her balance or poise, as Charley had, for an unwonted second, been thrown off his pose, and her thought could not pierce beneath the surface. "I suppose you will be flippant at Judgment Day," she said with a bitter laugh, for it seemed to her a monstrous thing that they should be such an infinite distance apart. Why should one be serious then? There will be no question of an alibi or evidence for the defense, no cross-examination, a cut and dried verdict." She ignored his words. "Shall you be at home to dinner?" she rejoined coldly, and her eyes wandered out of the window again to that spot across the square where heliotrope and scarlet had met. "I fancy not," he answered, his eyes turned away also, towards the cupboard containing the liqueur. "Better ask Billy and keep him in, and talk to him. I really would like you to talk to him. He admires you so much. I wish, in fact, I hope you will ask Billy to come and live with us," he added, half abstractedly. He was trying to see his way through a sudden confusion of ideas. Confusion was rare to him, and his senses, feeling the fog, embarrassed by a sudden air of mystery and a cloud of futurity, were creeping to a mind path of understanding. "Don't be absurd," she said coldly. "You know I won't ask him, and you don't want him." "I have always said that decision is the greatest of all qualities, even when the decision is bad. It saves so much worry, and tends to help." Suddenly he turned to the desk and opened a tin box. "Here is further practice for your admirable gift." He opened a paper. "I want you to sign off for this building, leaving it to my absolute disposal." He spread the paper out before her. She turned pale, and her lips tightened. She looked at him squarely in the eyes. "My wedding gift!" she said. Then she shrugged her shoulders. A moment she hesitated, and in that moment seemed to congeal. "You need it?" she asked distantly. He inclined his head, his eye never leaving hers. With a swift, angry motion she caught the glove from her left hand, and, doubling it back, dragged it off. A smooth round ring came off with it, and rolled upon the floor. Stooping, he picked up the ring and handed it back to her, saying, "Permit me." It was her wedding ring. She took it with a curious contracted look, and put it on the finger again, then pulled off the other glove quietly. "Of course one uses the pen with the right hand," she said calmly. "Involuntary act of memory," he rejoined slowly, as she took the pen in her hand. "You had spoken of a wedding. This was a wedding gift, and that's right, sign there." There was a brief pause, in which she appeared to hesitate, and then she wrote her name in a large firm hand, and, throwing down the pen, caught up her gloves and began to pull them on viciously. "Thanks, it is very kind of you," he said. He put the document in the tin box, and took out another, as without a word, but with a grave face in which scorn and trouble were mingled, she now turned towards the door. "Can you spare a minute longer?" he said, and advanced towards her, holding the new document in his hand. "Fair exchange is no robbery. Please take this. No, not with the right hand. The left is better luck. The better the hand, the better the deed," he added, with a whimsical squint and a low laugh, and he placed the paper in her left hand. "Item number 2 to take the place of item number 1." She scrutinized the paper. Wonder filled her face. "Why, this is a deed of the homestead property, worth 3 times as much," she said. "Why do you do this?" "Remember that questions ruin people sometimes," he answered, and stepped to the door and turned the handle as though to show her out. She was agitated and embarrassed now. She felt she had been unjust, and yet she felt that she could not say what ought to be said if all the rules were right. "Thank you," she said simply. "Did you think of this when you handed me back the ring?" "I never had an inspiration in my life. I was born with a plan of campaign." "I suppose I ought to kiss you," she said in some little confusion. "It might be too expensive," he answered, with a curious laugh. Then he added lightly, "This was a fair exchange," he touched the papers, "but I should like you to bear witness, madam, that I am no robber." He opened the door. Again there was that curious penetrating note in his voice, and that veiled look. She half hesitated, but in the pause there was a loud voice below, and a quick foot on the stairs. "It's Billy!" she said sharply, and passed out. Chapter 6. A half hour later, Charley Steele sat in his office alone with Billy Wantage, his brother-in-law, a tall, shapely fellow of 24. Billy had been drinking, his face was flushed, and his whole manner was indolently careless and irresponsible. In spite of this, however, his grey eyes were nervously fixed on Charley, and his voice was shaky as he said in reply to a question as to his finances, "That's my own business, Charley." Charley took a long swallow from the tumbler of whisky and soda beside him, and, as he drew some papers towards him, answered quietly: "I must make it mine, Billy, without a doubt." The tall youth shifted in his chair and essayed to laugh. "You've never been particular about your own business. Pshaw, what's the use of preaching to me?" Charley pushed his chair back, and his look had just a touch of surprise, a hint of embarrassment. This youth, then, thought him something of a fool, read him by virtue of his ornamentations, his outer idiosyncrasy. This boy, whose iniquity was under his finger on that table, despised him for his follies, and believed in him less than his wife, two people who had lived closer to him than any others in the world. Before he answered, he lifted the glass beside him and drank to the last drop, then slowly set it down and said with a dangerous smile: "I have always been particular about other people's finances. And the statement that you haven't isn't preaching, it's an indictment. So it is, Billy." "An indictment?" Billy bit his fingernails now, and his voice shook. "That's what the jury would say, and the judge would do the preaching. You have stolen $25,000 of trust moneys." For a moment there was absolute silence in the room. From outside in the Square came the marsh tongue of a driver, and the loud cackling laugh of some loafer at the corner. Charley's look imprisoned his brother-in-law, and Billy's eyes were fixed in a helpless stare on Charley's finger, which held like a nail the record of his infamy. Billy drew himself back with a jerk of recovery, and said with bravado, but with fear in look and motion: "Don't stare like that. The thing's done, and you can't undo it, and that's all there is about it." Charley had been staring at the youth staring, and not seeing him really, but seeing his wife and watching her lips say again: "You are ruining Billy." He was not sober, but his mind was alert, his eccentric soul was getting kaleidoscopic glances at strange facts of life as they rushed past his mind into a painful red obscurity. "Oh, yes, it can be undone, and it's not all there is about it," he answered quietly. He got up suddenly, went to the door, locked it, put the key in his pocket, and, coming back, sat down again beside the table. Billy watched him with shrewd, haunted eyes. What did Charley mean to do? To give him in charge? To send him to jail? To shut him out from the world where he had enjoyed himself so much for years and years? Never to go forth free among his fellows? Never to play the gallant with all the pretty girls he knew? Never to have any sports or games or tobacco, or good meals or canoeing in summer, or tobogganing in winter, or moose hunting, or any sort of philandering? The thoughts that filled his mind now were not those of regret for his crime, but the fears of the materialist and sentimentalist, who revolted at punishment and all the shame and deprivation it would involve. "What did you do with the money?" said Charley, after a minute's silence in which two minds had travelled far. "I put it into mines." "What mines?" "Out on Lake Superior." "What sort of mines?" "Arsenic." Charley's glass eye dropped, and rattled against the gold button of his white waistcoat. "In arsenic mines?" "In arsenic mines." He put the monocle to his eye again. "On whose advice?" "John Brown's." John Brown's. Charley Steele's ideas were suddenly shaken and scattered by a man's name, as a bolting horse will crumple into confusion a crowd of people. So this was the way his John Brown had come home to roost. He lifted the empty whisky glass to his lips, and drained air. He was terribly thirsty. He needed something to pull himself together. 5 years of dissipation had not robbed him of his splendid native ability, but it had, as it were, broken the continuity of his will and the sequence of his intellect. "It was not an investment?" he asked, his tongue thick and hot in his mouth. "No. What would have been the good?" "Of course, speculation. You bought heavily to sell on an expected rise." "Yes." There was something so even in Charley's manner and tone that Billy misinterpreted it. It seemed hopeful that Charley was going to make the best of a bad job. "You see," Billy said eagerly, "it seemed dead certain. He showed me the way the thing was being done, the way the company was being floated, how the market in New York was catching hold. It looked splendid. I thought I could use the money for a week or so, then put it back, and have a nice little scoop at no one's cost. I thought it was a dead sure thing, and I was hard up, and Kathleen wouldn't lend me any more. If Kathleen had only done the decent thing." A sudden flush of anger swept over Charley's face. Never before in his life had that face been so sensitive, never even as a child. Something had waked in the odd soul of Beauty Steele. "Don't be a sweep. Leave Kathleen out of it," he said in a sharp, querulous voice, a voice unnatural to himself, suggestive of little use, as though he were learning to speak, using strange words, stumbling through a mêlée of the emotions. It was not the voice of Charley Steele, the fop, the poseur, the idlest man in the world. "What part of the 25,000 went into the arsenic?" he said after a pause. There was no feeling in the voice now. It was again even and inquiring. "Nearly all." "Don't lie. You have been living freely. Tell the truth, or I'll know the reason why, Billy." "About 2/3. That's the truth. I had debts, and I paid them." "And you bet on the races?" "Yes." "And lost?" "Yes. See here, Charley, it was the most awful luck." "Yes, for the fatherless child and widows, and all that are oppressed." Charley's look again went through and beyond the culprit, and he recalled his wife's words and his own reply. A quick contempt and a sort of meditative sarcasm were in the tone. It was curious, too, that he could smile, but the smile did not encourage Billy Wantage now. "It's all gone, I suppose," he added. "All but about $100. Well, you have had your game. Now you must pay for it." Billy had imagination, and he was melodramatic. He felt danger ahead. "I'll go and shoot myself," he said, banging the table with his fist so that the whiskey tumbler shook. He was hardly prepared for what followed. Charley's nerves had been irritated. His teeth were on edge. This threat, made in such a cheap, insincere way, was the last thing in the world he could bear to hear. He knew that Billy lied, that if there was one thing Billy would not do, shooting himself was that one thing. His own life was very sweet to Billy Wantage. Charley hated him the more at that moment because he was Kathleen's brother. For if there was one thing he knew of Kathleen, it was that she could not do a mean thing. Cold, unsympathetic she might be, cruel at a pinch perhaps, but dishonorable? Never. This weak, cowardly youth was her brother. No one had ever seen such a look on Charley Steele's face as came upon it now, malicious, vindictive. He stooped over Billy in a fury. "You think I'm a fool and an ass, you ignorant, brainless, lying cub. You make me a thief before all the world by forging my name, and stealing the money for which I am responsible, and then you rate me so low that you think you'll bamboozle me by threats of suicide. You haven't the courage to shoot yourself, drunk or sober. And what do you think would be gained by it? Eh? What do you think would be gained? You can't see that you'd insult your sister as well as rob me." Billy Wantage cowered. This was not the Charley Steele he had known, not like the man he had seen since a child. There was something almost uncouth in this harsh, high voice, these gauche words, this raw accent. But it was powerful and vengeful, and it was full of purpose. Billy quivered, yet his adroit senses caught at a straw in the words, "as rob me." Charley was counting it a robbery of himself, not of the widows and orphans. That gave him a ray of hope. In a paroxysm of fear, joined to emotional excitement, he fell upon his knees and pleaded for mercy, for the sake of one chance in life, for the family name, for Kathleen's sake, for the sake of everything he had ruthlessly dishonored. Tears came readily to his eyes, real tears, of excitement. But he could measure, too, the strength of his appeal. "If you stand by me in this, I'll pay you back every cent, Charley," he cried. "I will, upon my soul and honor. You shan't lose a penny, if you'll only see me through. I'll work my fingers off to pay it back, till the last hour of my life. I'll be straight till the day I die, so help me God." Charley's eyes wandered to the cupboard where the liqueurs were. If he could only decently take a drink. But how could he with this boy kneeling before him? His breath scorched his throat. "Get up," he said shortly. "I'll see what I can do to morrow. Go away home. Don't go out again to night. And come here at 10 o'clock in the morning." Billy took up his hat, straightened his tie, carefully brushed the dust from his knees, and seizing Charley's hand, said, "You're the best fellow in the world, Charley." He went towards the door, dusting the face of emotion as he had dusted his knees. The old selfish, shrewd look was again in his eyes. Charley's gaze followed him gloomily. Billy turned the handle of the door. It was locked. Charley came forward and unlocked it. As Billy passed through, Charley, looking sharply in his face, said hoarsely, "By Heaven, I believe you're not worth it!" Then he shut the door again and locked it. He almost ran back and opened the cupboard. Taking out the bottle of liqueur, he filled a glass and drank it off. 3 times he did this, then seated himself at a table with a sigh of relief and no emotion in his face. Chapter 7.
Chapters 7 and 8 of The Right of Way by Gilbert Parker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Peace, Peace, and There is no Peace. The sun was setting by the time Charley was ready to leave his office. Never in his life had he stayed so late in the halls of industry, as he flippantly called his place of business. The few cases he had won so brilliantly since the beginning of his career, he had studied at night in his luxurious bedroom in the white brick house among the maples on the hill. In every case, as at the trial of Joseph Nadeau, the man who murdered the timber merchant, the first prejudice of judge and jury had given way slowly before the deep-seeing mind, which had as rare a power of analysis as for generalization, and reduced masses of evidence to phrases. And verdicts had been given against all personal prejudice, to be followed outside the court by the old prejudice, the old look askance at the man called Beauty Steele. To him it had made no difference at any time. He cared for neither praise nor blame. In his actions a materialist, in his mind he was a watcher of life, a baffled inquirer whose refuge was irony, and whose singular habits had in 5 years become a personal insult to the standards polite society and Puritan morality had set up. Perhaps the insult had been intended, for irregularities were committed with an insolent disdain for appearances. He did nothing secretly. His page of life was for him who cared to read. He played cards, he talked agnosticism, he went on shooting expeditions which became orgies, he drank openly in saloons, he whose forefathers had been gentlemen of King George, and who sacrificed all in the great American Revolution for honor and loyalty, statesmen, writers, politicians, for whom he had direct inheritance through stirring, strengthening forces, in the building up of laws and civilization in a new land. Why he chose to be what he was, if he did choose, he alone could answer. His personality had impressed itself upon his world, first by its idiosyncrasies, and afterwards by its enigmatical excesses. What was he thinking of as he laid the papers away in the tin box in a drawer, locked it, and put the key in his pocket? He had found to the smallest detail Billy's iniquity, and he was now ready to shoulder the responsibility, to save the man who, he knew, was scarce worth the saving. But Kathleen, there was what gave him pause. As he turned to the window and looked out over the square, he shuddered. He thought of the exchange of documents he had made with her that day, and he had a sense of satisfaction. The defalcation of Billy's would cripple him, for money had flown these last years. He had had heavy losses, and he had dug deep into his capital. Down past the square ran a cool avenue of beeches to the water, and he could see his yacht at anchor. On the other side of the water, far down the shore, was a house which had begun as a summer cottage, and had ended in being a mansion. A few Moorish pillars, brought from Algiers for the decoration of the entrance, had necessitated the raising of the roof, and then all had to be in proportion, and the cottage became like an appanage to a palace. So it had gone, and he had cared so little about it all, and for the consequences. He had this day secured Kathleen from absolute poverty, no matter what happened, and that had its comfort. His eyes wandered among the trees. He could see the yellow feathers of the oriole, and catch the note of the whippoorwill, and from the great church near the voices of the choir came over. He could hear the words, "Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace, according to thy word." Depart in peace. How much peace was there in the world? Who had it? The remembrance of what Kathleen said to him at the door, "I suppose I ought to kiss you," came to him, was like a refrain in his ears. "Peace is the penalty of silence and inaction," he said to himself meditatively. Where there is action, there is no peace. If the brain and body fatten, then there is peace. Kathleen and I have lived at peace, I suppose. I never said a word to her that might not be put down in large type and pasted on my tombstone, and she never said a word to me, till to day, that wasn't like a water colour picture. Not till to day, in a moment's strife and trouble, did I ever get near her. And we've lived in peace. Peace? What is the right kind of peace? Over there is old Sainton. He married a rich woman, he has had the platter of plenty before him always. He wears ribbons and such like baubles given by the Queen, but his son had to flee the country. There's Herring, he doesn't sleep because his daughter is going to marry an Italian count. There's Latouche. His place in the cabinet is begotten in corruption, in the hotbed of faction war. There's Kenealy. His wife has led him to a dance of deep damnation. There's the lot of them, every one, not an ounce of peace among them, except with old Caisson, who weighs 18 stone, lives like a pig, grows stuffier in mind and body every day, and drinks half a bottle of whiskey every night. There's no one else. Yes, there is. He was looking at a small black-robed figure with clean-shaven face, white hair, and shovel hat, who passed slowly along the wooden walk beneath, with meditative content in his face. "There's peace," he said with a laugh. "I've known Father Howland for 25 years, and no man ever worked so hard, ever saw more trouble, ever shared other people's bad luck more than he, ever took the bit in his teeth when it was a matter of duty, stronger than he. And yet there's peace. He has it. A peace that passes all understanding. Mine, anyhow. I've never had a minute's real peace. The world, or nature, or God, or it, whatever the name is, owes me peace. And how is it to give it? Why, by answering my questions. Now, it's a curious thing that the only person I ever met who could answer any questions of mine, answered them in the way that satisfies, is Suzon. She works things down to phrases. She has wisdom in the raw, and a real grip on life. And yet all the men she has known have been river drivers and farmers, and a few men from town who mistook the sort of Suzon she is. Virtuous and straight, she's a born child of Aphrodite, too, by nature. She was made for love. 1,000 years ago she would have had 1,000 loves. And she thinks the world is a magnificent place, and she loves it, and wallows, fairly wallows, in content. Now, which is right, Suzon or Father Howland, Aphrodite or the Nazarene? Which is peace, as the bird and the beast of the field get it, the fallow, futile contempt, or... He suddenly stopped, hiccuped, and then hurriedly drawing paper before him, he sat down. For an hour he wrote. It grew darker. He pushed the table nearer the window, and the singing of the choir in the church came in upon him as his pen seemed to etch words into the paper, firm, eccentric, meaning. What he wrote that evening has been preserved, and the yellow sheets lie loosely in a black dispatch box which contains the few records Charley Steele left behind him. What he wrote that night was the note of his mind, the key to all those strange events through which he began to move 2 hours after the lines were written. Over thy face is a veil of white sea mist. Only thine eyes shine like stars. Bless or blight me. I will hold close to the leash at thy wrist, O Aphrodite. Thou in the east and I here in the west, under our newer skies purple and pleasant. Who shall decide which is better attest, Saga or peasant? Thou with Serapis, Osiris, and Isis, I with Jehovah in vapours and shadows. Thou with the gods' joy-enhancing devices, sweet-smelling meadows. What is there given us, food or some raiment? Toiling to reach to some Patmian haven, giving up all for uncertain repayment, feeding the raven. Striving to peer through the infinite azure, alternate turning to eastward and falling, measuring life with Damastian measure, finite, appalling. What does it matter? They passed who with Homer poured out the wine at the feet of their idols, passing what found they, to come a misnomer, it and their idols. Sacristan, acolyte, player, or preacher, each to his office, but who holds the key? Death, only death, thou ultimate teacher, wilt show it to me. And when the forts and barriers fall, shall we then find one, the true, the almighty, wisely to speak with the worst of us all? Ah, Aphrodite! Waiting, I turn from the futile, the human, gone is the life of me, laughing with youth. Steals to learn all in the face of a woman, mendicant truth. Rising with a bitter laugh, and murmuring the last lines, he thrust the papers into a drawer, locked it, and going quickly from the room, he went downstairs. His horse and cart were waiting for him, and he got in. The groom looked at him inquiringly. "The Cote Dorion," he said, as they sped through the night. Chapter 8. The Cost of the Ornament. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 miles. The sharp click of the iron hoofs on the road, the strong rush of the river, the sweet smell of the maple and the pungent balsam, the dank, rich odor of the cedar swamp, the cry of the loon from the water, the flaming crane in the fishing boat, the fisherman, spear in hand, staring into the dark waters tinged with sombre red, the voice of a lonely settler keeping time to the ping of the axe as, lengthening out his day to nightly weariness, he felled a tree. River drivers' camps spotted along the shore, huge cribs or rafts which had swung down the great stream for scores of miles, the immense oars motionless, the little houses on the timbers blinking with light, and from cheerful raftsmen coming the old familiar song of the rivers. En roulant, ma boule roulant, en roulant ma boule. Not once had Charley turned his head as the horse sped on. His face was kept straight along the line of the road. He seemed not to see or to hear, to be unresponsive to sound or scene. The monocle at his eye was like a veil to hide the soul, a defence against inquiry, itself the unceasing question, a sort of battery thrown forward, a kind of field casemate for a lonely, besieged spirit. It was full of suggestion. It might have been the glass behind which showed some mediaeval relic, the body of some ancient Egyptian king whose life had been spent in doing wonders and making signs. The primitive, anthropomorphic being. He might have been a stone man, for any motion that he made. Yet looking at him closely you would have seen discontent in the eye, a kind of glaze of the sardonic over the whole face. "What is the good?" the face asked. "What is there worth doing?" it said. What a limitless futility, it urged, fain to be contradicted too, as the grim melancholy of the figure suggested. To be an animal and soak in the world, he thought to himself, that is natural, and the unnatural is civilization, and the cheap adventure of the mind into fields of baffling speculation, lighted by the flickering intelligence of dead speculators, whose seats we have bought in the stock exchange of mortality, and exhaust our lives in paying for. To eat, to drink, to lie fallow, indifferent to what comes after, to roam like the deer, and to fight like the tiger. He came to a dead stop in his thinking. To fight like the tiger! He turned his head quickly now to where upon a raft some river drivers were singing. And when a man in the fight goes down, why, we will carry him home. To fight like the tiger! Ravage, the struggle to possess from all the world what one wished for oneself, and to do it without mercy and without fear. That was the clear plan in the primitive world, where action was more than speech, and dominance than knowledge. Was not civilization a mistake, and religion the insinuating delusion designed to cover it up? Or if not designed, accepted by the original few who saw that humanity could not turn it back, and must even go forward with illusions lest in mere despair all men died, and the world died with them? His eyes wandered to the raft where the men were singing, and he remembered the threat made, that if he came again to the Cote Dorion he would get what for. He remembered the warning of Rouge Gosselin, conveyed by Jolicoeur, and a sinister smile crossed over his face. The contradictions of his own thoughts came home to him suddenly, for was it not the case that his physical strength alone, no matter what his skill, would be of small service to him in a dark corner of contest? Primitive ideas could only hold in a primitive world. His real weapon was his brain, that which civilization had given him in lieu of primitive prowess and the giant's strength. They had come to a long piece of corduroy road, and the horses' hoofs struck rumbling hollow sounds from the floor of cedar logs. There was a swamp on one side where fireflies were flickering, and there flashed into Charley Steele's mind some verses he had once learned at school. They made her a grave too cold and damp for a soul so warm and true. It kept repeating itself in his brain in a strange, dreary monotone. "Stop the horse. I'll walk the rest of the way," he said presently to the groom. "You needn't come for me, Finn. I'll walk back as far as the Marochal Tavern. At 12 sharp I'll be there. Give yourself a drink and some supper." He put $1 into the man's hand. "And no white whiskey, mind. A bottle of beer and a leg of mutton, that's the thing." He nodded his head, and by the light of the moon walked away smartly down the corduroy road through the shadows of the swamp. Finn, the groom, looked after him. Well, if he ain't a queer dick. A regular centric, but a regular brick, cutting a wide swath as he goes. He's a tip-topper, and he's a sort of tough, too. A sort of a kind of a tough. Well, it's none of my business. Git up," he added to the horse, and turning round in the road with difficulty, he drove back a mile to the Tavern Marochal for his beer and mutton and white whiskey. Charley stepped on briskly, his shining leather shoes, straw hat, and light cane in no good keeping with his surroundings. He was thinking that he had never been in such a mood for talk with Suzon Charlemagne. Charlemagne's tavern of the Cote Dorion was known over half a province, and its patrons carried news of it half across a continent. Suzon Charlemagne, a girl of the people, a tavern girl, a friend of sulking, coarse river drivers. But she had an alert precision of brain, an instinct that clove through wastes of mental underbrush to the tree of knowledge. Her mental sight was as keen and accurate as that which runs along the rifle barrel of the great hunter with the red deer in view. Suzon Charlemagne no company for Charley Steele? What did it matter? He had entered into other people's lives to day, had played their games with them and for them, and now he would play his own game, live his own life, in his own way, through the rest of this day. He thirsted for some sort of combat, for the sharp contrasts of life, for the common and the base. He thirsted even for the white whiskey against which he had warned his groom. He was reckless, not blindly, but wilfully, wildly reckless, caring not at all what fate or penalty might come his way. "What do I care?" he said to himself. "I shall never squeak at any penalty. I shall never say in the great round up that I was weak and I fell. I'll take my gruel expecting it, not fearing it, if there is to be any gruel anywhere, or any round up anywhere." A figure suddenly appeared coming round the bend of the road before him. It was Rouge Gosselin. Rouge was inclined to speak. Some satanic whim or malicious foppery made Charley stare him blankly in the face. The monocle and the stare stopped the bon soir and the friendly warning on Rouge Gosselin's tongue, and the pilot passed on with a muttered oath. Gosselin had not gone far, however, before he suddenly stopped and laughed outright, for at the bottom he had good nature, in keeping with his 6-foot height, and his temper was friendly, if quick. It seemed so absurd, so audacious, that a man could act like Charley Steele, that he at once became interested in the phenomenon, and followed slowly after Charley, saying as he went: "Tiens, there will be things to watch to night." Before Charley was within 500 yards of the tavern, he could hear the laughter and song coming from the old seigneury which Theophile Charlemagne called now the Cote Dorion Hotel, after the name given to the point on which the house stood. Low and wide roofed, with dormer windows and a wide stoop in front, and walls 3 feet thick behind on the riverside, it hung over the water, its narrow verandah supported by piles, with steps down to the waterside. Seldom was there an hour when boats were not tied to these steps. Summer and winter the tavern was a place of resort. Inside, the low ceiling, the broad rafters, the great fireplace, the well worn floor, the deep windows, the wooden cross let into the wall, and the varied and picturesque humanity frequenting this great room, gave it an air of romance. Yet there were people who called the tavern a shebang, slander as it was against Suzon Charlemagne, which every river driver and woodsman and habitant who frequented the place would have resented with violence. It was because they thought Charley Steele slandered the girl and the place in his mind, that the river drivers had sworn they would make it hot for him if he came again. Charley was the last man in the world to undeceive them by words. When he coolly walked into the great room, where a half dozen of them were already assembled, drinking white whiskey wine, he had no intention of setting himself right. He raised his hat cavalierly to Suzon, and shook hands with her. He took no notice of the men around him. "Brandy, please," he said. "Why do I drink, do you say?" he added, as Suzon placed the bottle and glass before him. She was silent for an instant, then she said gravely: "Perhaps because you like it. Perhaps because something was left out of you when you were made, and—" She paused and went no further, for a red-shirted river driver with brass rings in his ears came close to them and called gruffly for whiskey. He glowered at Charley, who looked at him indolently, then raised his glass towards Suzon and drank the brandy. "Fish!" said Red Shirt, and, turning around, joined his comrades. It was clear he wanted a pretext to quarrel. "Perhaps because you like it. Perhaps because something was left out of you when you were made." Charley smiled pleasantly as Suzon came over to him again. "You've answered the question," he said, and struck the thing at the center. "Which is it? The difficulty to decide which has divided the world. If it's only a physical craving, it means that we are materialists naturally, and that the soil from which the grape came is the soil that's in us; that it is the body feeding on itself all the time; that like returns to like, and we live a little together, and then mould together forever and ever. Amen. If it isn't a natural craving, like to like, it's a proof of immortality, for it represents the wild wish to forget the world, to be in another medium. I am only myself when I am drunk. Liquor makes me human. At other times I'm merely Charley Steele. Now, isn't it funny, this sort of talk here?" "I don't know about that," she answered. "If, as you say, it's natural, this tavern's the only place I have to think in, and what seems to you funny is a sort of ordinary fact to me." "Right again, ma belle Suzon. Nothing's incongruous. I've never felt so much like singing psalms and hymns and spiritual songs as when I've been drinking. I remember the last time I was squiffy I sang all the way home that old nursery rhyme: 'On the other side of Jordan, in the sweet fields of Eden, where the tree of life is blooming, there is rest for you. There is rest for the weary, there is rest for the weary, there is rest for the weary, there is rest for you.'" "I should have liked to hear you sing it, sure," said Suzon, laughing. Charley tossed off a quarter tumbler of brandy, which, instead of flushing the face, seemed only to deepen the whiteness of the skin, showing up more brightly the spots of color in the cheeks, that white and red which had made him known as Beauty Steele. With a whimsical humor, behind which was the natural disposition of the man to do what he listed without thinking of the consequences, he suddenly began singing, in a voice shaken a little now by drink, but full of a curious magnetism. "On the other side of Jordan—" "Oh, don't, please don't," said the girl in fear, for she saw two river drivers entering the door, one of whom had sworn he would do for Charley Steele if ever he crossed his path. "Oh, don't, M'sieu' Charley," she again urged. The Charley caught his ear, and the daring in his eye brightened still more. He was ready for any change or chance to night, was standing on the verge of any adventure, the most reckless soul in Christendom. "On the other side of Jordan, in the sweet fields of Eden, where the tree of life is blooming, there is rest for you." What more incongruous thing than this flaneur in patent leathers and red tie, this hell of a fellow with a pane of glass in his eye, as Jake Hough, the horse doctor, afterwards said, surrounded by red and blue shirted rivermen, woodsmen, loafers and toughs, singing a sacred song with all the unction of a choir boy, with a magnetism, too, that did its work in spite of all prejudice. It was as if he were counsel in one of those cases when, the minds and sympathies of judge and jury at first arrayed against him, he had irresistibly cloven his way to their judgment, not stealing away their hearts, but governing, dominating their intelligences. Whenever he had done this he had been drinking hard, was in a mental world created by drink, serene, clear-eyed, in which his brain worked like an invincible machine, perfect and powerful. Was it the case that, as he himself suggested, he was never so natural as when under this influence? That then, and only then, the real man spoke, that then and only then the primitive soul awakened, that it supplied the thing left out of him at birth? There is rest for the weary, there is rest for the weary, there is rest for the weary, there is rest for you. 1, 2 verses he sang as the men, at first snorting and scornful, shuffled angrily. Then Jake Hoff, the English horse doctor, roared and refrained. There is rest for the weary, there is rest for you. Upon which, carried away, every one of them roared, gurgled, or shouted. There is rest for the weary, there is rest for you. Rouge Gosselin, who had entered during the singing, now spoke up quickly in French. A sermon now, monsieur. Charley took the monocle out of his eye and put it back again. Now each man present seemed singled out for an attack by this little battery of glass. He did not reply directly to Rouge Gosselin, but standing perfectly still, with one hand resting on the counter at which Suzon stood, he prepared to speak. Suzon did not attempt to stop him now, but gazed at him in a sort of awe. These men present were Catholics, and held religion in superstitious respect, however far from practising its precepts. Many of them had been profane and blasphemous in their time, may have sworn sacre Baptême, one of the worst oaths of their race, but it had been done in the wildness of anger, and they were little likely to endure from Charley Steele any word that sounded like blasphemy. Besides, the world said that he was an infidel, and that was enough for bitter prejudice. In the pause, very short, before Charley began speaking, Suzon's fingers stole to his on the counter and pressed them quickly. He made no response. He was scarcely aware of it. He was in a kind of dream. In an even conversational tone, in French, at once idiomatic and very simple, he began. My dear friends, this is a world where men get tired. If they work, they get tired, and if they play, they get tired. If they look straight ahead of them, they walk straight, but then they get blind by and by. If they look round them and get open-eyed, their feet stumble and they fall. It is a world of contradictions. If a man drinks much, he loses his head, and if he doesn't drink at all, he loses heart. If he asks questions, he gets into trouble, and if he doesn't ask them, he gets old before his time. Take the hymn we have just sung. On the other side of Jordan, in the sweet fields of Eden, where the tree of life is blooming, there is rest for you. We all like that, because we get tired, and it isn't always summer, and nothing blooms all the year round. We get up early, and we work late, and we sleep hard, and when the weather is good and wages good, and there's plenty in the house, we stay sober and we sadly sing, On the Other Side of Jordan. But when the weather's heavy and fun's scarce, and the pork and molasses and bread come hard, we get drunk, and we sing the comic chanson, Brigadier, vous avez raison. We've been singing a sad song to-night when we are feeling happy. We didn't think whether it was sad or not. We only knew it pleased our ears, and we wanted those sweet fields of Eden, and the blooming tree of life, and the rest under the tree. But ask a question or two. Where is the other side of Jordan? Do you go up to it, or down to it? And how do you go? And those sweet fields of Eden, what do they look like, and how many will they hold? Isn't it clear that the things that make us happiest in the world are the things we go for blind? He paused. Now a dozen men came a step or two nearer, and crowded close together, looking over each other's shoulders at him with sharp, wondering eyes. Isn't that so? He continued. Do you realize that no man knows where that Jordan and those fields are, and what the flower of the tree of life looks like? Let us ask a question again. Why is it that the one being in all the world, who could tell us anything about it, the one being who had ever seen Jordan or Eden or that tree of life, in fact, the one of all creation who could describe heaven, never told? Isn't it queer? Here he was, that one man standing just as I among you, and round him were the men who followed him, all ordinary men with ordinary curiosity. And he said he had come down from heaven, and for years they were with him, and yet they never asked him what that heaven was like, what it looked like, what it felt like, what sort of life they lived there, what manner of folk were the angels, what was the appearance of God. Why didn't they ask, and why didn't he answer? People must have kept asking that question afterwards, for a man called John answered it. He described, as only an Oriental Jew would or could, a place all precious stones and gold and jewels and candles, in Oriental language very splendid and auriferous. But why didn't those 12 men ask the one man who knew? And why didn't the one answer? And why didn't the one tell without being asked? He paused again, and now there came a shuffling and a murmuring, a curious rumble, a hard breathing, for Charley had touched with steely finger the tender places in the natures of these Catholics, who, whatever their lives, held fast to the immemorial form, the sacredness of Mother Church. They were ever ready to step into the gallery which should bear them all home, with the invisible rowers of God at the oars, down the wild rapids to the haven of St. Peter. There was savagery in their faces now. He saw, and he could not refrain from smiling as he stretched out his hand to them again with a little quieting gesture, and continued soothingly: "But why ask? There's a thing called electricity. Well, you know that if you take a slice out of anything, less remains behind. We can take the air out of this room, and scarcely leave any in it. We take a drink out of a bottle, and certainly there isn't as much left in it. But the queer thing is that with this electricity you take it away, and just as much remains. It goes out from your toe, rushes away to Timbuktu, and is back in your toe before you can wink. Why? No one knows. What's the good of asking? You can't see it, you can only see what it does. What good would it do us if we knew all about it? There it is, and it's going to revolutionize the world. It's no good asking. No one knows what it is and where it comes from, or what it looks like. It's better to go it blind, because you feel the power, though you can't see where it comes from. You can't tell where the fields of Eden are, but you believe they're somewhere, and that you'll get to them some day. So say your prayers, believe all you can, don't ask questions, and don't try to answer 'em. And remember that Charley Steele preached to you the fear of the Lord at the Cote Dorion, and wound up the service with the fine old hymn, All away, to the promised land. A whole verse of this camp meeting hymn he sang in an ominous silence now, for it had crept into their minds that the hymn they had previously sung so loudly was a Protestant hymn, and that this was another Protestant hymn of the rankest sort. When he stopped singing and pushed over his glass for Suzon to fill it, the crowd was noiseless and silent for a moment, for the spell was still on them. They did not recover themselves until they saw him lift his glass to Suzon, his back on them, again insolently oblivious of them all. They could not see his face, but they could see the face of Suzon Charlemagne, and they misunderstood the light in her eye, the flush on her cheek. They set it down to a personal interest in Charley Steele. Charley had, however, thrown a spell over her in another fashion. In her eye, in her face, was admiration, the sympathy of a strong intelligence, the wonder of a mind in the presence of its master, but they thought they saw passion, love, desire in her face, in the face of their Suzon, the pride of the river, the flower of the Cote Dorion. Not alone because Charley had blasphemed against religion did they hate him at this moment, but because every heart was scorched with envy and jealousy, the black unreasoning jealousy which the unlettered, the dull, the crude feels for the lettered, the able, and the outwardly refined. Charley was back again in the unfriendly climate of his natural life. Suzon felt the troubled air round them, saw the dark looks on the faces of the men, and was at once afraid and elated.
She loved the glow of excitement. She had a keen sense of danger. But she also felt that in any possible trouble to night the chances of escape would be small for the man before her. He pushed out his glass again. She mechanically poured brandy into it. "You've had more than enough," she said in a low voice. "Every man knows his own capacity, Suzon. Love me little, love me long," he added, again raising his glass to her, as the men behind suddenly moved forward upon the bar. "Don't, for God's sake," she whispered hastily. "Do go, or there'll be trouble." The black face of Theophile Charlemagne was also anxiously in Charley's direction as he pushed out glasses for those who called for liquor. "Oh, do go, like a good soul," Suzon urged. Charley laughed disdainfully. Like a good soul! Had it come to this, that Suzon pleaded with him as if he were a foolish, obstreperous child? "Faithless and unbelieving," he said to Suzon in English. "Didn't I play my game well a minute ago, Suzon?" "Oh, yes, yes, Monsieur," she replied in English. "But now you are different, and so are they. You must go, so you must." He laughed again, a queer, sardonic sort of laugh. Yet he put out his hand and touched the girl's arm lightly with a forefinger. "I am a Quaker born. I never stir till the spirit moves me," he said. He scented conflict, and his spirits rose at the thought. Some reckless demon of adventure possessed him. Some fatalistic courage was upon him. So far as the eye could see, the liquor he had drunk had done no more than darken the blue of his eye, for his hand was steady, his body was well poised, his look was direct. There seemed some strange electric force in leash behind his face, a watchful yet nonchalant energy of spirit joined to an indolent pose of the body. As the girl looked at him, something of his unreckoning courage passed into her. Somehow she believed in him, felt that by some wild chance he might again conquer this truculent element now almost surrounding him. She spoke quickly to her stepfather. "He won't go. What can we do?" "You go and he'll follow," said Theophile, who didn't want a row, a dangerous row, in his house. "No, he won't," she said. "And I don't believe they'd let him follow me." There was no time to say more. The crowd were insistent and restless now. They seemed to have a plan of campaign, and they began to carry it out. First one, then another brushed roughly against Charley. Cool and collected, he refused to accept the insults. "Pardon," he said in each case. "I am very awkward." He smiled all the time. He seemed waiting. The pushing and crowding became worse. "Don't mention it," he said. "You should learn how to carry your liquor in your legs." Suddenly he changed from apology to attack. He talked at them with a cheerful scorn, a deprecating impertinence, as though they were children. He chided them with patient imprecations. This confused them for a moment, and cleared a small space around him. There was no defiance in his aspect, no aggressiveness of manner. He was as quiet as though it were a drawing room, and he a master of monologues. He hurled original epithets at them in well cadenced French. He called them what he listed, but in language which half veiled the insults, the more infuriating to his hearers because they did not perfectly understand. Suddenly a low-set fellow with brass rings in his ears pulled off his coat and threw it on the floor. "I'll eat your heart," he said, and rolled up blue sleeves along a hairy arm. "My child," said Charley, "be careful what you eat. Take up your coat again, and learn that it is only dogs that delight to bark and bite. Our little hands were never made to tear each other's eyes." The low-set fellow made a rush forward, but Rouge Gosselin held him back. "No, no, Jougon," he said. "I have the oldest grudge." Jougon struggled with Rouge Gosselin. "Be good, Jougon," said Charley. As he spoke, a heavy tumbler flew from the other side of the room. Charley saw the missile thrown and dodged. It missed his temple, but caught the rim of his straw hat, carrying it off his head, and crashed into a lantern hanging against the wall, putting out the light. The room was only lighted now by another lantern on the other side of the room. Charley stooped, picked up his hat, and put it on his head again coolly. "Stop that, or I'll clear the bar!" cried Theophile Charlemagne, taking the pistol Suzon slipped into his hand. The sight of the pistol drove the men wild, and more than one snatched at the knife in his belt.
At that instant there pushed forward into the clear space beside Charley Steele the great figure of Jake Hough, the horse doctor, the strongest man, and the most popular Englishman on the river. He took his stand by Charley, raised his great hand, smote him in the small of the back, and said, "By the Lord, you have sand, and I'll stand by you." Under the friendly but heavy stroke the monocle shot from Charley's eye, the length of the string. Charley lifted it again, put it up, and staring hard at Jake, coolly said, "I beg your pardon, but have I ever been introduced to you?" What unbelievable indifference to danger, what disdain to friendliness, made Charley act as he did is a matter of speculation. It was throwing away his one chance. It was foppery on the scaffold, an incorrigible affectation for a relentless purpose. Jake Hough strode forward into the crowd, rage in his eye. "Go to the devil, then, and take care of yourself," he said roughly. "Please," said Charley. They were the last words he uttered that night, for suddenly the other lantern went out, there was a rush and a struggle, a muffled groan, a shrill woman's voice, a scramble and hurrying feet, a noise of a something splashing heavily in the water outside. When the lights were up again, the room was empty save for Theophile Charlemagne, Jake Hough, and Suzon, who lay in a faint on the floor with a nasty bruise on her forehead. A score of river drivers were scattering into the countryside, and somewhere in the Black River, alive or dead, was Charley Steele. End of chapter 8. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapters 9, 10, and 11 of The Right of Way by Gilbert Parker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 9. Old Debts for New. Joe Portugais was breaking the law of the river. He was running a little raft down the stream at night, instead of tying up at sundown and camping on the shore, or sitting snugly over cooking pot by the little wooden caboose on his raft. But defiance of custom and tradition was a habit with Joe Portugais. He had lived in his own way many a year, and he was likely to do so till the end, though he was a young man yet. He had many professions, or rather many gifts, which he practiced as it pleased him. He was river driver, woodsman, hunter, carpenter, guide, as whim or opportunity came to him. On the evening when Charley Steele met with his mishap, he was a river driver, or so it seemed. He had been up northwest 150 miles, and he had to come downstream alone with his raft, which in the usual course should take 2 men to guide it, through slides, over rapids, and in strong currents. Defying the code of the river with only one small light at the rear of his raft, he voyaged the swift current towards his home, which, when he arrived opposite the Cote Dorion, was still 100 miles below. He had watched the lights in the river drivers' camps, had seen the men beside the fires, and had drifted on, with no temptation to join in the songs floating out over the dark water, to share the contents of the jugs raised to boisterous lips, or to thrust his hand into the greasy cooking pot for a succulent bone. He drifted on until he came opposite Charlemagne's tavern. Here the current carried him inshore. He saw the dim light, he saw dark figures in the bar-room, he even got a glimpse of Suzon Charlemagne. He dropped the house behind quickly, but looked back, leaning on the oar and thinking how swift was the rush of the current past the tavern. His eyes were on the tavern door and the light shining through it. Suddenly the light disappeared, and the door vanished into darkness. He heard a scuffle, and then a heavy splash. "There's trouble there," said Jo Portugais, straining his eyes through the night for a kind of low roar dwindling to a loud whispering, and then a noise of hurrying feet came down the stream, and he could dimly see dark figures running away into the night by different paths. "Some dirty work, very sure," said Jo Portugais, and his eyes travelled back over the dark water like a lynx's, for the splash was in his ear, and a sort of prescience possessed him. He could not stop his raft. It must go on down the current, or be swerved to the shore to be fastened. "God knows it had an ugly sound," said Jo Portugais, and again strained his eyes and ears. He shifted his position and took another oar,
where the raft lantern might not throw a reflection upon the water. He saw a light shine again through the tavern doorway, then a dark object block the light, and a head thrust forward towards the river, as though listening. At this moment he fancied he saw something in the water nearing him. He stretched his neck. Yes, there was something. "It's a man! God save us! Was it murder?" said Jo Portugais, and shuddered. Was it murder? The body moved more swiftly than the raft. There was a hand thrust up. Two hands. "He's alive!" said Jo Portugais, and, hurriedly pulling round his waist a rope tied to a timber, jumped into the water. 3 minutes later, on the raft, he was examining a wound in the head of an insensible man. As his hand wandered over the body towards the heart, it touched something that rattled against a button. He picked it up mechanically and held it to the light. It was an eyeglass. "My God!" said Jo Portugais, and peered into the man's face. "It's him!" Then he remembered the last words the man had spoken to him. "Get out of my sight. You're as guilty as hell." But his heart yearned towards the man nevertheless. Chapter 10. The Way In and the Way Out. In his own world of the parish of Chaudiere, Jo Portugais was counted a widely travelled man. He had adventured freely on the great rivers and in the forest, and had journeyed up towards Hudson's Bay further than any man in 7 parishes. Jo's father and mother had both died in 1 year, when he was 25. That year had turned him from a clean-shaven, cheerful boy into a morose, bearded man who looked 40, for it had been marked by his disappearance from Chaudiere and his return at the end of it, to find his mother dead and his father dying broken-hearted. What had driven Jo from home only his father knew. What had happened to him during that year only Jo himself knew, and he told no one, not even his dying father. A mystery surrounded him, and no one pierced it. He was a figure apart in Chaudiere parish. A dreadful memory that haunted him carried him out of the village which clustered round the parish church, into Vadrome Mountain 3 miles away, where he lived apart from all his kind. It was here he brought the man with the eyeglass one early dawn, after 2 nights and 2 days on the river, pulling him up the long hill in a low cart with his strong, faithful dogs, hitching himself with them and toiling upwards through the dark. In his 3-roomed hut he laid his charge down upon a pile of bearskins, and tended him with a strange gentleness, bathing the wound in the head and binding it again and again. The next morning the sick man opened his eyes heavily. He then began fumbling mechanically on his breast. At last his fingers found his monocle. He feebly put it to his eye, and looked at Jo in a strange, questioning, uncomprehending way. "I beg your pardon," he said haltingly. "Have I ever been Suddenly his eyes closed, a frown gathered on his forehead. After a minute his eyes opened again, and he gazed with painful, pathetic seriousness at Jo. This grew to a kind of childish terror. Then slowly, as a shadow passes, the perplexity, anxiety, and terror cleared away, and left his forehead calm, his eyes unvexed and peaceful. The monocle dropped, and he did not heed it. At length he said wearily, and with an incredibly simple dependence, "I am thirsty now." Jo lifted a wooden bowl to his lips, and he drank, drank, and drank to repletion. When he had finished, he patted Jo's shoulder. "I am always thirsty," he said. "I shall be hungry, too. I always am." Jo brought him some milk and bread in a bowl. When the sick man had eaten and drunk the bowlful to the last drop and crumb, he lay back with a sigh of content, but trembling from weakness and the strain, though Jo's hand had been under his head, and he had been fed like a little child. All day he lay and watched Jo as he worked, as he came and went. Sometimes he put his hand to his head and said to Jo, "It hurts." Then Jo would cool the wound with fresh water from the mountain spring, and he would drag down the bowl to drink from it greedily. It was as though he could never get enough water to drink. So the first day in the hut at Vadrome Mountain passed without questioning on the part of either Charley Steele or his host. With good reason. Jo Portugais saw that memory was gone, that the past was blotted out. He had watched that first terrible struggle of memory to reassert itself, as the eyes mechanically looked out upon new and strange surroundings, but it was only the automatic habit of the sight, fumbling of the blind soul in itself, fumbling for the latch which it could not find, for the door which would not open. The first day on the raft, as Charley had opened his eyes upon the world again after that awful night at the Cote Dorion, Jo had seen that same blank, uncomprehending look, as it were, the first look of a mind upon the world. This time he saw and understood what he saw, and spoke as men speak, but with no knowledge or memory behind it, only the involuntary action of muscle and mind repeated from the vanished past. Charley Steele was as a little child, and having no past, and comprehending in the present only its limited physical needs and motions, he had no hope, no future, no understanding. In 3 days he was upon his feet, and in 4 he walked out of doors and followed Jo into the woods, and watched him fell a tree and do a woodsman's work. Indoors he regarded all Jo did with eager interest and a pleased, complacent look, and readily did as he was told. He seldom spoke, not above 3 or 4 times a day, and then simply and directly, and only concerning his wants. From first to last he never asked a question, and there was never any inquiry by look or word. 120 miles lay between him and his old home, between him and Kathleen and Billy and Jean Jolicoeur's saloon, but between him and his past life the unending miles of eternity intervened. He was removed from it as completely as though he were dead and buried. A month went by. Sometimes Jo went to the village below, and then, at first, he locked the door of the house behind him upon Charley. Against this Charley made no motion and said no word, but patiently awaited Jo's return. So it was that at last Jo made no attempt to lock the door, but with a nod or a good bye left him alone. When Charley saw him returning he would go to meet him, and shake hands with him and say "Good day," and then would come in with him and help him get supper or do the work of the house. Since Charley came no one had visited the house, for there were no paths beyond it, and no one came to the Vadrone mountain save by chance. But after 2 months had gone the Cure came. Twice a year the Cure made it a point to visit Jo in the interests of his soul, though the visits came to little, for Jo never went to confession, and seldom to mass. On this occasion the Cure arrived when Jo was out in the woods. He discovered Charley. Charley made no answer to his astonished and friendly greeting, but watched him with a wide-eyed anxiety till the Cure seated himself at the door to await Jo's coming. Presently, as he sat there, Charley, who had studied his face as a child studies the unfamiliar face of a stranger, brought him a bowl of bread and milk and put it in his hands. The Cure smiled and thanked him, and Charley smiled in return and said, "It is very good." As the Cure ate, Charley watched him with satisfaction, and nodded at him kindly. When Jo came, he lied to the Cure. He said he found Charley wandering in the woods, with a wound in his head, and had brought him home with him and cared for him. 40 miles away he had found him. The Cure was perplexed. What was there to do? He believed what Jo said. So far as he knew, Jo had never lied to him before, and he thought he understood Jo's interest in this man with the look of a child and no memory. Jo's life was terribly lonely. He had no one to care for, and no one cared for him. Here was what might comfort him. Through this helpless man might come a way to Jo's own good. So he argued with himself. What to do? Tell the story to the world by writing to the newspaper at Quebec? Jo pooh-poohed this. Wait till the man's memory came back. Would it come back? What chance was there of its ever coming back? Jo said that they ought to wait and see, wait a while, and then, if his memory did not return, they would try to find his friends by publishing his story abroad. Chaudiere was far from anywhere. It knew little of the world, and the world knew naught of it, and this was a large problem for the Cure. Perhaps Jo was right, he thought. The man was being well cared for, and what more could be wished at the moment? The Cure was a simple man, and when Jo urged that if the sick man could get well anywhere in the world, It would be at Vadrome Mountain in Chaudiere. The Cure's parochial guide was roused, and he was ready to believe all Jo said. He also saw reason in Jo's request that the village should not be told of the sick man's presence. Before he left, the Cure knelt down and prayed, for the good of this poor mortal's soul and body. As he prayed, Charley knelt down also, and kept his eyes, calm, unwondering eyes, full fixed on the good M. Loisel, whose grey hair, thin, peaceful face, and dark brown eyes made a noble picture of patience and devotion. When the Cure shook him by the hand, murmuring in good bye, "God be gracious to thee, my son," Charley nodded in a friendly way. He watched the departing figure till it disappeared over the crest of the hill. This day marked an epoch in the solitude of the hut on Vadrome Mountain. Jo had an inspiration. He got a second set of carpenter's tools, and straightway began to build a new room to the house. He gave the extra set of tools to Charley with an encouraging word. For the first time since he had been brought here, Charley's face took on a look of interest. In half an hour he was at work, smiling and perspiring, and quickly learning the craft. He seldom spoke, but he sometimes laughed a mirthful, natural boy's laugh of good spirits and contentment. From that day his interest in things increased, and before 2 months went round, while yet it was late autumn, he looked in perfect health. He ate moderately, drank a great deal of water, and slept half the circle of the clock each day. His skin was like silk, the colour of his face was as that of an apple. He was more than ever Beauty Steele. The Cure came 2 or 3 times, and Charley spoke to him, but never held conversation, and no word concerning the past ever passed his tongue, nor did he have memory of what was said to him from one day to the next. 100 ways Jo had tried to rouse his memory, but the words Cote Dorion had no meaning to him, and he listened blankly to all names and phrases once so familiar. Yet he spoke French and English in a slow, passive, involuntary way. All was automatic, mechanical. The weeks again wore on, and autumn became winter, and then at last, one day, the Cure came, bringing his brother, a great Parisian surgeon lately arrived from France on a short visit. The Cure had told his brother the story, and had been met by a keen, astonished interest in the unknown man on Vadrome Mountain. A slight pressure on the brain from accident had before now produced loss of memory. The great man's professional curiosity was aroused. He saw a nice piece of surgical work ready to his hand. He asked to be taken to Vadrome Mountain. Now the Cure had lived long out of the world, and was not in touch with the swift-minded action and adventuring intellects of such men as his brother Marcel Loisel. Was it not tempting Providence, a surgical operation? He was so used to people getting ill and getting well without a doctor, the nearest was 20 miles distant, or getting ill and dying in what seemed a natural and preordained way, that to cut open a man's head and look into his brain, and do this or that to his skull, seemed almost sinful. Was it not better to wait and see if the poor man would not recover in God's appointed time? In answer to his sensitively eager and diverse questions, Marcel Loisel replied that his dear Cure was merely mediaeval, and that he had sacrificed his mental powers on the altar of a simple faith, which might remove mountains, but was of no value in a case like this, where, clearly, surgery was the only providence. At this the Cure got to his feet, came over, laid his hand on his brother's shoulder, and said with tears in his eyes: "Marcel, you shock me. Indeed, you shock me." Then he twisted a knot in his cassock cords, and added: "Come then, Marcel, we will go to him, and may God guide us aright." That afternoon the 2 grey-haired men visited Vadrome Mountain, and there they found Charley at work in the little room that the 2 men had built. Charley nodded pleasantly when the Cure introduced his brother, but showed no further interest at first. He went on working at the cupboard under his hand. His cap was off, and his hair was a little rumpled where the wound had been, for he had a habit of rubbing the place now and then, an abstracted, sensitive motion, although he seemed to suffer no pain. The surgeon's eyes fastened on the place, and as Charley worked and his brother talked, he studied the man, the scar, the contour of the head. At last he came up to Charley, and softly placed his fingers on the scar, feeling the skull. Charley turned quickly. There was something in the long, piercing look of the surgeon which seemed to come through limitless space to the sleeping and imprisoned memory of Charley's sick mind. A confused, anxious, half fearful look crept into the wide blue eyes. It was like a troubled ghost flitting along the boundaries of sight and sense, and leaving a chill and a horrified wonder behind. The surgeon gazed on, and the trouble in Charley's eye passed to his face, stayed an instant. Then he turned away to Jo Portugais. "I am thirsty now," he said, and he touched his lips in the way he had wont to do in those countless ages ago, when millions upon millions of miles away, people said, "There goes Charley Steele." "I am thirsty now," and that touch of the lip with the tongue was a revelation to the surgeon. A half hour later he was walking homeward with the Cure. Jo accompanied them for a distance. As they emerged into the wider road paths that began halfway down the mountain, the Cure, who had watched his brother's face for a long time in silence, said: "What is in your mind, Marcel?" The surgeon turned with a half smile. "He is happy now. No memory, no conscience, no pain, no responsibility, no trouble. Nothing behind or before. Is it good to bring him back?" The Cure had thought it all over, and he had wholly changed his mind since that first talk with his brother. "To save a mind, Marcel," he said. "Then to save a soul," suggested the surgeon. "Would he thank me? It is our duty to save him. Body and mind and soul, eh? And if I look after the body and the mind? His soul is in God's hands, Marcel." "But will he thank me? How can you tell what sorrows, what troubles he has had? What struggles, temptations, sins? He has none now, of any sort, not a stain, physical or moral." "That is not life, Marcel." "Well, well, you have changed. This morning it was I who would, and you hesitated." "I see differently now, Marcel." The surgeon put a hand playfully on his brother's shoulders. "Did you think, my dear Prosper, that I should hesitate? Am I a sentimentalist? But what will he say?" "We need not think of that, Marcel." "But yet suppose that with memory come again sin and shame, even crime." "We will pray for him." "But if he isn't a Catholic?" "One must pray for sinners," said the Cure after a silence. This time the surgeon laid a hand on the shoulder of his brother affectionately. "Upon my soul, dear Prosper, you almost persuade me to be reactionary and mediaeval." The Cure turned half uneasily towards Jo, who was following at a little distance. This seemed hardly the sort of thing for him to hear. "You had better return now, Jo," he said. "As you wish, M'sieu'," Jo answered, then looked inquiringly at the surgeon. "In about 5 days, Portugais. Have you a steady hand and a quick eye?" Jo spread out his hands in deprecation, and turned to the Cure, as though for him to answer. "Jo is something of a physician and surgeon too, Marcel. He has a gift. He has cured many in the parish with his herbs and tinctures, and he has set legs and arms successfully." The surgeon eyed Jo humorously but kindly. "He is probably as good a doctor as some of us. Medicine is a gift. Surgery is a gift and an art. You shall hear from me, Portugais." He looked again keenly at Jo. "You have not given him herbs and tinctures?" "Nothing, M'sieu'." "Very sensible. Good day, Portugais." "Good day, my son," said the priest, and raised his fingers in benediction as Jo turned and quickly retraced his steps. "Why did you ask him if he had given the poor man any herbs or tinctures, Marcel?" said the priest. "Because those quack tinctures have whiskey in them." "What do you mean?" "Whiskey in any form would be bad for him," the surgeon answered evasively. But to himself he kept saying, "The man was a drunkard. He was a drunkard." Chapter 11. The Raising of the Curtain. M. Marcel Loisel did his work with a masterly precision, with the aid of his brother and Portugais. The man under the instruments, not wholly insensible, groaned once or twice. Once or twice, too, his eyes opened with a dumb, hunted look, then closed as with an irresistible weariness. When the work was over, and every stain or sign of surgery removed, sleep came down on the bed, a deep and saturating sleep which seemed to fill the room with peace. For hours the surgeon sat beside the couch, now and again feeling the pulse, wetting the hot lips, touching the forehead with his palm. At last, with a look of satisfaction, he came forward to where Jo and the Cure sat beside the fire. "It is all right," he said. "Let him sleep as long as he will." He turned again to the bed. "I wish I could stay to see the end of it. Is there no chance, Prosper?" he added to the priest. "Impossible, Marcel. You must have sleep. You have a 70-mile drive before you to morrow, and 60 the next day. You can only reach the port now by starting at daylight to morrow." So it was that Marcel Loisel, the great surgeon, was compelled to leave Chaudiere before he knew that the memory of the man who had been under his knife had actually returned to him. He had, however, no doubt in his own mind, and he was confident that there could be no physical harm from the operation. Sleep was the all important thing. In it lay the strength for the shock of the awakening, if awakening of memory there was to be. Before he left he stooped over Charley and said musingly: "I wonder what you will wake up to, my friend." Then he touched the wound with a light caressing finger. "It was well done, well done," he murmured proudly. A moment afterwards he was hurrying down the hill to the open road, where a carriole awaited the Cure and himself. For a day and a half Charley slept, and Jo watched him with an affectionate solicitude. Once or twice, becoming anxious, because of the heavy breathing and the motionless sleep, he had forced open the teeth and poured a little broth between. Just before dawn on the second morning, worn out and heavy with slumber, Jo lay down by a piled up fire and dropped into a sleep that wrapped him like a blanket, folding him away into a drenching darkness. For a time there was a deep silence, troubled only by Jo's deep breathing, which seemed itself like the pulse of the silence. Charley appeared not to be breathing at all. He was lying on his back, seemingly lifeless. Suddenly, on the snug silence, there was a sharp sound. A tree outside snapped with the frost. Charley awoke. The body seemed not to awake, for it did not stir, but the eyes opened wide and full, looking straight before them, straight up to the brown, smoke-stained rafters, along which were ranged guns and fishing tackle, axes and bear traps. Full, clear blue eyes, healthy and untired as a child's fresh from an all-night drowse, they looked and looked. Yet at first the body did not stir, only the mind seemed to be awakening, the soul creeping out from slumber into the day. Presently, however, as the eyes gazed, there stole into them a wonder, a trouble, an anxiety. For a moment they strained at the rafters and the crude weapons and implements there. Then the body moved quickly, eagerly, and turned to see the flickering shadows made by the fire, and the simple order of the room. A minute more, and Charley was sitting on the side of his couch, dazed and staring. This hut, this fire, the figure by the hearth in a sound sleep. His hand went to his head. It felt the bandage there. He remembered now. Last night at the Cote Dorion. Last night he had talked with Suzon Charlemagne at the Cote Dorion. Last night he had drunk harder than he had ever drunk in his life. He had defied, chaffed, insulted the river drivers. The whole scene came back. The faces of Suzon and her father, Suzon's fingers on his for an instant, the glass of brandy beside him, the lanterns on the walls, the hymn he sang, the sermon he preached. He shuddered a little. The rumble of angry noises round him, the tumbler thrown, the crash of the lantern, and only one light left in the place. Then Jake Hough and his heavy hand, the flying monocle, and his disdainful, insulting reply, the sight of the pistol in the hand of Suzon's father. Then a rush, a darkness, and his own fierce plunge towards the door, beyond which were the stars and the cool night and the dark river. Curses, hands that battered and tore at him, the doorway reached, and then a blow on the head, and falling, 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 and distant noises growing more distant, and suddenly and sweetly absolute silence. Again he shuddered. Why? He remembered that scene in his office yesterday with Kathleen, and the one later with Billy. A sensitive chill swept all over him, making his flesh creep, and a flush spread over his face from chin to brow. To-day he must pick up all these threads again, must make things right for Billy, must replace the money he had stolen, must face Kathleen again, he shuddered. Was he at the Cote Dorion still? He looked round him. No, this was not the sort of house to be found at the Cote Dorion. Clearly, this was the hut of a hunter. Probably he had been fished out of the river by this woodsman and brought here. He felt his head. The wound was fresh and very sore. He had played for death with an insulting disdain, yet here he was alive. Certainly he was not intended to be drowned or knifed. He remembered the knives he saw unsheathed, or kicked or pummelled into the hereafter. It was about 10 o'clock when he had had his accident. He affected a smile, yet somehow he did not smile easily. It must be now about 5, for here was the morning creeping in behind the deerskin blind at the window. Strange that he felt none the worse for his mishap, and his tongue was as clean and fresh as if he had been drinking milk last night, and not very doubtful brandy at the Cote Dorion. No fever in his hands, no headache. Only the sore skull, so well and tightly bandaged, but a wonderful thirst and an intolerable hunger. He smiled. When had he ever been hungry for breakfast before? Here he was with a fine appetite. It was like coals of fire heaped on his head by nature for last night's business at the Cote Dorion. How true it was that penalties did not always come with indiscretions. Yet, all at once, he flushed again to the forehead, for a curious sense of shame flashed through his whole being, and one Charley Steele, the Charley Steele of this morning, an unknown, unadventuring, on-looking Charley Steele, was viewing with abashed eyes the Charley Steele who had ended a doubtful career in the coarse and desperate proceedings of last night. With a nervous confusion he sought refuge in his eyeglass. His fingers fumbled over his waistcoat, but did not find it. The weapon of defence and attack, the symbol of interrogation and incomprehensibility, was gone. Beauty Steele was under the eyes of another self, and neither disdain nor contempt nor the passive stare were available. He got suddenly to his feet and started forward as though to find refuge from himself. The abrupt action sent the blood to his head, and feeling a blindness come over him, he put both hands up to his temples and sank back on the couch, dizzy and faint. His motions waked Jo Portugais, who scrambled from the floor and came towards him. "Monsieur," he said, "you must not. You are faint." He dropped his hand supportingly to Charley's shoulders. Charley nodded, but did not yet look up. His head throbbed sorely. "Water, please," he said. In an instant Jo was beside him again, with a bowl of fresh water at his lips. He drank, drank, until the great bowl was drained to the last drop. "Whew, that was good," he said, and looked up at Jo with a smile. "Thank you, my friend. I haven't the honour of your acquaintance, but—" He stopped suddenly and stared at Jo. Inquiry, mystification were in his look. "Have I ever seen you before?" he said. "Who knows, monsieur?" Since Jo had stood before Charley in the dock, nearly 6 years ago, he had greatly changed. The marks of smallpox, a heavy beard, grey hair, and solitary life had altered him beyond Charley's recognition. Jo could hardly speak. His legs were trembling under him, for now he knew that Charley Steele was himself again. He was no longer the simple, quiet man child of 3 days ago and of these months past, but the man who had saved him from hanging, to whom he owed a debt he dare not acknowledge. Jo's brain was in a muddle. Now that the great crisis was over, now that the expected thing had come, and face to face with the cure, he had neither tongue, nor strength, nor wit. His words stuck in his throat where his heart was, and for a minute his eyes had a kind of mist before them. Meanwhile Charley's eyes were upon him, curious, fixed, abstracted. "Is this your house?" "It is, monsieur." "You fished me out of the river by the Cote Dorion?" He still held his head with his hands, for it throbbed so, but his eyes were intent on his companion. "Yes, monsieur." Charley's hand mechanically fumbled for his monocle. Jo turned quickly to the wall, and taking it by its cord from the nail where it had been for these long months, handed it over. Charley took it and mechanically put it in his eye. "Thank you, my friend," he said. "Have I been conscious at all since you rescued me last night?" he asked. "In a way, monsieur." "Ah, well, I can't remember, but it was very kind of you. I do thank you very much. Do you think you could find me something to eat?" I beg your pardon, it isn't breakfast time, of course, but I was never so hungry in my life." "In a minute, M'sieu', in 1 minute. But lie down, you must lie down a little. You got up too quick, and it makes your head throb. You have had nothing to eat." "Nothing since yesterday noon, and very little then. I didn't eat anything at the Cote Dorion, I remember." He lay back on the couch and closed his eyes. The throbbing in his head presently stopped, and he felt that if he ate something he could go to sleep again, it was so restful in this place. A whole day's sleep and rest, how good it would be after last night's racketing. Here was primitive and material comfort, the secret of content if you liked. Here was this poor hunter fellow with enough to eat and to drink, earning it every day by every day's labour, and like Robinson Crusoe, no doubt, living in a serene self-sufficiency and an Elysian retirement. Probably he had no responsibilities in the world, with no one to say him nay, himself only to consider in all the universe. A divine conception of adequate life. Yet himself, Charley Steele, an idler, a waster, with no purpose in life, with scarcely the necessity to earn his bread, never, at any rate until lately, was the slave of the civilization to which he belonged. Was civilization worth the gain? His hand involuntarily went to his head. It changed the course of his thoughts. He must go back to-day to put Billy's crime right, to replace the trust moneys Billy had taken by forging his brother-in-law's name. Not a moment must be lost. No doubt he was within driving distance of his office, and, bandaged head or no bandaged head, last night's disgraceful doings notwithstanding, it was his duty to face the wondering eyes. What did he care for wondering eyes? Hadn't he been making eyes wonder all his life? Face the wondering eyes in the little city, and set a crooked business straight. Fool and scoundrel certainly Billy was, but there was Kathleen. His lips tightened. He had a strange, anxious flutter of the heart. When had his heart fluttered like this? When had he ever before considered Kathleen's feelings as to his personal conduct so delicately? Well, since yesterday he did feel it, and a sudden sense of pity sprang up in him. Vague, shamefaced pity, which belied the sudden egotistical flourish with which he put his monocle to his eye and tried futilely to smile in the old way. He had lain with his eyes closed. They opened now, and he saw his host spreading a newspaper as a kind of cloth on a small rough table, and putting some food upon it bread, meat, and a bowl of soup. It was thoughtful of this man to make his soup overnight. He saw Jo lift it from beside the fire, where it had been kept hot. A good fellow, an excellent fellow, this woodsman. His head did not throb now, and he drew himself up slowly on his elbow, then after a moment lifted himself to a sitting posture. "What is your name, my friend?" he said. "Jo Portugais, Monsieur," Jo answered, and brought a candle and put it on the table, then lifted the tin plate from over the bowl of savoury soup. Never before had Charley Steele sat down to such a breakfast. A roll and a cup of coffee had been enough, and often too much for him. Yet now he could not wait to eat the soup with a spoon, but lifted the bowl and took a long draught of it, and set it down with a sigh of content. Then he broke bread into the soup, large pieces of black oat bread, until the bowl was a mass of luscious pulp. This he ate almost ravenously, his eye wandering avidly the while to the small piece of meat beside the bowl. What meat was it? It looked like venison, yet summer was not the time for venison. What did it matter? Jo sat on a bench beside the fire, his face turned towards his guest, dreading the moment when the man he had nursed and cared for, with whom he had eaten and drunk for so long, should know the truth about himself. He could not tell him all there was to tell. He was taking another means of letting him know. Charley did not speak. Hunger was a new sensation, a delicious thing, too good to be broken by talking. He ate till he had cleared away the last crumbs of bread and meat, and drunk the last drop of soup. He looked at the woodsman as though wondering if he would bring more. Jo evidently thought he had had enough, for he did not move. Charley's glance withdrew from Jo, and busied itself with the few crumbs remaining upon the table. He saw a little piece of bread on the floor. He picked it up and ate it with relish, laughing to himself. "How long will it take us to get to town? Can we do it this morning?" "Not this morning, Monsieur," said Jo in a sort of hoarse whisper. "How many hours would it take?" He was gathering the last crumbs of his feast with his hand, and looking casually down at the newspaper spread as a tablecloth. All at once his hand stopped, his eyes became fixed on a spot in the paper. He gave a hoarse, guttural cry like an animal in agony. His lips became dry, his hand wiped a blinding mist from his eyes. Jo watched him with an intense alarm and a horrified curiosity. He felt a base coward for not having told Charley what this paper contained. Never had he seen such a look as this. He felt his beads and told them over and over again as Charley Steele, in a dry, croaking sort of whisper, read, in letters that seemed monstrous symbols of fire, a record of himself. "To-day, by special license from the civil and ecclesiastical courts," the paragraph in the paper began, "was married at St. Theobald's Church, Mrs. Charles Steele, daughter of the late Honourable Julian Wantage, a niece of the late Eustace Wantage, Esquire, to Captain Thomas Fairing, of the Royal Fusiliers." Charley snatched at the top of the paper and read the date, 10th of February, 18 . It was August when he was at the Cote Dorion, the 5th August, 18, and this paper was February 10th, 18. He read on. In the month-old paper, with every nerve in his body throbbing now, a fierce beating that seemed as if it must burst his heart and the veins. Captain Thomas Fairing of the Royal Fusiliers, whose career in our midst has been marked by an honourable sense of public and private duty. Our fellow citizens will unite with us in congratulating the bride, whose previous misfortunes have only increased the respect in which she is held. If all remember the obscure death of her first husband, though the body was not found, there has never been a doubt of his death, and the subsequent discovery that he had embezzled trust moneys to the extent of $25,000, thereby setting the final seal of shame upon a misspent life destined for brilliant and powerful uses, all have conspired to forget the association of our beautiful and admired townswoman with his career. It is painful to refer to these circumstances, but it is only within the past few days that the estate of the misguided man has been wound up, and the money he embezzled restored to its rightful owners. And it is better to make these remarks now than to repeat them in the future, only to arouse painful memories in quarters where we should least desire to wound. In her new life, blessed by a romantic devotion known and admired by all, Mrs. Fairing and her husband will be followed by the affectionate good wishes of the whole community. The man on the hearthstone shrank back at the sight of the still, white face, in which the eyes were like sparks of fire. His impulse had been to go over and offer the hand of sympathy to the stricken man, but his simple mind grasped the fact that no one might, with impunity, invade this awful quiet. Charley was frozen in body, but his brain was awake with the heat of a burning fiery furnace. 7 months of unconscious life, 7 months of silence, no sight, no seeing, no knowing, 7 months of oblivion, in which the world had buried him out of ken in an unknown grave of infamy. 7 months, and Kathleen was married again to the man she had always loved. To the world he himself was a rogue and thief. Billy had remained silent. Billy, whom he had so befriended, had let decent men heap scorn and reproaches on his memory. Here was what the world thought of him. He read the lines over again, his eyes scorching, but his finger steady as it traced the lines slowly. The obscure death, embezzled trust moneys, the final seal of shame upon a misspent life. These were the epitaphs on the tombstone of Charley Steele. Dead and buried, out of sight, out of repute, soon to be out of mind and out of memory, save as a warning to others, an old example raked out of the dustbin of time by the scavengers of morality, to toss at all who trod the paths of dalliance. What was there to do? Go back? Go back and knock at Kathleen's door, another Enoch Arden, and say, "I have come to be my own again." Return and tell Tom Fairing to go his way, and show his face no more. Break up this union, this marriage of love in which these two rejoiced. Summon Kathleen out of her illegal intercourse with the man who had been true to her all these years? To what end? What had he ever done for her that he might destroy her now? What sort of Spartan tragedy was this, that the woman who had been the victim of circumstances, who had been the slave to a tie he never felt, yet which he had been as iron bound to her, should now be brought out to be mangled body and soul for no fault of her own? What had she done? What had she ever done to give him right to touch so much as a hair of her head? Go back and bring Billy to justice and clear his own name? Go back and send Kathleen's brother, the forger, to jail? What an achievement in justice! Would not the world have a right to say that the only decent thing he could do was to eliminate himself from the equation? What profit for him in the great summing up, that he was technically innocent of this one thing, and that to establish his innocence he broke a woman's heart and destroyed a boy's life? To what end? It was the murderer coming back as a ghost to avenge himself for being hanged. Suppose he went back, the death's head at the feast, what would there be for him afterwards, for any one for whom he was responsible? Living at that price? To die and end it all, to disappear from this petty life where he had done so little, and that little ill. To die? No. There was in him some deep, if obscure, fatalism after all. If he had been meant to die now, why had he not gone to the bottom of the river that yesterday at the Cote Dorion? Why had he been saved by this yokel at the fire, and brought here to lie in oblivion in this mountain hut, wrapped in silence and lost to the world? Why had his brain and senses lain fallow all these months, a vacuous vegetation, an empty consciousness? Was it fate? Did it not seem probable that the great machine had, in its automatic movement, tossed him up again on the shores of time because he had not fallen on the trap door predestined for his external exit? It was clear to him that death by his own hand was futile, and that if there were trap doors set for him alone, it were well to wait until he trod upon them and fell through in his appointed hour in the movement of the great machine. What to do? Where to live? How to live? He got slowly to his feet and took a step forward, half blindly. The man on the bench stirred. Crossing the room, he dropped a hand on the man's shoulder. "Open the blind, my friend." Jo Portugais got to his feet quickly, eyes averted. He did not dare look into Charley's face, and went over and drew back the deerskin blind. The clear, crisp sunlight of a frosty morning broke gladly into the room. Charley turned and blew out the candle on the table where he had eaten, then walked feebly to the window. Standing on the crest of the mountain, the hut looked down through a clearing flanked by forest trees. It was a goodly scene. The green and frosted foliage of the pines and cedars, the flowery tracery of frost hanging like cobwebs everywhere, the powdery sparkle in the air, the hills of silver and emerald sloping down to the valley miles away, where the village clustered about the great old parish church, the smoke from 100 chimneys in purple spirals rising straight up in the windless air, over all peace and a perfect silence. Charley mechanically fixed his eyeglass and stood with hands resting on the window sill, looking out upon a new world. At length he turned. "Is there anything I can do for you, monsieur?" said Jo huskily. Charley held out his hand and clasped Jo's. "Tell me about all these months," he said. Chapter 11. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapters 12, 13, and 14 of The Right of Way by Gilbert Parker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 12. The Coming of Rosalie. Charley Steele saw himself as he had been through the eyes of another. He saw the work that he had done in the carpentering shed, and had no memory of it. The real Charley Steele had been enveloped in oblivion for 7 months. During that time a mild phantom of himself had wandered, as it were in a somnambulistic dream, through the purlieus of life. Open-eyed, but with the soul asleep, all idiosyncrasy laid aside, all acquired impressions and influences vanished, he had been walking in the world, with no more complexity of mind than a new born child, nothing intervening between the sight of the eyes and the original sense. Now, when the real Charley Steele emerged again, the folds of mind and soul unrolling to the million voiced creation and touched by the antenna of a various civilization, the phantom Charley was gone once more into obscurity. The real Charley could remember naught of the other, could feel naught, save as in this stirring industrious day one remembers that he has dreamed a strange dream the night before, and cannot recall it, though the overpowering sense of it remains. He saw the work of his hands, the things he had made with adze and plane, with chisel and hammer, but nothing seemed familiar save the smell of the glue pot, which brought back in a cloudy impression curious unfamiliar feelings. Sights, sounds, motions passed in a confused way through his mind as the smell of the glue crept through his nostrils, and he struggled hard to remember. But no, 7 months of his life were gone forever. Yet he knew and felt that a vast change had gone over him, had passed through him. While the soul had lain fallow, while the body had been growing back to childlike health again, and nature had been pouring into his sick senses her healing balm, while the medicaments of peace and sleep and quiet labor had been having their way with him, he had been reorganized, renewed, flushed of the turgid silt of dissipation. For his sins and weaknesses there had been no gall and vinegar to drink. As Charley stood looking round the workshop, Jo entered, shaking the snow from his moccasined feet. "The Cure, Monsieur Loisel, has come," he said. Charley turned, and, without a word, followed Jo into the house. There, standing at the window and looking down at the village beneath, was the Cure. As Charley entered, M. Loisel came forward with outstretched hand. "I am glad to see you well again, Monsieur," he said, and his cool thin hand held Charley's for a moment as he looked at him benignly in the eye. With a kind of instinct as to the course he must henceforth pursue, Charley replied simply, dropping his eyeglass as he met that clear soluble look of the priest, such a well of simplicity he had never before seen. Only naked eye could meet that naked eye, imperfect though his own sight was. "It is good of you to feel so and to come and tell me so," he answered quietly. "I have been a great trouble, I know." There was none of the old pose in his manner, none of the old cryptic quality in his words. "We were anxious for your sake, and for the sake of your friends, Monsieur." Charley evaded the question. "I cannot easily repay your kindness and that of Jo Portugais, my good friend here," he rejoined. "Monsieur," replied Jo, his face turned away and his foot pushing a log on the fire, "you have repaid it." Charley shook his head. "I am in a conspiracy of kindness," he said. "It is all a mystery to me. For why should one expect such treatment from strangers, when, besides all, one can never make any real return, not even to pay for board and lodging?" "I was a stranger, and ye took me in," said the Cure, smiling by no means sentimentally. "So said the friend of the world." Charley looked the Cure steadily in the eyes. He was thinking how simply this man had said these things, as if, indeed, they were a part of his life, as though it were usual speech with him, a something that belonged, not an acquired language. There was the old impulse to ask a question, and he put the monocle to his eye, but his lips did not open, and the eyeglass fell again. He had seen familiarity with sacred names and things in the uneducated, in excited revivalists, worked up to a state of clairvoyant and conversational with the Creator. But he had never heard an educated man speak as this man did. At last Charley said: "Your brother Portugais tells me that your brother the surgeon has gone away. I should have liked to thank him, if no more. I have written him of your good recovery. He will be glad, I know. But my brother, from one standpoint, a human standpoint, had scruples. These I did not share, but they were strong in him, Monsieur." Marcel asked himself. He stopped suddenly and looked towards Jo. Charley saw the look and said quickly: "Speak plainly. Portugais is my friend." Jo turned slowly towards him, and a light seemed to come to his eyes, a shining something that resolved itself into a dog like fondness, an utter obedience, a strange, intense gratitude. "Marcel asked himself," the Cure continued, whether you would thank him for bringing you back to life and memory. I fear he was trying to see what I should say. I fear so. Marcel said, suppose that he should curse me for it. Who knows what he would be brought back to what suffering and pain, perhaps. Marcel said that." "And you replied, Monsieur le Cure?" "I replied that nature required you to answer that question for yourself, and whether bitterly or gladly, it was your duty to take up your life and live it out. Besides, it was not you alone that had to be considered. One does not live alone or die alone in this world. There were your friends to consider." "And because I had no friends here, you were compelled to think for me," answered Charley calmly. "Truth is, it was not a question of my friends, for what I was during those 7 months, or what I am now, can make no difference to them." He looked the Cure in the eyes steadily, and as though he would convey his intentions without words. The Cure understood. The habit of listening to the revelations of the human heart had given him something of that clairvoyance which can only be pursued by the primitive mind, unvexed by complexity. "It is, then, as though you had not come to life again? It is as though you had no past, Monsieur?" "It is that, Monsieur." Jo suddenly turned and left the room, for he had heard a step on the frosty snow without. "You will remain here, Monsieur?" said the Cure. "I cannot tell." The Cure had the bravery of simple souls with a duty to perform. He fastened his eyes on Charley. "Monsieur, is there any reason why you should not stay here? I ask it now, man to man, not as a priest of my people, but as man to man." Charley did not answer for a moment. He was wondering how he should put his reply. But his look did not waver, and the Cure saw the honesty of the gaze. At length he replied: "If you mean, have I committed any crime which the law may punish? I answer no, Monsieur. If you mean, have I robbed or killed or forged, or wronged a woman as men wrong women? No. These, I take, are the things that matter first. For the rest, you can think of me as badly as you will, or as well, for what I do henceforth is the only thing that really concerns the world, Monsieur le Cure." The Cure came forward and put out his hand with a kindly gesture. "Monsieur, you have suffered," he said. "Never, never at all, Monsieur. Never for a moment until I was dropped down here like a stone from a sling. I had life by the throat. Now it has me there. That is all." "You are not a Catholic, Monsieur?" asked the priest, almost pleadingly, and as though the question had been much on his mind. "No, Monsieur." The Cure made no rejoinder. If he was not a Catholic, what matter what he was? If he was not a Catholic, were he Buddhist, pagan, or Protestant, the position for them personally was the same. "I am very sorry," he said gently. "I might have helped you, had you been a Catholic." The eyeglass came like lightning to the eye. An caustic, questioning phrase was on the tongue, but Charley stopped himself in time. For apart from all else, this priest had been his friend in calamity, had acted with a charming sensibility. The eyeglass troubled the Cure, and the look on Charley's face troubled him still more, but it passed as Charley said in a voice as simple as the Cure's own: "You may still help me as you have already done. I give you my word, too" strange that he touched his lips with his tongue as he did in the old days when his mind turned to Jean Jolicoeur's saloon "that I will do nothing to cause regret for your humanity and Christian kindness." Again the tongue touched the lips. A wave of the old life had swept over him, the old thirst had rushed upon him. Perhaps it was the force of this feeling which made him add, with a curious energy: "I give you my word, Monsieur le Cure." At that moment the door opened, and Jo entered. "Monsieur," he said to Charley, "a registered parcel has come for you. It has been brought by the postmaster's daughter. She will give it to no one but yourself." Charley's face paled, and the Cure's was scarcely less pale. In Charley's mind was the question, who had discovered his presence here? Was he not, then, to escape? Who should send him parcels through the post? The Cure was perturbed. Was he, then, to know who this man was, his name and history? Was the story of his life now to be told? Charley broke the silence. "Tell the girl to come in." Instantly afterwards the postmaster's daughter entered. The look of the girl's face, at once delicate and rosy with health, almost put the question of the letter out of his mind for an instant. Her dark eyes met his as he came forward with outstretched hand. "This is addressed, as you will see, to the sick man at the house of Jo Portugais at Vadrome Mountain. Are you that person, monsieur?" she asked. As she handed the parcel, Charley's eyes scanned her face quickly. How did this habitant girl come by this perfect French accent, this refined manner? He did not know the handwriting on the parcel. He hastily tore it open. Inside were a few dozen small packets. Here also was a sheet of paper. He opened and read it quickly. It said: Monsieur, I am not sure that you have recovered your memory and your health, and I am also not sure that in such case you will thank me for my work. If you think I have done you an injury, pray accept my profound apologies. Monsieur, you have been a drunkard. If you would reverse the record now, these powders, taken at opportune moments, will aid you. Monsieur, with every expression of my good will, and the hope that you will convey to me without reserve your feelings on this delicate matter, I append my address in Paris, and I have the honour to subscribe myself, with high consideration, Monsieur, yours faithfully, Marcel Loisel. The others looked at him with varied feelings as he read. Curiosity, inquiry, expectation were common to them all, but with each was a different personal feeling. The Cure's has been described. Jo Portugais' mind was asking if this meant that the man who had come into his life must now go out of it. And the girl was asking who was this mysterious man, like none she had ever seen or known. Without hesitation Charley handed over the letter to the Cure, who took it with surprise, read it with amazement, and handed it back with a flush on his face. "Thank you," said Charley to the girl. "It is good of you to bring it all this way. May I ask?" "She is Mademoiselle Rosalie Evanturel," said the Cure, smiling. "I am Charles Mallard," said Charley. "Thank you. I will go now, Monsieur Mallard," the girl said, lifting her eyes to his face. He bowed. As she turned and went towards the door, her eyes met his. She blushed. "Wait, Mademoiselle, I will go back with you," said the Cure kindly. He turned to Charley and held out his hand. "God be with you, Monsieur Charles," he said. "Come and see me soon." Remembering that his brother had written that the man was a drunkard, his eyes had a look of pity. This was the man's own secret, and his. It was a way to the man's heart. He would use it. As the two went out of the door, the girl looked back. Charley was putting the surgeon's letter into the fire, and did not see her. Yet she blushed again. Chapter XIII. How Charley Went Adventuring, and What He Found. A week passed. Charley's life was running in a tiny circle, but his mind was compassing large revolutions. The events of the last few days had cut deep. His life had been turned upside down. All his predispositions had been suddenly brought to check, his habits turned upon the flank and routed, his mental postures flung into confusion. He had to start life again, but it could not be in the way of any previous travel of mind or body. The line of cleavage was sharp and wide, and the only connection with the past was in the long-reaching influence of evil habits, which crept from the coverts now and again, to mock him as his old self had mocked life, to mock him and to tempt him. Through 7 months of healthy life for his body, while the brain and will were sleeping, the whole man had made long strides towards recreation. But with the renewal of will and mind the old weaknesses, roused by memory, began to emerge intermittently, as water rises from a spring. There was something terrible in this repetition of sensation, the law of habit answering to a machine-like throbbing of memory, as, a kaleidoscope turning, its pictures pass a certain point at fixed intervals, an automatic recurrence. He found himself at times touching his lips with his tongue, and with this act came the dry throat, the hot eye, the restless hand feeling for a glass that eluded his fingers. Twice in 1 week did this fever surge up in him, and it caught him in those moments when, exhausted by the struggle of his mind to adapt itself to the new conditions, his senses were delicately susceptible. Visions of Jolicoeur's saloon came to his mind's eye. With a singular separateness, a new developed dual sense, he saw himself standing in the summer heat, looking over to the cool dark doorway of the saloon, and he caught again the smell of the fresh drawn beer. He was conscious of watching himself do this and that, of seeing himself move here and there. He began to look upon Charley Steele as a man he had known. He, Charles Mallard, had known, while he had to suffer for what Charley Steele had done. Then, all at once, as he was thinking and dreaming and seeing, there would seize upon him the old appetite, coincident with the seizure of his brain by the old sense of cynicism at its worst, such a worst as had made him insult Jake Hough when the rough countryman was ready to take his part that wild night at the Cote Dorion. At such moments life became a conflict, almost a terror, for as yet he had not swung into line with the new order of things. In truth, there was no order of things, for one life was behind him, and the new one was not yet decided upon, save that here he would stay. Here, out of the world, out of the game, far from old associations, cut off, and to be forever cut off, from all that he had ever known, or seen, or felt, or loved. Loved. When did he ever love? If love was synonymous with unselfishness, with the desire to give greater than the desire to get, then he had never known love. He realized now that he had given Kathleen only what might be given across a dinner table, the sensuous tribute of a temperament passionate without true passion or faith or friendship. Kathleen had known that he gave her nothing worth having, for in some meagre sense she knew what love was, and had given it meagerly, after her nature, to another man, preserving meanwhile the letter of the law, respecting that bond which he had shamed by his excesses. Kathleen was now sitting at another man's table. No, probably at his own table. His, Charley Steele's own table, in his own house. The house he had given her by deed of gift the day he died. Tom Fairing was sitting where he used to sit, talking across the table, not as he used to talk, looking into Kathleen's face as he had never looked. He was no more to them than a dark memory. Well, why should I be more? He asked himself. I am dead, if not buried. They think me down among the fishes. My game is done, and when she gets older and understands life better, Kathleen will say, "Poor Charley, he might have been anything." She'll be sure to say that some day, for habit and memory go round in a circle, and pass the same point again and again. For me, they take me by the throat. He put up his hand as if to free his throat from a grip, his tongue touched his lips, his hands grew restless. It comes back on me like a fit of ague, this miserable thirst. If I were within sight of Jolicoeur's saloon, I should be drinking hard this minute. But I'm here, and his hand felt his pocket, and he took out the powders the great surgeon had sent him. He knew. How did he know that I was a drunkard? Does a man carry in his face the tale he would not tell? Jo says I didn't talk of the past, that I never had delirium, that I never said a word to suggest who I was, or where I came from. Then how did the doctor man know? I suppose every particular habit carries its own signal, and the expert knows the ciphers. He opened the paper containing the powders, and looked round for water, then paused, folded the paper up, and put it in his pocket again. He went over to the window and looked out. His shoulders set square. No, 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 not a speck on my tongue, he said. What I can't do of my own will is not worth doing. It's too foolish to yield to the shadow of an old appetite. I play this game alone, here in Chaudiere. He looked out and down. The sweet sun of early spring was shining hard, and the snow was beginning to pack, to hang like a blanket on the branches, to lie like a soft coverlet over all the forest and the fields. Far away on the frozen river were saplings stuck up to show where the ice was safe, a long line of poles from shore to shore, where carrioles were hurrying across to the village. Being market day, the place was alive with the cheerful commerce of the habitant. The bell of the parish church was ringing. The sound of it came up distantly and peacefully. Charley drew a long breath, turned away to a pail of water, filled a dipper half full, and drank it off gaspingly. Then he returned to the window with a look of relief. "That does it," he said. "The horrible thing is gone again, out of my brain and out of my throat." As he stood there, Jo came up the hill with a bundle in his arms. Charley watched him for a moment, half whimsically, half curiously. Yet he sighed once, too, as Portugais opened the door and came into the room. "Well done, Jo," said he. "You have 'em?" "Yes, M'sieu'. A good suit, and I believe they'll fit. Old Trudel says it's the best suit he's made in a year. I'm afraid he'll not make many more suits, old Trudel. He's very bad. When he goes there'll be no tailor. Ah, old Trudel will be missed for sure, M'sieu'." Jo spread the clothes out on the table, a coat, waistcoat, and trousers of fulled cloth, grey and bulky, and smelling of the loom and the tailor's iron. Charley looked at them interestedly, then glanced at the clothes he had on, the suit that had belonged to him last year. Grave clothes. He drew himself up as though rousing from a dream. "Come, Jo, clear out, and you shall have your new habitant in a minute," he said. Portugais left the room, and when he came back Charley was dressed in a suit of grey fulled cloth. It was loose but comfortable, and save for the refined face, on which a beard was growing now, and the eyeglass, he might easily have passed for a farmer. When he put on the dogskin fur cap and a small muffler round his neck, it was the costume of the habitant complete. Yet it was no disguise, for it was part of the life that Charles Mallard, once Charley Steele, should lead henceforth. He turned to the door and opened it. "Good bye, Portugais," he said. Jo was startled. "Where are you going, M'sieu'?" "To the village." "What to do, M'sieu'?" "Who knows?" "You will come back?" Jo asked anxiously. "Before sundown, Jo. Good bye." This was the first long walk he had taken since he had become himself again. The sweet, cold air, with a bracing wind in his face, gave peace to the nerves but now strained and fevered in the fight with appetite. His mind cleared, and he drank in the sunny air and the pungent smell of the balsams. His feet light with moccasins, he even ran a distance, enjoying the glow from a fast beating pulse. As he came into the high road, people passed him in carrioles and sleighs. Some eyed him curiously. What did he mean to do? What object had he in coming to the village? What did he expect? As he entered the village his pace slackened. He had no destination, no object. He was simply aware that his new life was beginning. He passed a little house on which was a sign, "Narcisse Dauphin, Notary." It gave him a curious feeling. It was the old life before him. Charles Mallard, Notary? No, that was not for him. Everything that reminded him of the past, that brought him in touch with it, must be set aside. He moved on. Should he go to the Cure? No, one thing at a time, and today he wanted his thoughts for himself. More people passed him, and spoke of him to each other, though there was no coarse curiosity. The habitant has manners. Presently he passed a low shop with a divided door. The lower half was closed, the upper open, and the winter sun was shining full into the room where a bright fire burned. Charley looked up. Over the door was painted in straggling letters, "Louis Trudel, Tailor." He looked inside. There, on a low table, bent over his work, with a needle in his hand, sat Louis Trudel the tailor. Hearing footsteps, feeling a shadow, he looked up. Charley started at the look of the shrunken, yellow face, for if ever death had set its seal, it was on that haggard parchment. The tailor's yellow eyes ran from Charley's face to his clothes. "I knew they'd fit," he said with a snarl. "Drove me hard, too." Charley had an inspiration. He opened the half door and entered. "Do you want help?" he said, fixing his eyes on the tailor's, steady and persistent. "What's the good of wanting? I can't get it," was the irritable reply, as he uncrossed his legs. Charley took the iron out of his hand. "I'll press, if you'll show me how," he said. "I don't want a fiddling 10 minutes' help like that." "It isn't fiddling. I'm going to stay, if you'll think I'll do." "You are going to stop every day?" The old man's voice quavered a little. "Precisely that." Charley wetted a seam with water, as he had often seen tailors do. He dropped the hot iron on the seam, and sniffed with satisfaction. "Who are you?" said the tailor. "A man who wants work. The Cure knows. It's all right. Shall I stay?" The tailor nodded and sat down with a colour in his face. Chapter 14. Rosalie, Charley, and the man the widow Plomondon jilted. From the moment there came to the post office the letter addressed to "The sick man at the house of Jo Portugais at Vadrome Mountain," Rosalie Evanturel dreamed dreams. Mystery, so fascinating a thing in all the experiences of life, took hold of her. The strange man in the lonely hut on the hill, the bandaged head, the keen, piercing blue eyes, the monocle, like a masked battery of the mind, levelled at her, all appealed to that life she lived apart from the people with whom she had daily commerce. Her world was a world of books and dreams, and simple, practical duties of life. Most books were romance to her, for most were of a life to which she had not been educated. Even one or two purely Protestant books of missionary enterprise, found in a box in her dead mother's room, had had all the charms of poetry and adventure. It was all new, therefore all delightful, even when the Protestant sentiments shocked her as being not merely untrue, but hurting that aesthetic sense never remote from the mind of the devout Catholic. She had blushed when Monsieur had first looked at her in the hut on Vadrome Mountain, not because there was any soft sentiment about him in her heart, how could there be for a man she had but just seen, but because her feelings, her imagination, were all at high temperature, because the man compelled attention. The feeling sprang from a deep sensibility, a natural sense, not yet made incredulous by the ironies of life. These had never presented themselves to her in a country, in a parish, where people said of fortune and misfortune, happiness and sorrow, "C'est le bon Dieu." Always "C'est le bon Dieu." In some sense, it was a pity that she had brains above the ordinary, that she had had a good education and nice tastes. It was the cultivation of the primitive and idealistic mind which could not rationalise a sense of romance, of the altruistic, by knowledge of life. As she sat behind the post office counter, she read all sorts of books that came her way. When she learned English so as to read it almost as easily as she read French, her greatest joy was to pore over Shakespeare, with a heart full of wonder, and very often eyes full of tears, so near to the eyes of her race. Her imagination inhabited Chaudiere with a different folk, living in homes very unlike these wide, sweeping roof structures, with double windows and clean scrubbed steps, tall doors and wide, uncovered stoops. Her people, people of bright dreaming, were not quarrelsome or childish or merely traditional, like the habitants. They were picturesque and able and simple, doing good things in disguise, succouring distressed, yielding their lives without thought for a cause or a woman, and loving with an undying love. Charley was of these people from the first instant she saw him. The Cure, the Advocate, and the Seigneur were also of them, but placidly, unimportantly. The sick man at Jo Portugais' house came out of a mysterious distance. Something in his eyes said I have seen, I have known, told her that when he spoke she would answer freely, that they were kinsfolk in some hidden way. Her nature was open and frank. She lived upon the housetops, as it were, going in and out of the lives of people of Chaudiere with neighbourly sympathy and understanding. Yet she knew that she was not one of them, and they knew, poor as she was, in her veins flowed the blood of the old nobility of France. For this the Cure could vouch. Her official position made her the servant of the public, and she did her duty with naturalness. She had been a figure in the parish ever since the day she returned from the convent at Quebec, and took her dead mother's place in the home in the parish. She had a quick temper, but there was not a cheerless note in her nature, and there was scarce a dog or a horse in the parish but knew her touch, and responded to it. Squirrels ate out of her hand. She had even tamed 2 partridges, and she kept in her little garden a bear she had brought up from a cub. Her devotion to her crippled father was in keeping with her quick response to every incident of sorrow or joy in the parish, only modified by wilful prejudices scarcely in keeping with her unselfishness. As Mrs. Flynn, the Seigneur's Irish cook, said of her, "Sure, she's not made all of one piece, the darlin'. She'll wear like silk, but she's not linen for everybody's washing." And Mrs. Flynn knew a thing or two, as was conceded by all in Chaudiere. No gossip was Mrs. Flynn, but she knew well what was going on in the parish, and she had strong views upon all subjects and a special interest in the welfare of two people in Chaudiere. One of these was the Seigneur, who, when her husband died, leaving behind him a name for wit and neighbourliness and nothing else, proposed that she should come to be his cook. In spite of her protest that what was fit for Teddy was not fit for a gentleman of quality, the Seigneur had had his way, never repenting of his choice. Mrs. Flynn's cooking was not her only good point. She had the rarest sense and unfailing spring of good nature. Life bubbled round her. It was she that had suggested the crippled M. Evanturel to the Seigneur when the office of postmaster became vacant, and the Seigneur had acted on her suggestion, henceforth taking greater interest in Rosalie. It was Mrs. Flynn who gave Rosalie information concerning Charley's arrival at the shop of Louis Trudel the tailor. The morning after Charley came, Mrs. Flynn had called for a waistcoat of the Seigneur, who was expected home from a visit to Quebec. She found Charley standing at a table pressing seams, and her quick eye took in with knowledge and instinct. She was the one person, save Rosalie, who could always divert old Louis, and this morning she puckered his sour face with amusement by the story of the courtship of the widow Plamondon and Germain Boily, the horse trader, whose greatest gift was animal training, and greatest weakness a fondness for widows, temporary and otherwise. Before she left the shop, with the stranger's smile answering to her nod, she had made up her mind that Charley was a tailor by courtesy only. So she told Rosalie a few moments afterwards. "'Tis a man, darlin', that's seen the wide world. 'Tis hemispheres he knows, not parishes. Fwhat he's doin' here, I dunno. Where's he come from, I dunno. French or English, I dunno. But a gentleman born, I know. 'Tis no tailor, darlin', but tailorin' he'll do as aisy as he'll do 100 other things any day. But how he shlipped in here, and when he shlipped in here, and what he's come for, and how long he's stayin', and meanin' well and doin' ill, I dunno, darlin', I dunno." "I don't think he'll do ill, Mrs. Flynn," said Rosalie in English. "And if ye haven't seen him, how d'ye know?" asked Mrs. Flynn, taking a pinch of snuff. "I have seen him, but not in the tailor shop. I saw him at Jo Portugais' a fortnight ago." "Aisy, aisy, darlin'. At Jo Portugais', that's a quare place for a stranger. 'Tis not with Jo's introduction I'd be comin' to Chaudiere." "He comes with the Cure's introduction. And how d'ye know that, darlin'?" "The Cure was at Jo Portugais' with monsieur when I went there." "You went there?" "To take him a letter, the stranger." "What's his name, darlin'?" "The letter I took him was addressed to the sick man at Jo Portugais' house at Vadrome Mountain." "Ah, then the Cure knows. 'Tis some rich man come to get well, and plays at bein' tailor. But why didn't the letter come to his name, I wonder now? That's what I wonder." Rosalie shook her head, and looked reflectively through the window towards the tailor shop. "How many times have ye seen him?" "Only once," answered Rosalie truthfully. She did not, however, tell Mrs. Flynn that she had thrice walked nearly to Vadrome Mountain in the hope of seeing him again, and that she had gone to her favourite resort, the Rest of the Flax beaters, lying in the way of the river path from Vadrome Mountain, on the chance of his passing. She did not tell Mrs. Flynn that there had been scarcely a waking hour when she had not thought of him. "What Portugais knows he'll not be tellin'," said Mrs. Flynn after a moment, "and 'tis no business of ours, is it, darlin'? Shure there's Jo comin' out of the tailor shop now." They both looked out of the window, and saw Jo encounter Filion Lacasse, the saddler, and Maximilian Cour, the baker. The three stood in the middle of the street for a minute, Jo talking freely. He was usually morose and taciturn, but now he spoke as though eager to unburden his mind. Charley and he had agreed upon what should be said to the people of Chaudiere. The sight of the confidences among the three was too much for Mrs. Flynn. She opened the door of the post office and called to Jo. "Like three crows standin' there," she said. "Come in, Mademoiselle says come in, and tell your tales here if they're fit to hear, Jo Portugais. Who are you to say no when Mademoiselle bids?" she added. Very soon afterwards Jo was inside the post office, telling his tale with the deliberation of a lesson learned by heart. "It's all right, as Mademoiselle knows," he said. "The Cure was there when Mademoiselle brought a letter to Monsieur Mallard. The Cure knows all. M'sieu' come to my house sick, and he stayed there. There is nothing like the pine trees and the junipers to cure some things. He was with me very quiet some time. The Cure come and come. He knows. When M'sieu' got well, he say, 'I will not go from Chaudiere, I will stay. I am poor, and I will earn my bread here.' At first, when he is getting well, he is carpentering. He makes cupboards and picture frames. The Cure has one of the cupboards in the sacristy. The frames he puts on the Stations of the Cross in the church." "That's good enough for me," said Maximilian Cour. "Did he make them for nothing?" asked Filion Lacasse solemnly. "Not 1 cent did he ask. What's more, he's working for Louis Trudel for nothing. He come through the village yesterday. He see Louis old and sick on his bench, and he set down and go to work." "That's good enough for me," said the saddler. "If a man work for the Church for nothing, he is a Christian. If he works for Louis Trudel for nothing, he is a fool, first class, or a saint. I wouldn't work for Louis Trudel if he gave me $5 a day." "Tiens, the man that work for Louis Trudel work for the Church, for all old Louis makes goes to the Church in the end. That is his will. The Notary knows," said Maximilian Cour. "See there, now," interposed Mrs. Flynn, pointing across the street to the tailor shop. "Look at that grocer man stickin' in his head, and there's Magliore Cadoret, and that pig of a barber, Moise Moissan, starin' through the door, and—" As she spoke, the barber and his companion suddenly turned their faces to the street, and started forward with startled exclamations, the grocer following. They all ran out from the post office. Not far up the street a crowd was gathering. Rosalie locked the office door and followed the others quickly. In front of the Hotel Trois Couronnes a painful thing was happening. Germain Boily, the horse trainer, fresh from his disappointment with the widow Plamondon, had driven his tamed moose up to the Trois Couronnes, and had drunk enough whisky to make him ill tempered. He had then begun to show off the animal, but the savage instincts of the moose being aroused, he had attacked his master, charging with wide branching horns, and striking with his feet. Boily was too drunk to fight intelligently. He went down under the hoofs of the enraged animal, as his huge boar hound, always with him, fastened on the moose's throat, dragged him to the ground, and tore gaping wounds in his neck. It was all the work of a moment. People ran from the doorways and sidewalks, but stayed at a comfortable distance until the moose was dragged down. Then they made to approach the insensible man. Before any one could reach him, however, the great hound with dripping fangs rushed to his master's body, and, standing over it, showed his teeth savagely. The hotel keeper approached, but the bristles of the hound stood up. He prepared to attack, and the landlord drew back in haste. Then M. Dauphin, the Notary, who had joined the crowd, held out a hand coaxingly, and with insinuating rhetoric drew a little nearer than the landlord had done. But he retreated precipitously as the hound crouched back for a spring. Someone called for a gun, and Filion Lacasse ran into his shop. The animal had now settled down on his master's body, his bloodshot eyes watching in menace. The one chance seemed to be to shoot him, and there must be no bungling lest his prostrate master suffer at the same time. The crowd had melted away into the houses, and were now standing at doorways and windows, ready for instant retreat. Filion Lacasse's gun was now at disposal, but who would fire it? Jo Portugais was an expert shot, and he reached out a hand for the weapon. As he did so, Rosalie Evanturel cried, "Wait, oh, wait!" Before any one could interfere, she moved along the open space to the mad beast, speaking soothingly, and calling his name. The crowd held their breath. A woman fainted. Some wrung their hands, and Jo Portugais, with blanched face, stood with gun half raised. With assured kindness of voice and manner, Rosalie walked deliberately over to the hound. At first the animal's bristles came up, and he prepared to spring, but murmuring to him, she held out her hand, and presently laid it on his huge head. With a growl of subjection, the dog drew from the body of his master, and licked Rosalie's fingers as she knelt beside Boily and felt his heart. She put her arm round the dog's neck, and said to the crowd, "Some one come, only one. Ah, yes, you, monsieur," she said, as Charley, who had just arrived on the scene, came forward. "Only you, if you can lift him. Take him to my house." Her arm still round the dog, she talked to him as Charley came forward, and, lifting up the body of the little horse trainer, drew him across his shoulder. The hound at first resented the act, but under Rosalie's touch became quiet, and followed at their heels towards the post office, licking the wounded man's hands as they hung down. Inside M. Evanturel's house the injured man was laid upon a couch. Charley examined his wounds, and, finding them severe, advised that the Cure be sent for, while he and Jo Portugais set about restoring him to consciousness. Jo had skill of a sort, and his crude medicaments were efficacious. When the Cure came, the injured man was handed over to his care, and he arranged that in the evening Boily should be removed to his house to await the arrival of the doctor from the next parish. This was Charley's public introduction to the people of Chaudiere, and it was his second meeting with Rosalie Evanturel. The incident brought him into immediate prominence. Before he left the post office, Filion Lacasse, Maximilian Cour, and Mrs. Flynn had given forth his history, as related by Jo Portugais. The village was agog with excitement. But attention was not centred on himself, for Rosalie's courage had set the parish talking. When the Notary stood on the steps of the saddler's shop, and with fine rhetoric proposed a vote of admiration for the girl, the cheering could be heard inside the post office, and it brought Mrs. Flynn outside. "'Tis for her, the darlin', for Ma'm'selle Rosalie they're splittin' their throats," she said to Charley as he was making his way from the sick man's room to the street door. "Did ye ever see such an eye and hand? That avil beast that killed 2 Injuns already, and all the men of the place sneakin' behind doors, and she walkin' up cool as leaf in the mornin' dew, and quietin' the devil's own. Did ye ever see anything like it, sir? You that's seen so much." "Madam, is it not touch of hand alone, or voice alone?" answered Charley. "Shure 'tis somethin' kin in baste and maid your Mannin' thin?" "Quite so, madam." "Simple like, and understandin' what Noah understood in that ark of his. For talk to the baste he must have, explainin' what was for them to do." "Like that, madam." "Thrue for you, sir, 'tis as you say. There's language more than tongue of man can shpake. But listen then to me," her voice got lower, "for 'tis not the first time a thing like that, the lady she is, granddaughter of a Seigneur, and descended from nobility in France. 'Tis not the first time to be doin' brave things. Just a shlip of a girl she was 3 years ago, after her mother died, and she was back from convent. A woman come to the parish and was took sick in the house of her brother, from France she was. Smallpox, they said at first. 'Twas no smallpox, but plague got upon the seas. Alone she was in the house, her brother left her alone, the black hearted coward. The people wouldn't go near the place. The Cure was away. Alone the woman was, poor soul. Who went and cared for her? Who do ye think, sir?" "Mademoiselle?" "None other. 'Go tell Mrs. Flynn,' she says, 'to care for my father till I come back.' And away she went to the house of the plague. A week she stayed, and no one went near her. Alone she was with the woman and the plague. 'Lave her be,' said the Cure when he come back. ''Tis for the love of God. God is with her. Lave her be, and pray for her,' says he. And he went himself, but she would not let him in. ''Tis my work,' she says. ''Tis God's work for me to do,' she says. 'And the woman will live if 'tis God's will,' says she. 'There's an Agnus Dei on her breast,' says she. 'Go and pray,' says she. Pray the Cure did, and pray did we all, but the woman died of the plague. All alone did Rosalie draw her to the grave on a stone boat down the lane, and over the hill, and into the churchyard. And buried her with her own hands at night, no one knowin' till mornin', she did. So it was. And the burial over, she went back and burned the house to the ground. Serve the villain right that laved a sick woman alone. And her own clothes she burned, and put on the clothes I brought her with me own hand. And for that thing she did, the love of God in her heart is for Widdy Flynn and Cure and any other to forget? Sure the Cure was for ever broken hearted, for that she was sick abed for days and could not go to the house when the woman died, and say to Rosalie, 'Let me in for her last hour.' But the word of Rosalie, sure 'twas as good as the words of a praist, savin' the Cure prince wherever he may be. This was the story of Rosalie which Mrs. Flynn told Charley, as he stood at the street door of the post office. When she had finished, Charley went back into the room where Rosalie sat beside the sick man's couch, the hound at her feet. She came forward surprised, for he had bade her good bye but a few minutes before. "May I sit and watch an hour longer, mademoiselle?" he said. "You have your duties in the post office." "Monsieur, it is good of you," she answered. For 2 hours Charley watched her going in and out, whispering directions to Mrs. Flynn, doing household duty, bringing warmth in with her, and leaving light behind her. It was afternoon when he returned to his bench in the tailor's shop, and was received by old Louis Trudel in peevish silence. For an hour they worked in silence, and then the tailor said: "A brave girl that. We will work till 9 to night." Chapter 14. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com.
Chapters 15 through 18 of The Right of Way by Gilbert Parker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 15. The Mark in the Paper. Chaudiere was nearing the last of its 9 days' wonder. It had filed past the doorway of the tailor shop. It had loitered on the other side of the street. It had been measured for more clothes than in 3 months past, that it might see Charley at work in the shop, cross-legged on a bench, or wielding the goose, his eyeglass in his hand. Here was sensation indeed, for though old M. Rossignol the Seigneur had an eyeglass, it was held to his eye, a large bone-bound thing with a little golden handle. But no one in Chaudiere had ever worn a glass in his eye like that. Also, no one in Chaudiere had ever looked quite like M'sieu', for so it was that, after the first few days, a real tribute to his importance and sign of the interest he created, Charley came to be called M'sieu', and the Mallard was at last entirely dropped. Presently people came and stood at the tailor's door and talked, or listened to M. Trudel and M'sieu' talking. And it came to be noised abroad that the stranger talked as well as the Cure, and better than the Notary. By and by they associated his eyeglass with his talent, so that it seemed, as it were, to be the cause of it. Yet their talk was ever of simple subjects, of everyday life about them, now and then of politics, occasionally of the events of the world filtered to them through vast tracts of country. There was one subject which, however, was barred, perhaps because there was knowledge abroad that M'sieu' was not a Catholic, perhaps because Charley himself adroitly changed the conversation when it veered that way. Though the parish had not quite made up its mind about him, there were a number of things in his favour. In the first place, the Cure seemed satisfied. Secondly, he minded his own business. Also, he was working for Louis Trudel for nothing. These things Jo Portugais diligently impressed on the minds of all who would listen. From above the frosted part of the windows of the post office, in the corner where she sorted letters, Rosalie could look over at the tailor's shop at an angle, could sometimes even see M'sieu' standing at the long table with a piece of chalk, a pair of shears, or a measure. She watched the tailor shop herself, but it annoyed her when she saw any one else do so. She resented, she was a woman and loved monopoly, all inquiry regarding M'sieu' so frequently addressed to her. One afternoon as Charley came out, on his way to the house on Vadrome Mountain, she happened to be outside. He saw her, paused, lifted his fur cap, and crossed the street to her. "Have you perhaps paper, pens, and ink for sale, mademoiselle?" "Yes, oh yes. Come in, Monsieur Mallard." "Ah, it is nice of you to remember me," he answered. "I see you every day, often," she answered. "Of course, we are neighbours," he responded. "The man, the horse trainer, is quite well again?" "He has gone home almost well," she answered. She placed pens, paper, and ink before him. "Will these do?" "Perfectly," he answered mechanically, and laid a few pens and a bottle of ink beside the paper. "You were very brave that day," he said. They had not talked together since, though seeing each other so often. "Oh, no, I knew he would make friends with me the hound." "Of course," he rejoined. "We should show animals that we trust them," she said in some confusion, for being near him made her heart throb painfully. He did not answer. Presently his eye glanced at the paper again, and was arrested. He ran his fingers over it, and a curious look flashed across his face. He held the paper up to the light quickly, and looked through it. It was thin, half foreign paper, without lines, and there was a watermark in it, large, shadowy, filmy: Kathleen. It was paper made in the mills which had belonged to Kathleen's uncle. This watermark was made to celebrate their marriage day. Only for 1 year had this paper been made, and then the trade in it was stopped. It had gone its ways down the channels of commerce, and here it was in his hand, a reminder not only of the old life, but, as it were, the parchment for the new. There it was, a piece of plain good paper, ready for pen and ink, and his letter to the Cure's brother in Paris, the only letter he would ever write, ever again until he died, so he told himself. But hold it up to the light, and there was the name over which his letter must be written: Kathleen, invisible but permanent, obscured but brought to life by the raising of a hand. The girl caught the flash of feeling in his face, saw him holding the paper up to the light, and then with an abstracted air, calmly laying it down. "That will do, thank you," he said. "Give me the whole packet." She wrapped it up for him without a word, and he laid down a $2 note, the last he had in the world. "How much of this paper have you?" he asked. The girl looked under the counter. "6 packets," she said. "6 and a few sheets over." "I will take it all. But keep it for me, for a week, or perhaps a fortnight, will you?" He did not need all this paper to write letters upon, yet he meant to buy all the paper of this sort that the shop contained. But he must get money from Louis Trudel. He would speak about it to morrow. "Monsieur does not want me to sell even the loose sheets?" "No, I like the paper, and I will take it all." "Very good, Monsieur." Her heart was beating hard. All this man did had particular significance to her. His look seemed to say: "Do not fear, I will tell you things." She gave him the parcel and the change, and he turned to go. "Do you read much?" he asked, almost casually, yet deeply interested in the charm and intelligence of her face. "Why, yes, Monsieur," she answered quickly. "I am always reading." He did not speak at once. He was wondering whether in this primitive place such a mind and nature would be the wiser for reading, whether it were not better to be without a mental aspiration which might set up false standards. "What are you reading now?" he asked with his hand on the door. "Antony and Cleopatra, also Enoch Arden," she answered in good English and without accent. His head turned quickly towards her, but he did not speak. "Enoch Arden is terrible," she added eagerly. "Don't you think so, Monsieur?" "It is very painful," he answered. "Good night." He opened the door and went out. She ran to the door and watched him go down the street. For a little she stood thinking, then, turning to the counter, and snatching up a sheet of the paper he had bought, held it up to the light. She gave a cry of amazement. "Kathleen!" she exclaimed. She thought of the start he gave when he looked at the watermark. She thought of the look on his face when he said he would buy all this paper she had. "Who was Kathleen?" she whispered, as though she was afraid some one would hear. "Who was Kathleen?" she said again, resentfully. Chapter 16. Madame Dauphin has a mission. One day Charley began to know the gossip of the village about him from a source less friendly than Jo Portugais. The Notary's wife, bringing her boy to be measured for a suit of broadcloth, asked Charley if the things Jo had told about him were true, and if it was also true that he was a Protestant and perhaps an Englishman. As yet Charley had been asked no direct questions, for the people of Chaudiere had the consideration of their temperament, but the Notary's wife was half English, and being a figure in the place, she took to herself more privileges than did old Madame Dugal, the Cure's sister. To her ill disguised impertinence in English, as bad as her French and as fluent, Charley listened with quiet interest. When she had finished her voluble statement, she said, with a simpler and a sneer, for, after all, a Notary's wife must keep her position: "And now, what is the truth about it? And are you a Protestant?" There was a sinister look in old Trudel's eyes as, cross-legged on his table, he listened to Madame Dauphin. He remembered the time 25 years ago when he had proposed to this babbling woman, and had been rejected with scorn, to his subsequent satisfaction. For there was no visible reason why any one should envy the Notary, in his house or out of it. Already Trudel had a respect for the tongue of M'sieu'. He had not talked much the few days he had been in the shop, but, as the old man had said to Filion Lacasse the saddler, his brain was like a pair of shears. It went clip, 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 right through everything. He had hoped that his new apprentice, with the hand of a master workman, would go clip, clip, through Madame's inquisitiveness. He was not disappointed, for he heard Charley say: "One person in the witness box at a time, madame. Till Jo Portugais is cross-examined and steps down, I don't see what I can do." "But you are a Protestant," said the woman snappishly. This man was only a tailor, dressed in fulled cloth, and no doubt his past life would not bear inspection. And she was the Notary's wife, and had said to people in the village that she would find out the man's history from himself. "That is one good reason why I should not go to confession," he replied casually, and turned to a table where he had been cutting a waistcoat for the first time in his life. "Do you think I'm going to stand your impertinence? Do you know who I am?" Charley calmly put up his monocle. He looked at the foolish little woman with so cruel a flash of the eye that she shrank back. "I should know you anywhere," he said. "Come, Stephan," she said nervously to her boy, and pulled him towards the door. On the instant Charley's feeling changed. Was he then going to carry the old life into the new, and rebuke a silly, garish woman whose faults were generic more than personal? He hurried forward to the door, and courteously opened it for her. "Permit me, madame," he said. She saw that there was nothing ironical in his politeness. She had a sudden apprehension of an unusual quality called the genteel, for no storekeeper in Chaudiere ever opened or shut a shop door for anybody. She smiled a vacuous smile. She played the lady terribly, as, with a curious conception of dignity, she held her body stiff as a ramrod, and with a prim merci sailed into the street. This gorgeous exit changed her opinion of the man she had been unable to catechize. Undoubtedly he had snubbed her, that was the word she used in her mind, but his last act had enabled her, in the sight of several habitants and even of Madame Dugal, to "put on airs," as the charming Madame Dugal said afterwards. Thinking it better to give the impression that she had had a successful interview, she shook her head mysteriously when asked about M'sieu', and murmured: "He is quite the gentleman," which she thought a socially distinguished remark. When she had gone, Charley turned to old Louis. "I don't want to turn your customers away," he said quietly, "but there it is. I don't need to answer questions as a part of business, do I?" There was a sour grin on the face of old Trudel. He grunted some inaudible answer, then after a pause added: "I'd have been hung for murder if she'd answered the question I'd asked her once as I wanted her to." He opened and shut his shears with a sardonic gesture. Charley smiled and went to the window. For a minute he stood watching Madame Dauphin and Rosalie at the post office door. The memory of his talk with Rosalie was vivid to him at the moment. He was thinking also that he had not a penny in the world to pay for the rest of the paper he had bought. He turned round and put on his coat slowly. "What are you doing that for?" asked the old man with a kind of snarl, yet with trepidation. "I don't think I'll work any more to day." "Not work? Smoke of the devil! Isn't Sunday enough to play in? You're not put out by that fool wife of Dauphin's?" "Oh, no, not that. I want an understanding about wages." To Louis the dread crisis had come. He turned a little green, for he was very miserly. For the love of God! He had scarcely realized what was happening when Charley first sat down on the bench beside him. He had been taken by surprise. Apart from the excitement of the new experience, he had profited by the curiosity of the public, for he had orders enough to keep him busy until summer, and he had had to give out work to 2 extra women in the parish, though he had never before had more than one working for him. But his ruling passion was strong in him. He always remembered with satisfaction that once when the Cure was absent, and he was supposed to be dying, A priest from another parish came, and the ministrations over, he had made an offering of a gold piece. When the young priest hesitated, his fingers had crept back to the gold piece, closed on it, and drawn it back beneath the coverlet again. He had then peacefully fallen asleep. It was a gracious memory. "I don't need much. I don't want a great deal," continued Charley when the tailor did not answer, "but I have to pay for my bed and board, and I can't do it on nothing." "How have you done it so far?" peevishly replied the tailor. "By working after hours at carpentering up there." He made a gesture towards Vadrome Mountain. "But I can't go on doing that all the time, or I'll be like you too soon." "Be like me!" The voice of the tailor rose shrilly. "Be like me! What's the matter with me?" "Only that you're in a bad way before your time, and that you mayn't get out of this hole without stepping into another. You work too hard, Monsieur Trudel." "What do you want? Wages?" Charley inclined his head. "If you think I'm worth them." The tailor viciously snipped the piece of cloth. "How can I pay you wages if you stand there doing nothing?" "This was my day for doing nothing," Charley answered pleasantly, for the tailor man amused him, and the whimsical mental attitude of his past life was being brought to the surface by this odd figure, with big spectacles pushed up on a yellow forehead, and shrunken hands viciously clutching the shears. "You don't mean to say you're not going to work to day, and this suit of clothes promised for to morrow night, for the Manor House too?" With a piece of chalk, Charley idly made heads on brown paper. "After all, why should clothes be the first thing in one's mind, when they are someone else's? It's a beautiful day outside. I've never felt the sun so warm and the air so crisp and sweet. Never in all my life." "Then where have you lived?" snapped out the tailor with a sneer. "You must be a Yankee. They have only what we leave over down there." He jerked his head southward. "We don't stop to look at weather here. I suppose you did where you come from." Charley smiled in a distant sort of way. "Where I came from, when we weren't paid for our work, we always stopped to consider our health and the weather. I don't want a great deal. I put it to you honestly. Do you want me? If you do, will you give me enough to live on? Enough to buy a suit of clothes a year, to pay for food and a room? If I work for you for nothing, I have to live on others for nothing, or kill myself, as you're doing." There was no answer at once, and Charley went on. "I came to you because I saw you wanted help badly. I saw that you were hard pushed and sick." "I wasn't sick," interrupted the tailor with a snarl. "Well, overworked, which is the same thing in the end. I did the best I could. I gave you my hands, awkward enough they were at first, I know, but—" "It's a lie. They weren't awkward," churlishly cut in the tailor. "Well, perhaps they weren't so awkward, but they didn't quite know what to do." "You knew as well as if you'd been taught," came back in a growl. "Well, then, I wasn't awkward, and I had a knack for the work. What was more, I wanted work. I wanted to work at the first thing that appealed to me. I had no particular fancy for tailoring. You get bow legged in time." The old spirit was fighting with the new. "But here you were at work, and there I was idle, and I had been ill, and someone who wasn't responsible for me, a stranger, worked for me and cared for me. Wasn't it natural, when you were playing the devil with yourself, that I should step in and give you a hand? You've been better since. Isn't that so?" The tailor did not answer. "But I can't go on as we are, though I want only enough to keep me going," Charley continued. "And if I don't give you what you want, you'll leave?" "No, I'm never going to leave you. I'm going to stay here, for you'll never get another man so cheap. And it suits me to stay. You need someone to look after you." A curious look suddenly flashed into the tailor's eyes. "Will you take on this business after I'm gone?" he asked at last. "It's a long time to look ahead, I know," he added quickly, for not in words would he acknowledge the possibility of the end. "I should think so," Charley answered, his eyes on the bright sun and the soft snow on the trees beyond the window. The tailor snatched up a pattern and figured on it for a moment. Then he handed it to Charley. "Will that do?" he asked with anxious, acquisitive look, his yellow eyes blinking hard. Charley looked at it musingly, then said, "Yes, if you give me a room here." "I meant board and lodging too," said Louis Trudel with an outburst of eager generosity, for, as it was, he had offered about one half of what Charley was worth to him. Charley nodded. "Very well, that will do," he said, and took off his coat and went to work.
For a long time they worked silently. The tailor was in great good humour, for the terrible trial was over, and now he had an assistant who would be a better tailor than himself. There would be more profit, more silver nails for the church door, and more masses for his soul. "The Cure says you are all right. When will you come here?" he said at last. "To morrow night I shall sleep here," answered Charley. So it was arranged that Charley should come to live in the tailor's house, to sleep in the room which the tailor had provided for a wife 25 years before, even for her that was now known as Madame Dauphin. All morning the tailor chuckled to himself. When they sat down at noon to a piece of venison which Charley had prepared himself, taking the frying pan out of the hands of Margot Patry, the old servant, and cooking it to a turn, Louis Trudel saw his years lengthen to an indefinite period. He even allowed himself to nervously stand up, bow, shake Charley's hand jerkingly, and say: "Monsieur, I care not what you are, or where you come from, and even if you're a Protestant, perhaps an Englishman. You're a gentleman and a tailor, and old Louis Trudel will not forget you. It shall be said, as you said this morning, it is no day for work. We will play, and the clothes for the Manor can go to the devil. Smoke of hell fire, I will go and have a pipe with that poor wretch the Notary." So a wonderful thing happened. Louis Trudel, on a week day and a market day, went to smoke a pipe with Narcisse Dauphin, and to tell him that M. Mallard was going to stay with him for ever, at fine wages. He also announced that he had paid this whole week's wages in advance, but he did not tell what he did not know, that half the money had already been given to old Margot, whose son lay ill at home with a broken leg, and whose children were living on bread and water. Charley had slowly drawn from the woman the story of her life as he sat by the kitchen fire and talked to her, while her master was talking to the Notary. Chapter 17. The Tailor makes a Midnight Foray. Since the day Charley had brought home the paper bought at the post office and watermarked Kathleen, he had, at odd times, written down his thoughts, and promptly torn the paper up again or put it in the fire. In the repression of his new life, in which he must live wholly alone, so far as all past habits of mind were concerned, it was a relief to record his passing reflections, as he had been wont to do when the necessity for it was less. Writing them here was like the bursting of an imprisoned stream. It was relaxing the ceaseless eye of vigilance, freeing an imprisoned personality. This personality was not yet merged into that which must take its place, must express itself in the involuntary acts which tell of a habit of mind and body, no longer the imitative and the histrionic, but the inherent and the real. On the afternoon of the day that old Louis agreed to give him wages, and went to smoke a pipe with the Notary, Charley scribbled down his thoughts on this matter of personality and habit. "Who knows," he wrote, "which is the real self? A child comes into the world gin begotten, with the instinct for liquor in his brain, like the scent of the fox in the nostrils of the hound. And that seems the real. But the same child, caught up on the hands of chance, is carried into another atmosphere, is cared for by gin-hating minds and hearts. Habit fastens on him, fair, decent, and temperate habit, and he grows up like the Cure yonder, a brother of Aaron. Which is the real? Is the instinct for gin killed or covered? Is the habit of good living mere habit and mere acting, in which the real man never lives his real life? Or is it the real life? Who knows? Here am I, born with a question in my mouth, with the ever-present non possumus in me. Here am I, to whom life was one poor futility, to whom brain was but animal intelligence abnormally developed, to whom speechless sensibility and intelligence was the only reality, to whom nothing from beyond ever sent a flash of conviction and intimation into my soul, not one. To me God always seemed a being of dreams, the creation of a personal need and helplessness, the despairing cry of the victims of futility. And here am I, flung like a stone from a sling into this field where men believe in God as a present and tangible being, who reply to all life's agonies and joys and exultations with the words C'est le bon Dieu. And what shall I become? Will habit do its work, and shall I cease to be me? Shall I, in the permanency of habit, become like unto this tailor here, whose life narrows into one sole cause, whose only wish is to have the Church draw the coverlet of forgiveness and safety over him, who has solved all questions in a blind belief or an inherited predisposition? Which? This stingy, hard, unhappy man, how should he know what I am denied? Or does he know? Is it all illusion? If there is a God who receives such devotion to the exclusion of natural demand and spiritual anxieties, why does not this tailor let his light shine before men that they may see his good works, and glorify his Father which is in heaven? That is it. Therefore, wherefore, tailor man? Therefore, wherefore, God? Show me a sign from heaven, tailor man. Seated on his bench in the shop, with his eyes ever and anon raised towards the little post office opposite, he wrote these words. Afterwards he sat and thought till the shadows deepened, and the tailor came in to supper. Then he took up the pieces of paper, and going to the fire, which was still lighted of an evening, thrust them inside. Louis Trudel saw the paper burning, and glancing down he noticed that one piece, the last, had slipped to the floor and was lying under the table. He saw the pencil still in Charley's hand. Forthwith his natural suspicion leaped up, and the cunning of the monomaniac was upon him. With all his belief in le bon Dieu and the Church, Louis Trudel trusted no one. One eye was ever open to distrust man, while the other was ever closed with blind belief in heaven. As Charley stooped to put wood in the fire, the tailor thrust a foot forward and pushed the piece of paper further under the table. That night the tailor crept down into the shop, felt for the paper in the dark, found it, and carried it away to his room. All kinds of thoughts had raged through his diseased mind. It was a letter, perhaps, and if a letter, then he would gain some facts about the man's life. But if it was a letter, why did he burn it? It was said that he never received a letter and never sent one. Therefore it was little likely to be a letter. If not a letter, then what could it be? Perhaps the man was English, and a spy of the English government, for was there not disaffection in some of the parishes? Perhaps it was a plan of robbery. To such a state of hallucination did his weakened mind come, that he forgot the kindly feeling he had had for this stranger who had worked for him without pay. Suspicion, the bane of sick old age, was hot on him. He remembered that M'sieu' had put an arm through his when they went upstairs, and that now increased suspicion. Why should the man have been so friendly? To lull him into confidence, perhaps, and then to rob and murder him in his sleep? Thank God, his ready money was well hid, and the rest was safe in the bank far away. He crept back to his room with the paper in his hand. It was the last sheet of what Charley had written, and had been accidentally brushed off on the floor. It was in French, and, holding the candle close, he slowly deciphered the crabbed, characteristic handwriting. His eyes dilated, his yellow cheeks took on spots of unhealthy red, his hand trembled. Anger seized him, and he mumbled the words over and over again to himself. Twice or thrice, as the paper lay in one hand, he struck it with the clenched fist of the other, muttering and distraught. This tailor here, this stingy, hard, unhappy man. If there is a God, therefore wherefore, tailor man? Therefore wherefore, God? Show me a sign from heaven, tailor man. Hatred of himself, blasphemy, the profane and hellish humour of the infidel. A Protestant heretic, he was already damned. A robber, you could put him in jail. A spy, you could shoot him or tar and feather him. A murderer, you could hang him. But an infidel? This was a deadly poison, a black danger, a being capable of all crimes. An infidel. Therefore wherefore, tailor man? Therefore wherefore, God? Show me a sign from heaven, tailor man. The devil laughing, the devil incarnate come to mock a poor tailor, to sow plague through a parish where all were at peace in the bosom of the Church. The tailor had three ruling passions: cupidity, vanity, and religion. Charley had now touched the three, and the whole man was alive. His cupidity had been flattered by the unpaid service of a capable assistant, but now he saw that he was paying the devil a wage. His vanity was overwhelmed by a satanic ridicule.
His religion and his God had been assaulted in so shameful a way that no punishment could be great enough for the man of hell. In religion he was a fanatic. He was a demented fanatic now. He thrust the paper into his pocket, then crept out into the hall and to the door of Charley's bedroom. He put his ear to the door. After a moment he slowly raised the latch and opened the door and listened again. M'sieu' was in a deep sleep. Louis Trudel scarcely knew why he had listened, why he had opened the door and stood looking at the figure in the bed, barely definable in the semi darkness of the room. If he had meant harm to the helpless man, he had brought no weapon. If he had been curious, there the man was peacefully sleeping. His sick, morbid imagination was so alive that he scarcely knew what he did. As he stood there listening, hatred and horror in his heart, a voice said to him, "Thou shalt do no murder." The words kept ringing in his ears. Yet he had not thought of murder. The fancied command itself was his first temptation towards such a deed. He had thought of raising the parish, of condign punishment of many sorts, but not this. As he closed the door softly, killing entered his mind and stayed there. "Thou shalt not" had been the first instigation to "thou shalt." It haunted him as he returned to his room, undressed himself, and went to bed. He could not sleep. "Show me a sign from heaven, tailor man." The challenge had been to himself. He must respond to it. The duty lay with him. He must answer this black infidel for the Church, for faith, for God. The more he thought of it, the more Charley's face came before him with the monocle shining and hard in the eye. The monocle haunted him. That was the infidel's sign. "Show me a sign from heaven, tailor man." What sign should he show? Presently he sat up straight in bed. In a minute he was out and dressing. 5 minutes later he was on his way to the parish church. When he reached it, he took a tool from his pocket and unscrewed a small iron cross from the front door. It was a cross which had been blessed by the Pope, and had been brought to Chaudiere by the beloved mother of the Cure, now dead. "When I have done with it I will put it back," he said, as he thrust it inside his shirt and hurried stealthily back to his house. As he got into bed he gave a noiseless, mirthless laugh. All night he lay with his yellow eyes wide open, gazing at the ceiling. He was up at dawn, hovering about the fire in the shop. Chapter 18. The Stealing of the Cross. If Charley had been less engaged with his own thoughts, he would have noticed the curious baleful look in the eyes of the tailor, but he was deeply absorbed in a struggle that had nothing to do with Louis Trudel. The old fever of thirst and desire was upon him. All morning the door of Jolicoeur's saloon was opening and shutting before his mind's eye, and there was a smell of liquor everywhere. It was in his nostrils when the hot steam rose from the clothes he was pressing, in the thick odour of the fulled cloth, in the melting snow outside the door. Time and again he felt that he must run out of the shop and away to the little tavern where white whiskey was sold to unwise habitants. But he fought on. Here was the heritage of his past, the lengthening chain of slavery to his old self. Was it his real self? Here was what would prevent him from forgetting all that he had been and not been, all the happiness he might have had, all that he had lost, the ceaseless reminder. He was still the victim to a poison which gave not only a struggle of body, but a struggle of soul, if he had a soul. The phrase kept repeating itself to him, even as he fought the fever in his throat, resisting the temptation to take that medicine which the Cure's brother had sent him. If he had a soul! The thinking served as an antidote, for by the ceaseless iteration his mind was lulled into a kind of drowse. Again and again he went to the pail of water that stood on the window sill, and lifting it to his lips drank deep and full to quench the wearing thirst. If he had a soul! He looked at Louis Trudel, silent and morose, the clammy yellow of a great sickness in his face and hands, but his mind only intent on making a waistcoat, and the end of all things very near. The words he had written the night before came to him. "Therefore, wherefore, tailor man? Therefore, wherefore, God? Show me a sign from heaven, tailor man." As if in reply to his thoughts, there came the sound of singing, and of bells ringing in the parish church. A procession with banners was coming near. It was a holy day, and Chaudiere was mindful of its duties. The wanderers of the parish had come home for Easter. All who belonged to Chaudiere and worked in the woods or shanties, or lived in big cities far away, were returned, those who could return, to take the Holy Communion in the parish church. Yesterday the parish had been alive with a pious hilarity. The great church had been crowded beyond the doors, the streets had been full of cheerily dressed habitants. There had, however, come a sudden chill to the seemly rejoicings. The little iron cross, blessed by the Pope, had been stolen from the door of the church. The fact had been told to the Cure as he said the Mass, and from the altar steps before going to the pulpit, he referred to the robbery with poignant feeling, for the relic had belonged to a martyr of the Church, who, 2 centuries before, had laid down his life for the Master on the coast of Africa. Louis Trudel had heard the Cure's words, and in his place at the rear of the church he smiled sourly to himself. In due time the little cross should be returned, but it had work to do first. He did not take the Holy Communion this Easter day, or go to confession as was his wont. Not, however, until a certain day later did the Cure realize this, though for 30 years the tailor had never omitted his Easter-time duties. The people guessed and guessed, but they knew not on whom to cast suspicion at first. No sane Catholic of Chaudiere could possibly have taken the holy thing. Presently a murmur crept about that Monsieur might have been the thief. He was not a Catholic, and who could tell? Who knew where he came from? Who knew what he had been? Perhaps a jailbird, robber, murderer. Charley, however, stitched on, intent upon his own struggle. The procession passed the doorway. Men bearing banners with sacred texts, acolytes swinging censers, a figure of the Saviour carved in wood borne aloft, the Cure under a silk canopy, and a long line of habitants following with sacred song. People fell upon their knees in the street as the procession passed, and the Cure's face was bent here and there, his hand raised in blessing. Old Louis got up from his bench, and putting on a coat over his wool jacket, hastened to the doorway, knelt down, made the sign of the cross, and said a prayer. Then he turned quickly towards Charley, who, looking at the procession, then at the tailor, then back again at the procession, smiled. Charley was hardly conscious of what he did. His mind had ranged far beyond this scene to the large issues which these symbols represented. Was it one universal self-deception? Was this religion, the pathetic, the soul-breaking make-believe of morality? So he smiled at himself, at his own soul, which seemed alone in this play, the skeleton in armour, the thing that did not belong. His own words, written that fateful day before he died at the Cote Dorion, came to him. Sacristan, acolyte, player or preacher, each to his own office, but who holds the key? Death, only death, thou, the ultimate teacher, wilt show it to me. He was suddenly startled from his reverie, through which the procession was moving, a cloud of witnesses. It was the voice of Louis Trudel, sharp and piercing. "Don't you believe in God and the Son of God?" "God knows," answered Charley slowly in reply, an involuntary exclamation of helplessness, an automatic phrase deflected from its first significance to meet a casual need of the mind. Yet it seemed like satire, like a sardonic, even vulgar humour. So it struck Louis Trudel, who snatched up a hot iron from the fire and rushed forward with a snarl. So astounded was Charley that he did not stir. He was not prepared for the sudden onslaught. He did not put up his hand even, but stared at the tailor, who, within a foot of him, stopped short with the iron poised. Louis Trudel repented in time. With the cunning of the monomaniac, he realized that an attack now might frustrate his great stroke. It would bring the village to his shop door, precipitate the crisis upon the wrong incident. As it chanced, only one person in Chaudiere saw the act. That was Rosalie Evanturel across the way. She saw the iron raised, and looked for Monsieur to knock the tailor down. But instead, she beheld the tailor go back and put the iron on the fire again. She saw also that Monsieur was speaking, though she could hear no words. Charley's words were simple enough.
"I beg your pardon, monsieur," he said across the room to old Louis. "I meant no offence at all. I was trying to think it out in a human sort of way. I suppose I wanted a sign from heaven wanted too much, no doubt." The tailor's lips twitched, and his hand convulsively clutched the shears at his side. "It is no matter now," he answered shortly. "I have had signs from heaven. Perhaps you will have one too." "It would be worth while," rejoined Charley musingly. Charley wondered bitterly if he had made an irreparable error in saying those ill chosen words. This might mean a breach between them, and so make his position in the parish untenable. He had no wish to go elsewhere. Where could he go? It mattered little what he was, tinker or tailor. He had now only to work his way back to the mind of the peasant, to be an animal with intelligence, to get close to Mother Earth, and move down the declivity of life with what natural wisdom were possible. It was his duty to adapt himself to the mind of such as this tailor, to acquire what the tailor and his like had found, an intolerant belief and an inexpensive security, to be got through yielding his nature to the great religious dream. And what perfect tranquillity, what smooth travelling found therein! Gazing across the street towards the little post office, he saw Rosalie Evanturel at the window. He fell to thinking about her. Rosalie, on her part, kept wondering what old Louis' violence meant. Presently she saw a half dozen men come quickly down the street, and before they reached the tailor's shop, stand in a group, talking excitedly. Afterwards one came forward from the others quickly, Filion Lacasse, the saddler. He stopped short at the tailor's door. Looking at Charley, he exclaimed roughly: "If you don't hand out the cross you stole from the church door, we'll tar and feather you, monsieur." Charley looked up surprised. It had never occurred to him that they could associate him with the theft. "I know nothing of the cross," he said quietly. "You're the only heretic in the place. You've done it. Who are you? What are you doing here in Chaudiere?" "Working at my trade," was Charley's quiet answer. He looked towards Louis Trudel, as though to see how he took this ugly charge. Old Louis responded at once. "Get away with you, Filion Lacasse," he croaked. "Don't come here with your twaddle. Monsieur hasn't stole the cross. What does he want with a cross? He's not a Catholic." "If he didn't steal the cross, why, he didn't," answered the saddler. "But if he did, what you'll say for yourself, Louis? You call yourself a good Catholic, bah! when you've got a heretic living with you." "What's that to you?" growled the tailor, and reached out a nervous hand towards the iron. "I served at the altar before you were born. Sacré, I'll make your grave clothes yet, and be a good Catholic when you're in the churchyard. Be off with you. Ach!" he sharply added, when Filion did not move. "I'll cut your hair for you." He scrambled off the bench with his shears. Filion Lacasse disappeared with his friends, and the old man settled back on his bench. Charley, looking up quietly from his work, said: "Thank you, monsieur." He did not notice what an evil look was in Louis Trudel's face as it turned towards him, but Rosalie Evanturel, standing outside, saw it, and she stole back to the post office ill at ease and wondering. All that day she watched the tailor's shop, and even when the door was shut in the evening, her eyes were fastened on the window. Chapter 18. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapters 19 through 22 of The Right of Way by Gilbert Parker. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 19. The Sign from Heaven. The agitation and curiosity possessing Rosalie all day held her in the evening, when the wooden shutters of the tailor's shop were closed, and only a flickering light showed through the cracks. She was restless and uneasy during supper, and gave more than one unmeaning response to the remarks of her crippled father, who, drawn up for supper in his wheel chair, was more than usually inclined to gossip. Damas Evanturel's mind was stirred concerning the loss of the iron cross. The threat made by Filion Lacasse and his companions troubled him. The one person beside the Cure, Jo Portugais, and Louis Trudel, to whom M'sieu' talked much, was the postmaster, who sometimes met him of an evening as he was taking the air. More than once he had walked behind the wheel chair and pushed it some distance,
making the little crippled man gossip of village matters. As the two sat at supper the postmaster was inclined to take a serious view of Monsieur's position. He railed at Filion Lacasse. He called the suspicious habitants clodhoppers, who didn't know any better, which was a tribute to his own superior birth; and at last, carried away by a feverish curiosity, he suggested that Rosalie should go and look through the cracks in the shutters of the tailor shop, and find out what was going on within. This was indignantly rejected by Rosalie, but the more she thought, the more uneasy she became. She ceased to reply to her father's remarks, and he at last relapsed into gloom, and said that he was tired and would go to bed. Thereupon she wheeled him inside his bedroom, bade him good night, and left him to his moodiness, which, however, was soon absorbed in a deep sleep, for the mind of the little grey postmaster could no more hold trouble or thought than a sieve. Left alone, Rosalie began to be tortured. What were they doing in the house opposite? Go and look through the windows? But she had never spied on people in her life. Yet would it be spying? Would it not be pardonable? In the interests of the man who had been attacked in the morning by the tailor, who had been threatened by the saddler, and concerning whom she had seen a signal pass between old Louis and Filion Lacasse, would it not be a humane thing to do? It might be foolish and feminine to be anxious, but did she not mean well, and was it not therefore honourable? The mystery inflamed her imagination. Charley's passiveness when he was assaulted by old Louis and afterwards threatened by the saddler seemed to her indifference to any sort of danger, the courage of the hopeless life maybe. Instantly her heart overflowed with sympathy. Monsieur was not a Catholic, perhaps? Well, so much the more he should be befriended, for he was so much the more alone and helpless. If a man was born a Protestant or English, he could not help it, and should not be punished in this world for it, since he was sure to be punished in the next. Her mind became more and more excited. The post office had been long since closed, and her father was asleep. She could hear him snoring. It was 10 o'clock, and there was still a light in the tailor's shop. Usually the light went out before 9 o'clock. She went to the post office door and looked out. The streets were empty, and there was not a light burning anywhere save in the house of the Notary. Down towards the river a sleigh was making its way over the thin snow of spring and screeching on the stones. Some late revellers, moving homewards from the Trois Couronnes, were roaring at the top of their voices with the habited chanson, Le Petit Roger Bontemps. For I am Roger Bontemps. Jay, jay, jay. With drink I am full, and with joy content. Jay, jay, gem. The chanson died away as she stood there, and still the light was burning in the shop opposite. A thought suddenly came to her. She would go over and see if the old housekeeper, Margot Patry, had gone to bed. Here was the solution to the problem, the satisfaction of modesty and propriety. She crossed the street quickly, hurried round the corner of the house, and was passing the side window of the shop when a crack in the shutters caught her eye. She heard something fall on the floor within. Could it be that the tailor and Monsieur were working at so late an hour? She had an irresistible impulse, and glued her eye to the crack. But presently she started back with a smothered cry. There by the great fireplace stood Louis Trudel, picking up a red-hot cross with a pair of pincers. Grasping the iron firmly just below the arms of the cross, the tailor held it up again. He looked at it with a wild triumph, yet with a malignancy little in keeping with the object held, the holy relic he had stolen from the door of the parish church. The girl gave a low cry of dismay. She saw old Louis advance stealthily towards the door of the shop leading into the house. In bewilderment she stood still for an instant, then with a sudden impulse she ran to the kitchen door and tried it softly. It was not locked. She opened it, entered quickly, and found old Margot standing in the middle of the room in her nightdress. "Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie!" cried the old woman. "Something's going to happen. Monsieur Trudel has been queer all evening. I peeped in the keyhole of the shop just now, and—" "Yes, yes, I've seen too. Come," said Rosalie, and going quickly to the door, opened it, and passed through to another room. Here she opened another door, leading into the hall between the shop and the house. Entering the hall, she saw a glimmer of light above.
It was the reddish glow of the iron cross held by old Louis. She crept softly up the stone steps. She heard a door open very quietly. She hurried now and came to a landing. She saw the door of Charley's room open all the village knew what room he slept in and the moonlight was streaming in at the window. She saw the sleeping man on the bed and the tailor standing over him. Charley was lying with one arm thrown above his head, the other lay over the side of the bed. As she rushed forward, divining old Louis' purpose, the fiery cross descended, and a voice cried, "Show me a sign from heaven, tailor man!" This voice was drowned by that of another, which, gasping with agony out of a deep sleep, as the body sprang upright, cried, "God! Oh, God!" Rosalie's hand grasped old Louis' arm too late. The tailor sprang back with a horrible laugh, striking her aside, and rushed out to the landing. "Oh, monsieur, monsieur!" cried Rosalie, and snatching a scarf from her bosom, thrust it in upon the excoriated breast, as Charley, hardly realizing what had happened, choked back moans of pain. "What did he do?" he gasped. "The iron cross from the church door," she answered. A minute, monsieur." She rushed out upon the landing in time to see the tailor stumble on the stairs, and fall head forwards to the bottom at the feet of Margot Patry. Rosalie paid no heed to the fallen man. "Oil, flour, quick!" she cried. "Quick, quick!" She stepped over the body of the tailor, snatched at Margot's arm, and dragged her into the kitchen. "Quick! Oil and flour!" The old woman showed her where they were, moaning and whining. "He tried to kill monsieur!" cried Rosalie. "Burned him on the breast with a holy cross!" With oil and flour she hurried back, over the body of the tailor, up the stairs, and into Charley's room. Charley was now out of bed and half dressed, though choking with pain, and preserving consciousness only by a great effort. "Good mademoiselle," he said. She took the scarf off gently, soaked it in oil, and splashed it with flour, and laid it quickly back on the burnt flesh. Margot came staggering into the room. "I cannot rouse him. He is dead," she whimpered. "He " Charley swayed forward towards the woman, recovered himself, and said, "Now, not a word of what he did to me, remember. Not one word, or you will go to jail with him. If you keep quiet, I'll say nothing. He didn't know what he was doing." He turned to Rosalie. "Not a word of this, please," he moaned. "Hide the cross." He moved towards the door. Rosalie saw his purpose, and ran out ahead of him and down the stairs to where the tailor lay prone on his face, one hand still holding the pincers. The little iron cross lay in a dark corner. Stooping, she lifted up the tailor's head, then felt his heart. "He is not dead!" she cried. "Quick, Margot, some water!" she added to the whimpering woman. Margot tottered away, and came again presently with the water. "I will go for some one to help," Rosalie said, rising to her feet, as she saw Charley come slowly down the staircase, his face white with misery. She ran and took his arm to help him down. "No, no, dear mademoiselle," he said. "I shall be all right presently. You must get help to carry him upstairs. Bring the Notary. He and I can carry him up." "You, monsieur? You? It would kill you. You are terribly hurt." "I must help to carry him, else people will be asking questions," he answered painfully. "He is going to die. It must not be known. You understand?" His eyes searched the floor until they found the cross. Rosalie picked it up with the pincers. "It must not be known what he did to me," Charley said to the muttering and weeping old woman. He caught her shoulder with his hand, for she seemed scarcely to heed. She nodded. "Yes, yes, monsieur, I will never speak." Rosalie was standing in the door. "Go quickly, mademoiselle," he said. She disappeared with the iron cross, and flying across the street, thrust it inside the post office, then ran to the house of the Notary. Chapter 20. The Return of the Tailor. 20 minutes later the tailor was lying in his bed, breathing, but still unconscious, the Notary, Monsieur, and the doctor of the next parish, who by chance was in Chaudiere, beside him. Charley's face was drawn and haggard with pain, for he had helped to carry old Louis to bed, though every motion of his arms gave him untold agony. In the doorway stood Rosalie and Margot Patry. "Will he live?" asked the Notary. The doctor shook his head. "A few hours, perhaps. He fell downstairs." Charley nodded. There was silence for some time, as the doctor went on with his ministrations, and the Notary sat drumming his fingers on the little table beside the bed. The two women stole away to the kitchen, where Rosalie again pressed secrecy on Margot. In the interest of the cause she had even threatened Margot with a charge of complicity. She had heard the phrase accessory before the fact, and she used it now with good effect. Then she took some fresh flour and oil and thrust them inside the bedroom door where Charley now sat clenching his hands and fighting down the pain. Careful as ever of his personal appearance, however, he had brushed every speck of flour from his clothes and buttoned his coat up to the neck. Nearly an hour passed, and then the Cure appeared. When he entered the sick man's room, Charley followed, and again Rosalie and old Margot came and stood within the doorway. "Peace be to this house," said the Cure. He had a few minutes of whispered conversation with the doctor, and then turned to Charley. "He fell downstairs, Monsieur? You saw him fall?" "I was in my room. I heard him fall, Cure." "Had he been ill during the day?" "He appeared to be feeble, and he seemed moody." "More than usual, Monsieur?" The Cure had heard of the incident of the morning when Filion Lacasse accused Charley of stealing the cross. "Rather more than usual, Monsieur." The Cure turned towards the door. "You, Mademoiselle Rosalie, how came you to know?" "I was in the kitchen with Margot, who was not well." The Cure looked at Margot, who tearfully nodded. "I was ill," she said, "and Rosalie was here with me. She helped M'sieu' and me. Rosalie is a good girl and kind to me," she whimpered. The Cure seemed satisfied, and after looking at the sick man for a minute, he came close to Charley. "I am deeply pained at what happened to day," he said courteously. "I know you have had nothing to do with the beloved little cross." The Notary tried to draw near and listen, but the Cure's look held him back. The doctor was busy with his patient. "You are only just, Monsieur," said Charley in response, wishing that these kind eyes were fixed anywhere than on his face. All at once the Cure laid a hand upon his arm. "You are ill," he said anxiously. "You look very ill indeed. See, Vaudrey," he added to the doctor, "you have another patient here." The friendly oleaginous doctor came over and peered into Charley's face. "Ill, sure enough," he said. "Look at this sweat." He pointed to the drops of perspiration on Charley's forehead. "Where do you suffer?" "Severe pains all through my body," Charley answered simply, for it seemed easier to tell the truth as near as might be. "I must look to you," said the doctor. "Go and lie down, and I will come to you." Charley bowed, but did not move. Just then two things drew the attention of all. The tailor showed returning consciousness, and there was noise of many voices outside the house, and the tramping of feet below stairs. "Go and tell them no one must come up," said the doctor to the Notary, and the Cure made ready to say the last offices for the dying. Presently the noise below stairs diminished, and the priest's voice rose in the office, vibrating and touching. The two women sank to their knees, the doctor followed, his eyes still fixed on the dying man. Presently, however, Charley did the same, for something penetrating and reasonable in the devotion touched him. All at once Louis Trudel opened his eyes. Staring round with acute excitement, his eyes fell on the Cure, then upon Charley. "Stop, stop, M'sieu' le Cure!" he cried. "There's other work to do." He gasped and was convulsed, but the pallor of his face was alive with fire from the distempered eyes. He snatched from his breast the paper Charley had neglected to burn. He thrust it into the Cure's hand. "See, see!" he croaked. "He is an infidel, black infidel, from hell!" His voice rose in a kind of shriek, piercing to every corner of the house. He pointed at Charley with shaking finger. "He wrote it there, on that paper. He doesn't believe in God." His strength failed him, his hand clutched tremblingly at the air. He laughed, a dry, cackling laugh, and his mouth opened twice or thrice to speak, but gasping breaths only came forth. With a last effort, however, as the priest, shocked, stretched out his hand and said: have done, Trudel," he cried, in a voice that quavered shrilly. "He asked, 'Tailor man, sign from heaven. Look, look!'" He pointed wildly at Charley. I gave him sign of," but that was the end. With a shudder the body collapsed in a formless heap, and the tailor man was gone to tell of the work he had done for his faith on earth. Chapter
Chapter 21 The Cure Has an Inspiration White and malicious faces peered through the doorway. There was an ugly murmur coming up the staircase. Many habitants had heard Louis Trudel's last words, and had passed them on with vehement exaggeration. Chaudiere had been touched in its most superstitious corner. Protestantism was a sin, but atheism was a crime against humanity. The Protestant might be the victim of a mistake, but the atheist was the deliberate son of darkness, the source of fearful dangers. An atheist in their midst was like a scorpion in a flower bed. No one could tell when and where it would sting. Rough misdemeanours among them had been many, there had once been a murder in the parish, but the undefined horrors of infidelity were more shameful than crimes the eye could see. To the minds of these excited people, the tailor man's death was due to the infidel before them. They were ready to do all that might become a Catholic intent to avenge the profaned honour of the Church and the Faith. Bodily harm was the natural form for their passion to take. "Bring him out! Let us have him!" they cried with fierce gestures, to which Rosalie Evanturel turned a pained, indignant face. As the Cure stood with the paper in his hand, his face set and bitter, Rosalie made a step forward. She meant to tell the truth about Louis Trudel, and show how good this man was, who stood charged with an imaginary crime. But she met the warning eye of the man himself. Calm and resolute, she saw the suffering in the face, endured with what composure, and she felt instantly that she must obey him, and that, who could tell, his plan might be the best in the end. She looked at the Cure anxiously. What would he say and do? In the Cure's heart and mind a great struggle was going on. All his inherent prejudice, the hereditary predisposition of centuries, the ingrained hatred of atheism were alive in him, hardening his mind against the man before him. His first impulse was to let Charley take his fate at the hands of the people of Chaudiere, whatever it might be. But as he looked at the man, as he recalled their first meeting, and remembered the simple, quiet life he had lived among them, charitable and unselfish, the barriers of creed and habit fell down, and tears unbidden rushed into his eyes. The Cure had, all at once, the one great inspiration of his life, its one beautiful and supreme imagining. For thus he reasoned swiftly. Here he was, a priest who had shepherded a flock of the faithful passed on to him by another priest before him, who again had received from a guardian of the fold, a family of faithful Catholics whose thoughts never strayed into forbidden realms. He had done no more than keep them faithful and prevent them from wandering, counselling, admonishing, baptizing and burying, giving in marriage and blessing, sending them on their last great journey with the cachet of Holy Church upon them. But never once, never in all his life, had he brought a lost soul into the fold. If he died to-night, he could not say to St. Peter, when he arrived at heaven's gates, "See, I have saved a soul." Before the throne he could not say to him who cried, "Go ye into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature." He could not say, "Lord, by thy grace I found this soul in the wilderness, in the dark and the loneliness, having no God to worship, denial and rebellion in his heart. And behold, I took him to my breast, and taught him in thy name, and led him home to thy haven, the Church." Thus it was that the Cure dreamed a dream. He would set his life to saving this lost soul. He would rescue him from the outer darkness. His face suffused, he handed the paper in his hand back to the man who had written the words upon it. Then he lifted his hand against the people at the door and the loud murmuring behind them. "Peace, peace," he said, as though from the altar. "Leave this room of death, I command you. Go at once to your homes. This man," he pointed to Charley, "is my friend. Who seeks to harm him would harm me. Go hence and pray. Pray for yourselves, pray for him and for me, and pray for the troubled soul of Louis Trudel. Go in peace." Soon afterwards the house was empty, save for the Cure, Charley, old Margot, and the Notary. That night Charley sat in the tailor's bedroom, rigid and calm, though racked with pain, and watched the candles flickering beside the dead body.
He was thinking of the Cure's last words to the people. I wonder," he said, and through his eyeglass he stared at the crucifix that threw a shadow on the dead man's face. Morning found him there. As dawn crept in he rose to his feet. "Whither now?" he said, like one in a dream. Chapter 22. The Woman Who Saw. Up to the moment of her meeting with Charley, Rosalie Evanturel's life had been governed by habit, which was lightly coloured by temperament. Since the eventful hour on Vadrome Mountain it had become a life of temperament, in which habit was involuntary and mechanical. She did her daily duties with a good heart, but also with a sense superior to the practical action. This grew from day to day, until in the tragical days wherein she had secretly played a great part, she moved as in a dream, but a dream so formal that no one saw any change taking place in her, or associated her with the events happening across the way. She had been compelled to answer many questions, for it was known she was in the tailor's shop when Louis Trudel fell downstairs. But what more was there to tell than that she had run for the Notary and sent word to the Cure, and that she was present when the tailor died, charging M'sieu' with being an infidel? At first she was ill disposed to answer any questions, but she soon felt that attitude would only do harm. For the first time in her life she was face to face with moral problems, the beginning of sorrow, of knowledge, and of life. In all secrets there is a kind of guilt, however beautiful or joyful they may be, or for what good end they may be set to serve. Secrecy means evasion, and evasion means a problem to the moral mind. To the primitive mind, with its direct yes and no, there is danger of it becoming a tragical problem, ere it is realized that truth is various and diverse. Perhaps even with that Mary who hid the matter in her heart, the exquisite tragedy of glory of Christendom, there was a delicate feeling of guilt, the guilt of the hidden though lofty and beautiful thing. If secrecy was guilt, then Charley and Rosalie were bound together by a bond as strong as death. Rosalie held the key to a series of fateful days and doings. In ordinary course they might have known each other for 5 years and not have come to this sensitive and delicate association. With one great plunge she had sprung into the river of understanding. In the moment that she had thrust her scarf into his scorched breast in that little upper room, the work of years had been done. As long as he lived, that mark must remain on M'sieu's breast, the red, smooth scar of a cross. She had seen the sort of shining scar a bad burn makes, and at thought of it she flushed, trembled, and turned her head away, as though some one were watching her. Even in the night she flushed and buried her face in the pillow when the thought flashed through her mind, though when she had soaked the scarf in oil and flour and laid it on the angry wound, she had not flushed at all, was determined, quiet, and resourceful. That incident had made her from a girl into a woman, from a child of the convent into a child of the world. She no longer thought and felt as she had done before. What she did think or feel could not easily have been set down, for her mind was one tremulous confusion of unusual thoughts, her heart was beset by new feelings, her imagination, suddenly finding itself, was trying its wings helplessly. The past was full of wonder and event, the present full of surprises. There was M'sieu' established already in Louis Trudel's place, having been granted a lease of the house and shop by the Cure on the part of the parish to which the property had been left, receiving also a gift of the furniture and of old Margot, who remained where she had been so many years. She could easily see Charley at work, pale and suffering still, for the door was generally open in the sweet April weather, with the birds singing and the trees bursting into blossom. Her wilful imagination traced the cross upon his breast. It almost seemed as if it were outside upon his clothes, exposed to every eye, a shining thing all fire, not a wound inside, for which old Margot prepared oiled linen now. The parish was as perturbed as her own mind, for the mystery of the stolen cross had never been cleared up, and a few still believed that M'sieu' had taken it. They were of those who kept hinting at dark things which would yet be worked upon the infidel in the tailor's shop. These were they to whom the Cure's beautiful ambition did not appeal. He had said that if the man were an infidel, then they must pray that he be brought into the fold. But a few were still suspicious, and they said in Rosalie's presence, "Where is the little cross? Monsieur knows." He did know. That was the worst of it. The cross was in her possession. Was it not necessary, then, to quiet suspicion for his sake? She had locked the relic away in a cupboard in her bedroom, and she carried the key of it always in her pocket. Every day she went and looked at it as at some ghostly token. To her it was a symbol, not of supernatural things, but of life in its new reality to her. It was M'sieu'. It was herself. It was their secret. She chafed inwardly that Margot should share a part of that secret. If it were only between their two selves, between M'sieu' and herself. If Margot she paused suddenly, for she was going to say, if Margot would only die. She was not wicked enough to wish that, yet in the past few weeks she had found herself capable of thinking things beyond the bounds of any past experience. She found a solution at last. She would go to night secretly, and nail the cross again on the church door, and so stop the chatter of evil tongues. The moon set very early now, and as every one in Chaudiere was supposed to be in bed by 10 o'clock, the chances of not being seen were in her favour. She received the final impetus to her resolution by a quarrelsome and threatening remark of Jo Portugais to some sharp-tongued gossip in the post office. She was glad that Jo should defend M'sieu', but she was jealous of his friendship for the tailor. Besides, did there not appear to be a secret between Jo and M'sieu'? Was it not possible that Jo knew where M'sieu' came from, and all about him? Of late, Jo had come in and gone out of the shop oftener than in the past, had even brought her bunches of mosses for her flower pots, the first budding lilacs, and some maple sugar made from the trees on Vadrome Mountain. She remembered that when she was a girl at school, years ago, 10 years ago, Jo Portugais, then scarcely out of his teens, a cheerful, pleasant, quick-tempered lad, had brought her bunches of the mountain ashberry, that once he had mended the broken runner of her sled, and yet another time had sent her a birch bark valentine at the convent, where it was confiscated by the Mother Superior. Since those days he had become a dark, morose figure, living apart from men, never going to confession, seldom going to mass, unloving and unlovable. There was only one other person in the parish more unloved. That was the woman called Paulette Dubois, who lived in the little house at the outer gate of the manor. Paulette Dubois had a bad name in the parish, so bad that all women shunned her, and few men noticed her. Yet no one could say at the present time she did not live a careful life, justifying, so far as the eye could see, the protection of the Seigneur M. Rossignol, a man of queer habits and queerer dress, a dabbler in physical science, a devout Catholic, and a constant friend of the Cure. He it was who, when an effort was made to drive Paulette out of the parish, had said that she should not go unless she wished, that, having been born in Chaudiere, she had a right to live there and die there, and if she had sinned there, the parish was in some sense to blame. Though he had no lodge gates, and though the Seigneury was but a great wide, low-roofed farmhouse, with an observatory, and a chimney-piece dating from the time of Louis XIV, the Seigneur gave Paulette Dubois a little hut at his outer gate, which had been theirs since the great Count Frontenac visited Chaudiere. Probably Rosalie spoke to Paulette Dubois more often than did any one else in the parish, but that was because the woman came for little things at the shop, and asked for letters, and every week sent one to a man living in Montreal. She sent these letters, but not more than once in 6 months did she get a reply, and she had not had one in a whole year. Yet every week she asked, and Rosalie found it hard to answer her politely, and sometimes showed it. So it was that the two disliked each other without good cause, save that they were separated by a chasm as wide as a sea. The one disliked the other because she must recognize her. The other chaffed because she could be recognized by Rosalie officially only. The late afternoon of the day in which Rosalie decided to nail the cross on the church door again, Paulette arrived to ask for letters at the moment that the office wicket was closed, and Rosalie had answered that it was after office hours, and had almost closed the door in her face. As she turned away, Jo Portugais came out of the tailor's shop opposite. He saw Paulette, and stood still an instant. She did the same. A strange look passed across the face of each, then they turned and went in opposite directions. Never in her life had time gone so slowly with Rosalie. She watched the clock. A dozen times she went to the front door and looked out. She tried to read. It was no use. She tried to spin. Her fingers trembled. She sorted the letters in the office again, and rearranged every letter and parcel and paper in its little pigeon hole, then did it all over again. She took out again the letter Paulette had dropped in the letter box. It was addressed in the name of the man at Montreal. She looked at it in a kind of awe, as she had ever done the letters of this woman who was without the pale. They had a sense of mystery, an air of forbidden imagination. She put the letter back, went to the door again, and looked out. It was now time to go. Drawing a hood over her head, she stepped out into the night. There was a little frost, though spring was well forward, and the smell of the rich earth and the budding trees was sweet to the sense. The moon had just set, but the stars were shining, and here and there patches of snow on the hillside and in the fields added to the light. Yet it was not bright enough to see far, and as Rosalie moved down the street, she did not notice a figure at a little distance behind, walking on the new springing grass by the roadside. All was quiet at the tavern. There was no light in the Notary's house. As a rule, he sat up late reading, and even the fiddle of Maximilian Cour, the baker, was silent. The Cure's windows were dark, and the church with its white tin spire stood up sentinel like above the village. Rosalie had the fateful cross in her hand as she softly opened the gate of the churchyard and approached the great oak doors. Taking a screwdriver and some screws from her pocket, she felt with a finger for the old screw holes in the door. Then she began her work, looking fearfully round once or twice at first. Presently, however, because the screws were larger than the old ones, it became much harder. The task called forth more strength, and drove all thought of being seen out of her mind for a space. At last, however, she gave the final turn to the handle, and every screw was in its place, its top level and smooth with the iron of the cross. She stopped and looked round again with an uneasy feeling. She could see no one, hear no one, but she began to tremble, and overcome, she fell on her knees before the door, and with fingers on the foot of the little cross, prayed passionately for herself, for Monsieur. Suddenly she heard footsteps inside the church. They were coming towards the doorway, nearer and nearer. At first she was so struck with terror that she could not move. Then with a little cry she sprang to her feet, rushed to the gate, threw it open, ran out into the road, on wildly towards home. She did not stop for at least 300 yards. Turning and looking back, she saw at the church door a pale round light. With another cry she sped on, and did not pause till she reached the house. Then, bursting in and locking the door, she hurried to her room, undressed quickly, got into bed without saying her prayers, and buried her face in the pillow, shivering and overwrought. The footsteps she had heard were those of the Cure and Jo Portugais. The Cure had sent for Jo to do some last work upon a little altar, to be used the next day for the first time. The carpenter and the carver in wood, who were responsible for the work, had fallen victims to white whiskey on the very last day of their task, and had been driven from the church by the Cure, who then sent for Jo. Rosalie had not seen the light at the shrine, as it was on the side of the church farthest from the village. Their labour finished, the two came towards the front door, the Cure's lantern in his hand. Opening the door, Jo heard the sound of footsteps, and saw a figure flying down the road. As the Cure came out abstractedly, he glanced sorrowfully toward the place where the little cross was used to be. He gave a wondering cry, and almost dropped the lantern. "See, see, Portugais," he said. "Our little cross again!" Jo nodded. "So it seems, Monsieur," he said. At that instant he saw a hood lying on the ground, and as the Cure held up the lantern peering at the little cross, he hastily picked it up and thrust it inside his coat. "Strange, very strange," said the Cure. "It must have been done while we were inside. It was not there when we entered." "We entered by the vestry door," said Jo. "Ah, true, true," responded the Cure. "It comes as it went," said Jo. "You can't account for some things." The Cure turned and looked at Jo curiously. "Are you then so superstitious, Jo?" "Nonsense. It is the work of human hands very human hands," he added sadly. "There is nothing to show," said the Cure, seeing Jo's glance round. "As you see, Monsieur le Cure." "Well, it is a mystery which time no doubt will clear up. Meanwhile, let us be thankful to God," said the Cure. They parted, the Cure going through a side gate into his own garden, Jo passing out of the churchyard gate through which Rosalie had gone. He looked down the road towards the village. "Well," said a voice in his ear. Paulette Dubois stood before him. "It was you, then," he said with a glowering look. "What did you want with it?" "What did you want with the hood in your coat there?" She drew her head back with a spiteful laugh. "Whose do you think it is?" he said quietly. "You and the schoolmaster made verses about her once." "It was Rosalie Evanturel?" he asked with aggravating composure. "You have the hood. Look at it. You saw her running down the road. I saw her come, watched her, and saw her go. She is a thief, pretty Rosalie, thief and postmistress. No doubt she takes letters, too. The ones you wait for, and that never come, eh?" His face darkened with rage and hatred. "I will tell the world she's a thief," she sneered. "Who will believe you?" "You will." She was hard and fierce, and looked him in the eyes squarely. "You'll give evidence quick enough, if I ask you." "I won't do anything you ask me to nothing, if it was to save my life." "I'll prove her a thief without you. She can't deny it." "If you try, I'll " He stopped, husky and shaking. "You'll kill me, eh? You killed him, and you didn't hang. Oh, no, you wouldn't kill me, Jo," she added quickly, in a changed voice. "You've had enough of that kind of thing. If I'd been you, I'd rather have hung ah, sure!" She suddenly came close to him. "Do you hate me so bad, Jo?" she said anxiously. "It's 8 years. Do you hate me so bad as then?" "You keep your tongue off Rosalie Evanturel," he said, and turned on his heels. She caught his arm. "We're both bad, Jo. Can't we be friends?" she said eagerly, her voice shaking. He did not reply. "Don't drive a woman too hard," she said between her teeth. "Threats! Bah!" he rejoined. "What do you think I'm made of?" "I'll find that out," she said, and turning on her heels, ran down the road towards the Manor House. What had Rosalie to do with the cross? Jo said to himself. This is her hood. He took it out and looked at it. It's her hood, but what did she want with the cross? He hurried on, and as he neared the post office, he saw the figure of a woman in the road. At first he thought it might be Rosalie, but as he came nearer he saw it was not. The woman was muttering and crying. She wandered to and fro bewilderingly. He came up, caught her by the arm, and looked into her face. It was old Margot Patry. Chapter 22. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapters 23 through 25 of The Right of Way by Gilbert Parker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 23. The Woman Who Did Not Tell. "Oh, M'sieu', I am afraid." "Afraid of what, Margot?" "Of the last moment, Monsieur le Cure." "There will be no last moment to your mind. You will not know it when it comes, Margot." The woman trembled. "I am not sorry to die, but I am afraid. It is so lonely, M'sieu' le Cure." "God is with us, Margot." "When we are born, we do not know. It is on the shoulders of others. When we die, we know, and we have to answer." "Is the answering so hard, Margot?" The woman shook her head feebly and sadly, but did not speak. "You have been a good mother, Margot." She made no sign. You have been a good neighbour, you have done unto others as you would be done by." She scarcely seemed to hear. "You have been a good servant, doing your duty in season and out of season, honest and just and faithful." The woman's fingers twitched on the coverlet, and she moved her head restlessly. The Cure almost smiled, for it seemed as if Margot were finding herself wanting. Yet none in Chaudiere but knew that she had lived a blameless life, faithful, friendly, a loving and devoted mother, whose health had been broken by sleepless attendance at sick beds by night, while doing her daily work at the house of the late Louis Trudel. "I will answer for the way you have done your duty, Margot," said the Cure. "You have been a good daughter of the Church." He paused a minute, and in the pause some one rose from a chair by the window and looked out on the sunset sky. It was Charley. The woman heard and turned her eyes towards him. "Do you wish him to go?" asked the Cure. "No, no, oh, no, M'sieu'," she said eagerly. She had asked all day that either Rosalie or M'sieu' should be in the room with her. It would seem as though she were afraid she had not courage enough to keep the secret of the cross without their presence. Charley had yielded to her request, while he shrank from granting it. Yet, as he said to himself, the woman was keeping his secret, his and Rosalie's, and she had some right to make demand. When the Cure asked a question of old Margot, he turned expectantly and with a sense of relief. He thought it strange that the Cure should wish him to remain. The Cure, on his part, was well pleased to have him in the influence of a Christian deathbed. A time must come when the last confidences of the dying woman could be given to no ears but his own, but meanwhile it was good that M'sieu' should be there. "M'sieu' le Cure," said the dying woman, "must I tell all?" "All what, Margot?" "All that is sin." "There is no must, Margot." "If you should ask me, M'sieu'." She paused, and the man at the window turned and looked curiously at her. He saw the problem in the woman's mind. Had she the right to die with the secret of another's crime upon her mind? "The priest does not ask, Margot. It is you who confess your sins. That is between you and God." The Cure spoke firmly, for he wanted the man at the window to clearly understand. "But if there are the sins of others, and you know, and they trouble your soul, M'sieu'?" "You have nothing to do with the sins of others. It is enough to repent of your own sins. The priest has nothing to do with any sins but those confessed by the sinner to himself. Your own sins are your sole concern to night, Margot." The woman's face seemed to clear a little, and her eyes wandered to the man at the window with less anxiety. Charley was wondering whether, after all, she would have the courage to keep her word, whether spiritual terror would surmount the moral attitude of honour. He was also wondering how much right he had to put the strain upon the woman in her desperate hour. "How long did the doctor say I could live?" the woman asked presently. "Till morning, perhaps, Margot." "I should like to live till sunrise," she answered. "Till after breakfast. Rosalie makes good tea," she added musingly. The Cure almost smiled. "There is the living bread, my daughter." She nodded. "But I should like to see the sun rise, and have Rosalie bring me tea," she persisted. "Very well, Margot, we will ask God for that." Her mind flew back again to the old question. "Is it wrong to keep a secret?" she asked, her face turned away from the man at the window. "If it is the secret of a sin, and the sin is your own, yes, Margot." "And if the sin is not your own?" "If you share the sin, and if the secret means injury to others, and a wrong is being done, and the law can right that wrong, then you must go to the law, not to your priest." The Cure's look was grave, even anxious, for he saw that the old woman's mind was greatly disturbed. But her face cleared now, and stayed so. "It has all been a mix and a muddle," she answered, "and it hurt my poor head, M'sieu' le Cure. But now I think I understand. I am not afraid. I will confess." The Cure had made it clear to her that she could carry to her grave the secret of the little cross and the work it had done, and so keep her word and still not injure her chances of salvation. She was content. She no longer needed the helpful presence of M'sieu' or Rosalie. Charley instinctively felt what was in her mind, and came towards the bed. "I will tell Mademoiselle Rosalie about the tea," he said to her. She looked up at him, almost smiling. "Thank you, good M'sieu'," she said. "I will confess now, M'sieu' le Cure," she continued. Charley left the room. Towards morning Margot waked out of a brief sleep, and found the Cure and his sister and others about her bed. "Is it near sunrise?" she whispered. "It is just sunrise. See, God has been good," answered the Cure, drawing open the blind and letting in the first golden rays. Rosalie entered the room with a cup of tea, and came towards the bed. Old Margot looked at the girl, at the tea, and then at the Cure. "Drink the tea for me, Rosalie," she whispered. Rosalie did as she was asked. She looked round feebly. Her eyes were growing filmy. "I never gave so much trouble before," she managed to say. "I have never had so much attention. I can keep a secret, too," she said, setting her lips feebly with pride. "But I never had so much attention before. Have I, Rosalie?" Rosalie did not need to answer, for the woman was gone. The crowning interest of her life had come all at the last moment, as it were, and she had gone away almost gladly, and with a kind of pride. Rosalie also had a hidden pride. The secret was now her very own, hers and M'sieu's. Chapter 24. The Seigneur takes a hand in the game. It was St. Jean Baptiste's day, and French Canada was en fête. Every Seigneur, every Cure, every doctor, every notary, the chief figures in a parish, and every habitant was bent for a happy holiday, dressed in his best clothes, moved in his best spirits, in the sweet summer weather. Bells were ringing, flags were flying, every road and lane was filled with calèches and wagons, and every dog that could draw a cart pulled big and little people, the old and the blind and the mendicant, the happy and the sour, to the village, where there were to be sports and speeches, races upon the river, and a review of the militia, arranged by a member of the legislature for the Chaudiere half of the county. French soldiers in English red coats and carrying British flags were straggling along the roads to join the battalion at the Volunteers' camp 3 miles from the town, and singing "Brigadier, répondez pas d'or, Brigadier, vous avez raison." It was not less incongruous and curious when one group presently broke out into "God Save the Queen," and another into the "Marseillaise," and another still into the "Malbrouck Zen 20e Guerre." At last songs and soldiers were absorbed in the battalion at the rendezvous, and the long dusty march to the village gave a disciplined note to the gaiety of the militant habitant. At high noon Chaudiere was filled to overflowing. There were booths and tents everywhere. All sorts of cheap jacks vaunted their wares, merry-go-rounds and swings and shooting galleries filled the usual spaces in the perspective. The Cure, Emerald Signal the Seigneur, and the Notary stood on the church steps viewing the scene and awaiting the approach of the citizen soldiers. The Seigneur and the Cure had ceased listening to the babble of M. Dauphin, who seemed not to know that his audience closed its ears, and found refuge in a "Well, well," or "Think of that," or an abstracted "You surprise me." The Notary talked on with eager gesture and wreathing smile, shaking back his oiled ringlets as though they trespassed on his smooth, somewhat jaundiced cheeks, until it began to dawn upon him that there was no coin of real applause to be got at this mint. Fortune favoured him at the critical juncture, for the tailor walked slowly past them, looking neither to the right nor to the left, his eyes cast upon the ground, apparently oblivious to all around him. Almost opposite the church door, however, Charley was suddenly stopped by Filion Lacasse, who ran out from a group before the tavern and standing in front of him with outstretched hand, said loudly: "M'sieu', it's all right. What you said done it, sure. I'm $1,000 richer to day. You may be an infidel, but you have a head, and you save me money, and you give away your own, and that's good enough for me." He wrung Charley's hand. "And I don't care who knows it. Sacré!" Charley did not answer him, but calmly withdrew his hand, smiled, raised his hat at the lonely cheer the saddler raised, and passed on, scarce conscious of what had happened. Indeed, he was indifferent to it, for he had a matter on his mind this day which bitterly absorbed him. But the Notary was not indifferent. "Look there, what do you think of that?" he asked querulously. "I am glad to see that Lacasse treats Monsieur well," said the Cure. "What do you think of that, Monsieur?" repeated the Notary excitedly to the Seigneur. The Seigneur put his large gold handled glass to his eye, and looked interestedly after Charley for a moment, then answered: "Well, Dauphin, what?" "He's been giving Filion Lacasse advice about the old legacy business, and Filion's taken it. And he's got $1,000, and now there's all that fuss. And 4 months ago Filion wanted to tar and feather him for being just what he is to day, an infidel. An infidel!" He was going to say something else, but he did not like the look the Cure turned on him, and he broke off short. "Do you regret that he gave Lacasse good advice?" asked the Cure. "It's taking bread out of other men's mouths." "It put bread into Filion's mouth. Did you ever give Filion Lacasse advice? The truth now, Dauphin," said the Seigneur dryly. "Yes, Monsieur, and sound advice too, within the law, precedent and code and every legal fact behind." The Seigneur was a man of laconic speech. "Tut, tut, Dauphin. Precedent and code and legal fact are only good when there's brain behind 'em. The tailor yonder has brains." "Ah, but what does he know about the law?" answered Dauphin, with acrimonious voice but insinuating manner, for he loved to stand well with the Seigneur. "Enough for the saddler, evidently," sharply rejoined the Seigneur. Dauphin was fighting for his life, as it were. His back was to the wall. If this man was to be allowed to advise the habitants of Chaudiere on their disputes, and going to law, where would his own prestige be? His vanity had been deeply wounded. "It's guesswork with him. Let him stick to his trade as I stick to mine. That sort of thing only does harm. He puts $1,000 into the saddler's pocket. That's a positive good. He may or may not take thereby $10 out of your pocket. That's a negative injury. In this case there was no injury, for you had already cost Lacasse. How much had you cost him, Dauphin?" continued the Seigneur with a half malicious smile. "I've been out of Chaudiere for near a year. I don't know the record. How much, eh, Dauphin?" The Notary was too offended to answer. He shook his ringlets back angrily, and a scarlet spot showed on each straw coloured cheek. "$20 was what Lacasse paid our dear Dauphin," said the Cure benignly, "and a very proper charge. Lacasse probably gave Monsieur there quite as much, and Monsieur will give it to the first poor man he meets, or send it to the first sick person of whom he hears." "My own opinion is, he's playing some game here," said the Notary. "We all play games," said the Seigneur. "His seems to give him hard work and little luxury. Will you bring him to see me at the Manor, my dear Cure?" he added. "He will not go. I have asked him." "Then I shall visit him at his tailor shop," said the Seigneur. "I need a new suit." "But you always had your clothes made in Quebec, Monsieur," said the Notary, still carping. "We never had such a tailor," answered the Seigneur. "We'll hear more of him before we're done with him," obstinately urged the Notary. "It would give Dauphin the greatest pleasure if our tailor proved to be a murderer or a robber. I suppose you believe that he stole our little cross here," the Cure added, turning to the church door, where his eye lingered lovingly on the relic, hanging on a pillar just inside, whither he had it removed. "I'm not sure yet he hadn't something to do with it," was the stubborn response. "If he did, may it bring him peace at last," said the Cure piously. "I have set my heart on nailing him to our blessed faith as that cross is fixed to the pillar yonder. 'I will fasten him like a nail in a sure place,' says the book. I take it hard that my friend Dauphin will not help me on the way. Suppose the man were evil? then the Church should try to snatch him like a brand from the burning. But suppose that in his past there was no wrong necessary to be hidden in the present, and this I believe with all my heart. Suppose that he was wronged, not wronging. Then how much more should the Church strive to win him to the light? Why, man, have you no pride in Holy Church? I am ashamed of you, Dauphin, with your great intelligence, your wide reading. With our knowledge of the world we should be broader." The Seigneur's eyes were turned away, for there was in them at once humour and a suspicious moisture. Of all the men in the world he most admired the Cure for his utter truth and nobility, but he could not help smiling at his enthusiasm. His dear Cure turned evangelist like any Methody, and at the appeal of the Notary on the ground of knowledge of the world. He was wise enough to count himself an old fogey, a provincial, and a Simon pure habitant, but of the three he only had any knowledge of life. As men of the world the Cure and the Notary were sad failures, though they stood for much in Chaudiere. Yet this detracted nothing from the fine gentlemanliness of the Cure, or the melodramatic courtesy of the Notary. Amused and touched as the Seigneur had been at the Cure's words, he turned now and said: "Always on the weaker side, Cure. Always hoping the best from the worst of us. I am only following an example at my door. You taught us all charity and justice," answered M. Loisel, looking meaningly at the Seigneur. There was silence a little while, for all three were thinking of the woman of the hut at the gate of the Seigneur's manor. On this topic M. Dauphin was not voluble. His original kindness to the woman had given him many troubled hours at home, for Madame Dauphin had construed his human sympathy into the dark and carnal desires of the heart, and his truthful eloquence had made his case the worst. A miserable sentimentalist, the Notary was likely to be misunderstood for ever, and one or two indiscretions of his extreme youth had been a weapon against him through the long years of a blameless married life. He heaved a sigh of sympathy with the Cure now. "She has not come back yet?" he said to the Seigneur. "No sign of her. She locked up and stepped out, so my housekeeper says, about the time—" "The day of old Margot's funeral," interposed the Notary. "She'd had a letter that day, a letter she'd been waiting for, and abroad she went. Alas, the flyaway! From bad to worse, I fear. Ah, me!" The Seigneur turned sharply on him. "Who told you she had a letter that day, for which she had been waiting?" he said. "Monsieur Evanturel." The Seigneur's face became sterner still. What business had he to know that she received a letter that day? "He is postmaster," innocently replied the Notary. "He is the devil," said Seigneur tartly. "I beg your pardon, Cure, but it is Evanturel's business not to know what letters go to and fro in that office. He should be blind and dumb, so far as we all are concerned." "Remember that Evanturel is a cripple," the Cure answered gently. "I am glad, very glad, it was not Rosalie." "Rosalie has more than usual sense for her sex," gruffly but kindly answered the Seigneur, a look of friendliness in his eyes. "I shall talk to her about her father. I can't trust myself to speak to the man." "Rosalie is down there with Madame Dauphin," said the Notary, pointing. "Shall I ask her to come?" The Seigneur nodded. He was magistrate and magnate, and he was the guarantor of the post office, and of Rosalie and her father. His eyes fixed in reverie on Rosalie, he and the Cure passively waited her approach. She came over pale and a little anxious, but with a courageous look. She had a vague sense of trouble, and she feared it might be the little cross, that haunting thing of all these months. When she came near, the Cure greeted her courteously, and then, taking the Notary by the arm, led him away. The Seigneur and Rosalie being left alone, the girl said: "You wish to speak with me, Monsieur?" The Seigneur scrutinized her sharply. Though her colour came and went, her look was frank and fearless. She had had many dark hours since that fateful month of April. At night, trying to sleep, she had heard the ghostly footsteps in the church which had sent her flying homeward. Then there was the hood. She had waited on and on, fearing word would come that it had been found in the churchyard, and that she had been seen putting the cross back upon the church door. As day after day passed, She had come at length to realize that, whatever had happened to the hood, she was not suspected. Yet the whole train of circumstances had a supernatural air, for the Cure and Jo Portugais had not made public their experience on that fateful night. She had been educated in a land of legend and superstition, and a deep impression had been made upon her mind, giving to her other new emotions a touch of pathos, of imagination, and adding character to her face. The old Seigneur stroked his chin as he looked at her. He realized that a change had come upon her, that she had developed in some surprising way. "What has happened? Who has happened, Mademoiselle Rosalie?" he asked. He had suddenly made up his mind about that look in her face. He thought it the woman in her which answers to the call of man, not perhaps any particular man, but man the attractive influence, the complement. Her eyes dropped, then raised frankly to his. "I don't know," adding with a quick humour, for he had been very friendly with her and joked with her in his dry way all her life. "Do you, Monsieur?" He pulled his nose with the quick gesture habitual to him, and answered slowly and meaningly: "The Government's a good husband and pays regular wages, Mademoiselle. I'd stick to Government." "I am not asking for a divorce, Monsieur." He pulled his nose again delightfully. So many people were pathetically in earnest in Chaudiere. Even the Cure's humour was too mediaeval and obvious. He had never before thought Rosalie so separate from them all. All at once he had a new interest in her. His cheek flushed a little, his eye kindled, humour relaxed his lips. "No other husband would intrude so little," he rejoined. "True, there's little love lost between us, Monsieur." She felt exhilaration in talking with him, a kind of joy in measuring word against word. Yet a year ago she would have done no more than smile respectfully and give a demure reply if the Seigneur had spoken to her like this. The Seigneur noted the mixed emotions in her face, and a delicate alertness of expression. As a man of the world, he was inclined to believe that only one kind of experience can bring such look to a woman's face. He saw in her the awakening of the deeper interests of life, the tremulous apprehension of nascent emotions and passions which, at some time or other, give beauty and importance to the nature of every human being. It did not occur to him that the tailor, the mysterious figure in the parish, might be responsible. He was observant but not imaginative. He was moved by what he saw, in a quiet, unexplicable manner. "The Government is the best sort of husband. From the other sort you would get more kisses and less halfpence," he continued. "That might be a satisfactory balance sheet, Monsieur." "Take care, Mademoiselle Rosalie," he rejoined half seriously, "that you don't miss the halfpence before you get the kisses." She turned pale, in very fear. What was he going to say? Was the post office to be taken from them? She came straight to the point. "What have I done wrong, Monsieur? I've never kept the mail stage waiting. I've never left the mail bag unlocked. I've never been late in opening the wicket. I've never been careless, and no one's ever complained of a lost letter." The Seigneur saw her agitation, and was sorry for her. He came to the point as she had done. "We will have you made postmistress, you alone, Rosalie Evanturel. I've made up my mind to that. But you'll promise not to get married, eh? Anyhow, there's no one in the parish for you to marry. You're too well born, and you've been too well educated, for a habitant's wife, and the Cure and I can't marry you." He was not taken back to see her flush deeply, and it pleased him to see this much life rising to his own touch, this much revelation to give his mind a new interest. He had come to that age when the mind is surprised to find that the things that once charmed charm less, and the things once hated are less acutely repulsive. He saw her embarrassment. He did not know that this was the first time that she had ever thought of marriage since it ceased to be a dream of girlhood, and, by reason of thinking much on a man, had become a possibility, which, however, she had never confessed to herself. Here she was faced by it now, in the broad open day, a plain hard statement, unrelieved by aught save the humour of the shrewd eyes bent upon her. She did not answer him at once. "Do you promise not to marry so useless a thing as man, and to remain true to the government?" he continued. "If I wished to marry a man, I should not let the government stand in my way," she said in grave confusion. "But do you wish to marry any man?" he asked abruptly, even petulantly. "I have not asked myself that question, monsieur, and should you ask it unless," she said, and paused with as pretty and whimsical a glance of merriment as could well be. He burst out laughing at the swift turn she had given her reply, and at the double suggestion. Then he suddenly changed. A curious expression filled his eyes. A smile, almost beautiful, came to his lips. "'Pon my honour," he said in a low tone, "you have me caught. And I beg to say," he added, with a flush mounting in his own face, a sudden inspiration in his look, "that if you do not think me too old and crabbed and ugly and can endure me, I shall be profoundly happy if you will marry me, Rosalie." He stood upright, holding himself very hard, for this idea had shot into his mind all in an instant, though, unknown to himself, it had been growing for years, cherished by many a kind act to her father, and by a simple gratitude on her part. He had spoken without feeling the absurdity of the proposal. He had never married, and he was unprepared to make any statement on such a theme, but now, having made it somehow, he would stand by it, in spite of any and all criticism. He had known Rosalie since her birth, her education was as good as a convent could secure, she was the granddaughter of a noble seigneur, and here she was, as fine a type of health, beauty, and character as man could wish. And he was only 50. Life was getting lonelier for him every day, and after all, why should he leave distant relations and the Church his worldly goods? All this flashed through his mind as he waited for her answer. Now it seemed to him that he had meant to say this thing for many years. He had seen an awakening in her. He had suddenly been awakened himself. "Monsieur, monsieur!" she said in a bewildered way, "do not amuse yourself at my expense." "Would it be that, then?" he said, with a smile, behind which there was determination and self-will. "I want you to marry me. I do with all my heart. You shall have those halfpence, and the kisses too, if so be you will take them, or not, as you will, Rosalie." "Monsieur!" she gasped, for something caught in her throat, and the tears started to her eyes. "Ask me to forget that you ever said those words. Oh, monsieur, it is not possible. It never could be possible. I am only the postmaster's daughter." "You are my wife, if you will but say the word," he answered, "and I as proud a husband as the land holds." "You were always kind to me, monsieur," she rejoined, her lips trembling. "Won't you be so still?" "I am too old?" he asked. "Oh, no, it is not that," she replied. "You have as good manners as my mother had. You need not fear comparison with any lady in the land. Have I not known you all your life? I know the way you have come, and your birth is as good as mine." "Ah, it is not that, monsieur." "I give you my word that I do not come to you because no one else would have me," he said with a curious simplicity. "I never asked a woman to marry me never. You are the first. There was talk once, but it was all false. I never meant to ask any one to marry me, but I have the wish now which I never had in my youth. I thought best of myself always. Now I think better of you than—" "Oh, monsieur, I beg of you, no more. I cannot. Oh, I cannot!" "You! But no, I will not ask you, mademoiselle. If you have some one else in your heart, or you want some one else there, that is your affair, not mine, undoubtedly. I would have tried to make you happy. You would have had peace and comfort all your life. You could have trusted me. But there it is." He felt all at once that he was unfair to her, that he had thrust upon her too hard a problem in too troubled an hour. "I could trust you with my life, Monsieur Rossignol," she replied, "and I love you in a way that a man may be loved to no one's harm or sorrow. It is true that." She raised her eyes to his simply, trustingly. He looked at her steadily for a moment. "If you change your mind." She shook her head sadly. "Good, then," he went on, for he thought it wise not to press her now, though he had no intention of taking her no as final. I'll keep an eye on you. You'll need me some day soon. I can do things that the Cure can't, perhaps." His manner changed still more. "Now to business," he continued. "Your father has been talking about letters received and sent from the post office. That is punishable. I am responsible for you both, and if it is reported, if the woman were to report it, you know the letter I mean, there would be trouble. You do not talk. Now I am going to ask the government to make you sole postmistress, with full responsibility. Then you must govern your father. He hasn't as much sense as you." "Monsieur, we owe you so much. I am deeply grateful, and whatever you do for us, you may rely on me to do my duty." They could scarcely hear each other speak now, for the soldiers were coming nearer, and the fife and drum bands were screeching, "Louis the King was a soldier." "Then you will keep the government as your husband?" he asked with forced humour, as he saw the Cure and the Notary approaching. "It is less trouble, Seigneur," she answered, with a smile of relief. M. Rossignol turned to the Cure and the Notary. "I have just offered Mademoiselle a husband she might rule in place of a government that rules her, and she has refused," he said in the Cure's ear, with a dry laugh. "She's a sensible girl, is Rosalie," said the Cure, not apprehending. The soldiers were now opposite the church, and riding at their head was the battalion colonel, also member of the legislature. They all moved down, and Rosalie disappeared in the crowd. As the Seigneur and the Cure greeted the colonel, the latter said: "At luncheon I'll tell you one of the bravest things ever seen. Happened half an hour ago at the Red Ravine. Man who did it wore an eyeglass. Said he was a tailor." Chapter 25. The Colonel tells his story. The Colonel had lunched very well indeed. He had done justice to every dish set before him. He had made a little speech, congratulating himself on having such a well trained body of men to command, and felicitating Chaudiere from many points of view. He was in great good humour with himself, and when the Notary asked him it was at the manor with the soldiers resting on the grass without about the tale of bravery he had promised them, he brought his fist down on the table with great intensity but little noise, and said: "Chaudiere may well be proud of it. I shall refer to it in the legislature on the question of roads and bridges. There ought to be a stone fence on that dangerous road by the Red Ravine. Have I your attention?" He stood up, for he was an excitable and voluble colonel, and he loved oration as a cat does milk. With a knife he drew a picture of the locale on the tablecloth. "Here I was riding on my sorrel, all my noble fellows behind, the fife and drums going as at Louisburg that day. Martial ardour united to manliness and local pride. Follow me? Here we were, Red Ravine left, stump fences and waving fields of grain right. From military point of view, bad position. Ravine, stump fence, brave soldiers in the middle, food for powder. Catch it? See?" He emptied his glass, drew a long breath, and again began, the carving knife cutting a rhetorical path before him. "I was engaged upon the military problem. Demonstration in force. No scouts ahead. No rear guard. Ravine on the right. Stump fence on the left. Redcoats, fife and drum band. Concealed enemy. Follow me? Observant mind always sees problems everywhere. Unresting military genius accustoms intelligence to all possible contingencies. Stand what I mean?" The Seigneur took a pinch of snuff, and the Cure, whose mind was benevolent, listened with the gravest interest. "At the juncture when, in my mind's eye, I saw my gallant fellows enfiladed with a terrible fire, caught in a trap, and I despairing, spurring on to die at their head, have I your attention? Just at that moment there appeared between the ravine and the road ahead a man. He wore an eyeglass. He seemed an unconcerned spectator of our movements. So does the untrained, unthinking eye look out upon destiny. Not far away was a wagon, in it a man. Wagon bisecting our course from a crossroad." He drew a line on the tablecloth with the carving knife, and the Notary said: "Yes, yes, the concession road." "So, messieurs. There were we, a battalion and a fife of drum band. There was the man with the eyeglass, the indifferent spectator, yet the engine of fate. There was the wagon, a model horse, and a man driving. Catch it?" The mottled horse took fright at our band, which at that instant strikes up the Chevalier drew his sabre. He shies from the road with a leap, the man falls backwards into the wagon, and the reins drop. The horse dashes from the road into the open and rushes on to the ravine. What good now to stop the fifes and drums? Follow me? What can we, an armed force, bandoliered, knapsacked, sworded, rifled, impetuous, brave, what can we do before this tragedy? The man and the wagon senseless, the flying horse, the ravine, death. How futile the power of man. Stand what I mean? "Why didn't your battalion shoot the horse?" said the Seigneur dryly, taking a pinch of snuff. "Monsieur," said the Colonel, "see the irony, the implacable irony of fate. We had only blank cartridge. But see you, here was this one despised man with an eyeglass, a tailor. Takes 9 tailors to make a man, between the ravine and the galloping tragedy. His spirit arrayed itself like an army with banners, prepared to wrestle with death as Jacob wrestled with his shadow all the night sieur le Cure." The Cure bowed, the Notary shook back his oiled locks in excitement. Awoke a whole man, 9 ninths as in Adam, in the obscure soul of the tailor, and, rushing forward, he seized the mottled horse by the bridle as he galloped upon the chasm. The horse dragged him on. Dragged him on! On, on! We, an army, so to speak, stood and watched the tailor and the tragedy. All seemed lost but by the decree of fate. "The will of God," said the Cure softly. "By the great decree the man was able to stop the horse not a half dozen feet from the ravine. The horse and the insensible driver were spared death. Death! So, messieurs, does bravery come from unexpected places. See?" The Seigneur, the Cure, and even the Notary clapped their hands and murmured praises of the tailor man. But the Colonel did not yet take his seat. "But now mark the sequel," he said. "As I galloped over, I saw the tailor look into the wagon and turn away quickly. He waited by the horse till I came near, and then walked off without a word. I rode up and tapped him with my sword upon the shoulder. 'A noble deed, my good man,' said I. 'I approve of your conduct, and I will remember it in the Legislature when I address the Committee of the whole House on Roads and Bridges.' What do you think was his reply to my affable words? When I tapped him approvingly on the shoulder a second time, he screwed his eyeglass in his eye, and with no emotion, though my own eyes were full of tears, he said in a tone of affront, 'Look after the man there, constable,' and pointed to the wagon. Constable! Mon Dieu! Gross manners even for a tailor!" "I had not thought his manners bad," said the Cure, as the Colonel sat down, gulped a glass of brandy and water, and mopped his forehead. "A most remarkable tailor," said the Seigneur, peering into his snuff box. "And the driver of the mottled horse?" asked the Notary. "Knocked senseless. One of my captains soon restored him. He followed us into the village. He is a quack doctor. I suppose he is now selling tinctures, pulling teeth, and driving away rheumatics. He gave me his card. I told him he should leave one on the tailor." With a flourish he threw a professional card upon the table before the Cure. The Cure picked it up and read: "John Brown, B.A., M.D. Healer of ailments that defy the ordinary skill of ordinary medical men. Rheumatism, sciatica, headache, toothache, asthma, ague, pleurisy, gout, and all chronic diseases yield instantly to the power of his medicines. Dr. Brown will publicly treat the most stubborn cases, laying himself open to the derision of mankind if he does not instantly give relief and benefit. His whole career has been a blessing to his fellows, and his journey now through this country, fresh from his studies in the Orient, is to introduce his remedies to a suffering world, for the conquest of malady, not for personal profit. John Brown, B.A., M.D., Specialist in Chronic Diseases and General Practitioner." End of chapter 25. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapters 26 through 28 of The Right of Way by Gilbert Parker. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 26. A Song, a Bottle, and a Ghost. All day John Brown, ex clergyman and quack doctor, harangued the people of Chaudiere from his gaily painted wagon. He had the perfect gift of the charlatan, and he had discovered his métier. Inclined to the picturesque by nature, melodramatic and empirical, his earlier career had been the due fruit of habit and education. As a dabbler in mines, he had been out of his element. He lacked the necessary reticence, and arsenic had not availed him, though it had tempted Billy Wantage to forgery. And because Billy hid himself behind the dismal opportunity of silence, had ruined the name of a dead man called Charley Steele. Since Charley's death John Brown had never seen Billy. He had left the town one woeful day an hour after Billy had told him of the discovery Charley had made. From a far corner of the country he had read the story of Charley's death, of the futile trial of the river drivers afterwards, ending in acquittal, and the subsequent discovery of the theft of the widows' and orphans' trust moneys. On this St. Jean Baptiste day he was thinking of anything and everything else but Charley Steele. Nothing could have been a better advertisement for him than the perilous incident at the Red Ravine. Falling backwards when the horse suddenly bolted, his head had struck the medicine chest, and he had lain insensible till brought back to consciousness by the good offices of the valuable Colonel. He had not, therefore, seen Charley. It was like him that his sense of gratitude to the unknown tailor should be presently lost in exploiting the interest he created in the parish. His piebald horse, his white plug hat, his gaily painted wagon, his flamboyant manner, and, above all, the marvellous tale of his escape from death, were more exciting to the people of Chaudiere than the militia, the dancing bears, the shooting galleries, or the boat races. He could sing extremely well. Had he not trained his own choir when he was a parson? Had not Billy approved his comic songs? And these comic songs, now sandwiched between his cures and his sales, created much laughter. He cured headaches, toothaches, rheumatism, and all sorts of local ailments with dispatch. He miraculously juggled away pains by what he called his pain paint, and he stopped a cough by a laugh and a dose of his golden pectoral. In the exuberance of trade, which steadily increased till sundown, he gave no thought to the tailor, to whom, however, he had sent by a messenger a $2 bill and 2 bottles of pain paint, with the lordly announcement that he would call in the evening and present his compliments and his thanks. The messenger left the pain paint on the doorstep of the tailor shop, and the $2 he promptly spent at the Trois Couronnes. Rosalie Evanturel rescued the bottles from the doorstep, and awaited Charley's return to his shop, that she might take them over to him, and so have an excuse to speak with him. For to-day her heart and mind were full of him. He had done a brave thing for the medicine man, and had then fled from public gaze as a brave man should. There was no one to compare with him. Not even the Cure was his superior in ability, and certainly he was a greater man, though seemingly only a tailor, than M. Rossignol. M. Rossignol. She flushed. Who could have believed that the Seigneur would say those words to her this morning, to her, Rosalie Evanturel, who hadn't $500 to her name? That she should be asked to be Madame Rossignol! Confusion mingled with her simple pride, and she ran into the street to where her father sat listening to the medicine man singing in doubtful French. I am a waterman bold, oh, I'm a waterman bold. But for my lass I have great fear, yes, in the isles I have great fear, for she is young and I am old, and she is bien gentille. It was night now. The militia had departed, their colonel roaring commands at them out of a little red drill book. The older people had gone to their homes, but festive youth hovered round the booths and side shows, the majority enjoying themselves at some expense in the medicine man's encampment. As Rosalie ran towards the crowd she turned a wistful glance to the tailor shop. Not a sign of life there. She imagined M'sieu' to be at Vadrome Mountain, until, glancing round the crowd at the quack doctor's wagon, she saw Jo Portugais gloomily watching the travelling tinker of human bodies. Evidently M'sieu' was not at Vadrome Mountain. He was not far from her. At the side of the road, under a huge maple tree with wide spreading branches, Charley stood and watched John Brown performing behind the flaring oil lights stuck on poles round his wagon, his hat now on, now off, now singing a comic song in English. I found ye in de honeysuckle patch, now a French chanson. En rêvant de c'est en bas, now treating a stiff neck or a bent back, or giving monetary help to the palsy of an old man, or again making a speech. Charley was in touch again with the old life, but in a kind of fantasy only, a staring, high coloured dream. This man, John Brown, had gone down before his old ironical questioning, had been indirectly the means of disgracing his name. A step forward to that wagon, a word uttered, a look, and he would have to face again the life he had put by for ever, would have to meet a hard problem and settle it. To what misery and tragedy, who might say? Under this tree he was M. Mallard, the infidel tailor, whose life was slowly entering into the life of this place called Chaudiere, slowly being acted upon by habit, which, automatically repeated, at length becomes character. Out in that red light before that garish wagon he would be Charley Steele, barrister, flaneur, and fop, who, according to the world, had misused a wife, misled her brother, robbed widows and orphans, squandered a fortune, become drunkard and wastrel, and at last had lost his life in a disorderly tavern at the Cote Dorion. This man before him had contributed to his disgrace. But once he had contributed to John Brown's disgrace, and today he had saved John Brown's life. They were even. All the night before, all this morning, he had fought a fierce battle with his past, with a raging thirst. The old appetite had swept over him fiercely. All day he had moved in a fevered conflict, which had lifted him away from the small movements of everyday life into a region where only were himself and one strong foe, who tirelessly strove with him. In his old life he had never had a struggle of any sort. His emotions had been cloaked, his soul masked. There had been a film before his eyes. He had worn an armour of selfishness on a life which had no deep problems, because it had no deep feelings. A life never rising to the intellectual prowess for which it was fitted, save when under the stimulus of liquor. From the moment he had waked from a long 7 months' sleep in the hut on Vadrome Mountain, new deep feelings had come to him as he faced problems of life. Fighting had begun from that hour, a fighting which was putting his nature through bitter mortal exercises, yet, too, giving him a sense of being he had never known. He had now the sweetness of earning daily bread by the work of his hands, of giving to the poor, the needy, and the afflicted, of knowing for the first time in his life that he was not alone in the world. Out of the grey dawn of life a woman's voice had called to him, the look of her face had said to him, "Viens ici, viens ici. Come to me, come to me." But with that call there was the answer of his soul, the desolating cry of the dispossessed Lear: "Never, never, never, never." He had not questioned himself concerning Rosalie, had dared not to do so. But now, as he stood under the great tree, within hand touch of the old life, in imminent danger of being thrust back into it, the question of Rosalie came upon him with all the force of months of feeling behind it. Thus did he argue with himself: "Do I love her? And if I love her, what is to be done? Marry her with a wife living? Marry her while charged with a wretched crime? Would that be love? But suppose I never were discovered, and we might live here for ever, I as Monsieur Mallard, in peace and quiet all the days of life? Would that be love? Could there be love with a vital secret, like a cloud between, out of which at any hour might spring discovery? Could I build our life upon a silence which must be a lie? Would I not have to face the question, does any one know cause or just impediment why this woman should not be married to this man? Tell Rosalie all, and let the law separate myself and Kathleen? That would mean Billy's ruin and imprisonment, and Kathleen's shame, and it might not bring Rosalie. She is a Catholic, and her church would not listen to it. Would I have the right to bring trouble into her life? To wrong one woman should seem enough for one lifetime." At that instant Rosalie, who had been on the outskirts of the crowd, moved into his line of vision. The glare from the lights fell on her face as she stood by her father's chair, looking curiously at the quack doctor, who, having sold many bottles of his medicines, Noé picked up a guitar and began singing an old dialect chanson of Saintonge. Voici, the day has come, when Rosette leaves her home. With fear she walks in the sun, for Raoul is 90 year, and she not 21. La petite Rosette, she is not 21. He takes her by the hand, and to the church they go. By parents 'twas well meant. But is Rosette content? 'Tis golden 90 year. She walks in the sun with fear, la petite Rosette, not 21 as yet. Charley's eyes, which had watched her these months past, noted the deepening colour of the face, the glow in the eyes, the glances of keen but agitated interest towards the singer. He could not translate her looks, and she, on her part, had she been compelled to do so, could only have set down a confusion of sensations. In Rosette she saw herself, Rosalie Evanturel. In the man, de Quatre Vingt et Onze, who was to marry this Rosette of Saint Jean, she saw M. Rossignol. Disconcerting pictures of a possible life with the Seigneur flirted before her mind. She beheld herself young, fresh-cheeked, with life beating high and all the impulses of youth panting to use, sitting at the head of the seigneury table. She saw herself in the great pew at Mass, stiff with dignity, old in the way of manorial pride. All laughter dead in her, all springtime joy overshadowed by the grave decorum of the Manor, all the imagination of her dreaming spirit chilled by the presence of age, however kindly and quaint and cheerful. She shuddered, and dropped her eyes upon the ground, as, to the laughter and giggling of old and young gathered round the wagon, the medicine man sang: He takes her by the hand, and to her chamber fair. Then, suddenly turning, she vanished into the night, followed by the feeble inquiry of her father's eyes, the anxious look in Charley's. Charley could not read her tale. He had, however, a hot impulse to follow and ask her if she would vanish from the scene if the medicine man should sing of Rosette and a man of 30, not 90 years. The fight he had had all day with his craving for drink had made him feverish, and all his emotions, unregulated, under the command of his will only, were in high temperature. A reckless feeling seized him. He would go to Rosalie, look into her eyes, and tell her that he loved her, no matter what the penalty of fate. He had never loved a human being, and the sudden impulse to cry out in the new language was driving him to follow the girl whose spirit for ever called to him. He made a step forward to follow her, but stopped short, recalled to caution and his danger by the voice of the medicine man. I had a friend once, good fellow, bad fellow, cleverest chap I ever knew. Tremendous fop, ladies loved him. Cheeks like roses, tongue like sulphuric acid. Beautiful to look at. Clothes like a fashion plate. Got any fashion plate in Chaudiere? Who's your tailor?" he added in the slang of the hour, with a loud laugh, then stopped suddenly and took off his hat. "I forgot," he added with upturned eyes and a dramatic seriousness. "Your tailor saved my life to day. Henceforth I am the friend of all tailors. Well, to continue. My friend that was, I call him my friend though he ruined me and ruined others, didn't mean to, but he did just the same. He came to a bad end. But he was a great man while he lived. And what I'm coming to is this: the song he used to sing when in youthful exuberance we went on the war path like our young friend over there." He pointed to a young habitant farmer who was trying hard to preserve equilibrium. "Brown's Golden Pectoral will cure that cough, my friend," he added, as the young man, gloomily ashamed of the laughter of the crowd, hiccuped and turned away to the tree under which Charley Steele stood. "Well," he went on, "I was going to say that my friend's name was Charley, and the song he used to sing when the roosters walked the morn was called Champagne Charley. He was called Champagne Charley till he came to a bad end." He twanged his guitar, cleared his throat, winked at Maximilian Cour the baker, and began: "The way I gain my titles by a hobby which I've got, of never letting others pay, however long the shot. Whoever drinks at my expense is treated all the same. Whoever calls himself my friend, I make him drink champagne. Some epicures like Burgundy, Hock, Claret, and Moselle, but Moet's vintage only satisfies this champagne swell. What matter if I go to bed and head is muddled thick? A bottle in the morning sets me right then, very quick. Champagne Charlie is my name. Champagne Charlie is my name. Who's the man with a heart so young? Who's the man with a ginger tongue? Champagne Charlie is his name. Under the tree, Charlie listened to this jaunty epitaph on his old self. At the first words of the coarse song there rushed on him the dreaded thirst. He felt his veins beating with desire, with anger, disgust, and shame, for there was John Brown, to the applause of the crowd, imitating his old manner, his voice, his very look. He started forward, but the drunken young habitant lurched sideways under the tree and collapsed upon the ground, a bottle of whisky falling out of his pocket and rolling almost to his feet. "Champagne Charlie is my name," sang the medicine man. All Charlie's old life surged up in him as diked water suddenly bursts bounds and spreads destruction. He had an uncontrollable impulse. As a starving animal snatches at the first food offered it, he stooped, with a rattle in his throat, seized the bottle, uncorked it, put it to his lips, and drank, drank, drank. Then he turned and plunged away into the trees. The sound of the song followed him. It came to him, the last refrain, sung loudly to the laughter of the crowd in imitation of his own voice as it used to be. It had been a different voice during this past year. He turned with headlong intention, and, as the last notes of the song and the applause that followed it died away, threw back his head and sang out of the darkness: "Champagne Charlie is my name." With a shrill laugh, like the half-mad cry of an outcast soul, he flung away farther into the trees. There was a sudden silence. The crowd turned with half apprehensive laughter to the trees. Upon John Brown the effect was startling. His face blanched, his eyes grew large with terror, his mouth opened in helpless agitation. Charley Steele was lying under the waters of the great river, his bones rotting there for a year, yet here was his voice, coming out of the night, in response to his own grotesque imitation of the dead man. Seeing his agitation, women turned pale, men felt their flesh creep, imagination gave a thrilling coldness to the air. For a moment the silence was unbroken. Then John Brown stretched out his hand and said in a hoarse whisper: "It was his voice, Charley's voice, and he's been dead a year." Within half an hour, in utter collapse and fright, he was being driven to the next parish by two young habitants whom he paid to accompany him. Chapter 27. Out on the Old Trail. There was one person in the crowd surrounding the medicine man's wagons who had none of that superstitious thrill which had scattered the habitants into little awe-stricken groups, and then by twos and threes to their homes; none of that fear which had reduced the quack doctor to such nervous collapse that he would not spend the night in the village. Jo Portugais had recognized the voice, that of Charley Steele the lawyer who had saved him from hanging years ago. It was little like the voice of M'sieu'. There was that in it which frightened him. He waited until he had seen the quack doctor start for the next parish, then he went slowly down the street. There were people still about, so he walked on towards the river. When he returned, the street was empty. Keeping in the shadow of the trees, he went to Charley's house. There was a light in the window. He went to the back door and tried it. It was not locked, and, without knocking, he stepped inside the kitchen. Here was no light, and he passed into the hallway and on to a little room opening from the tailor shop. He knocked, then, not waiting for response, opened the door and entered. Charley was standing before a mirror holding a pair of scissors. He turned abruptly and said forbiddingly: "I am at my toilet." Then, turning again to the mirror, with a shrug of the shoulders, he raised the shears to his beard. Before he could use them, Jo's hand was on his arm. "Stop that, M'sieu'," he said huskily. Charley had drunk nearly a whole bottle of cheap whisky within an hour. He was intoxicated, But, as had ever been the case with him, his brain was working clearly, his hand was steady. He was in that wide dream of clear seeing and clear knowing which in old days had given him glimpses of the real life from which, in the egotism of the non intime, he had been shut out. Looking at Jo now, he was possessed by a composed intoxication like that in which he had moved during that last night at the Cote Dorion. But now, with the baleful crust of egotism gone, with every nerve of life exposed, with conscience struggling to its feet from the torpor of 30 odd vacant years, he was as two men in one, with different lives and different souls, yet as inseparable in their misery as those poor victims of Gallic tyranny, chained back to back and thrown into the Seine. Jo's words, insistent and eager, suddenly roused in him some old memory which stayed his hand. "Why should I stop?" he asked quietly, and smiling that smile which had infuriated the river drivers at the Cote Dorion. "Are you going back, M'sieu'?" "Back where?" Charley's eyes were fixed on Jo with a penetrating intensity, heightened to a strange abstraction, as though he saw not Jo alone, but something great distances beyond. Jo did not answer this question directly. "Some one came to day. He has gone. Some one may come to morrow and stay," he said meaningly. Charley went over to the fire and sat down on a bench, opening and shutting the scissors mechanically. Jo was in the light, and Charley's eyes again studied him hard. His memory was industriously feeling its way into the baffling distance. "What if some one did come and stay?" he urged quietly. "You might be recognized without the beard." What difference would it make? Charley's memory was creeping close to the hidden door. It was feeling for the latch. "You know best, M'sieu'." "But what do you know?" Charley's face now had a strained look, and he touched his lips with his tongue. "What John Brown knows, M'sieu'." There flashed across Charley's mind the fatal newspaper he had read on the day he awakened to memory again in the hut on Vadrome Mountain. He remembered that he had put it in the fire. But Jo might have read it before it was spread upon the bench, put it there of purpose for him to read. Yet what reason could Jo have for being silent, for hiding his secret? There was silence for a space, in which Charley's eyes were like unmoving sparks of steel. He did not see Jo's face, it was in a mist, he was searching, searching, searching. All at once he felt the latch of the hidden door under his finger. He saw a courtroom, a judge and jury, and hundreds of excited faces, himself standing in the midst. He saw 12 men file slowly into the room, and take their seats, all save one, who stood still in his place and said, "Not guilty, your Honor." He saw the prisoner leave the box, and step down, a free man. He saw himself coming out into the staring summer day. He watched the prisoner come to him and touch his arm, and say, "Thank you, M'sieu'. You have saved my life." He saw himself turn to this man. He roused from his trance, he staggered to his feet, the shears rattled to the floor. Lurching forward, he caught Jo Portugais by the throat, and said as he had said outside the court room years ago, "Get out of my sight. You're as guilty as hell." His grip tightened, tightened on Jo's throat. Jo did not move, though his face grew black. Then suddenly the hands relaxed, a bluish paleness swept over the face, and Charley fell sideways to the floor before Jo could catch him. All night, alone, the murderer struggled with death over the body of the lawyer who had saved his life. Chapter 27. Chapter 28. The Seigneur gives a warning. Rosalie had watched a shut door for 5 days. A door from which, for months past, had come all the light and glow of her life. It framed a figure which had come to represent to her all that meant hope and soul and conscience and love. The morning after St. Jean Baptiste's day she had awaited the opening door, but it had remained closed. Ensued watchful hours, and then from Jo Portugais she had learned that M'sieu' had been ill and near to death. She had been told the weird story of the medicine man and the ghostly voice, and, without reason, she took the incident as a warning, and associated it with the man across the way. She was come of a superstitious race, and she herself had heard and seen of things which she never had been able to speak: the footsteps in the church the night she had screwed the little cross to the door again, the tiny round white light by the door of the church, the hood which had vanished into the unknown. One mystery fed another. It seemed to her as if some dreadful event were forward, and all day she kept her eyes fixed on the tailor's door. Dead! If M'sieu' should die! If M'sieu' should die! It needed all her will to prevent herself from going over and taking things in her own hands, being his nurse, his handmaid, his slave. Duty to the government, to her father? Her heart cried out that her duty lay where all her life was eddying to one centre. What would the world say? She was not concerned for that, save for him. What, then, would M'sieu' say? That gave her pause. The Seigneur's words the day before had driven her back upon a tide of emotions which carried her far out upon that sea where reason and life's conventions are derelicts, where love sails with reckless courage down the shoreless main. "If I could only be near him," she kept saying to herself. "It is my right. I would give my life, my soul for his. I was with him before, when his life was in danger. It was my hand that saved him. It was my love that tended him. It was my soul that kept his secret. It was my faith that spoke for him. It was my heart that ached for him. It is my heart that aches for him now as none other in all the world can. No one on earth could care as I care. Who could there be?" Something whispered in her ear, "Kathleen." The name haunted her as the little cross had done. Mystery and anger possessed her, and she fought on with herself through dark hours. Thus 5 days had gone, until at last a wagon was brought to the door of the tailor shop, and M'sieu' came out, leaning on the arm of Jo Portugais. There were several people in the street at the time, and they kept whispering that M'sieu' had been at death's door. He was pale and haggard, with dark hollows under the eyes. Just as he got into the wagon, the Cure came up. They shook hands. The Cure looked him earnestly in the face, his lips moved, but no one could have told what he said. As the wagon started, Charley looked across to the post office. Rosalie was standing a little back from the door, but she stepped forward now. Their eyes met. Her heart beat faster, for there was a look in his eyes she had never seen before, a look of human helplessness, of deep anxiety. It was meant for her, for herself alone. She could not trust herself to go and speak to him. She felt that she must burst into tears. So, with a look of pity and pain, she watched the wagon go down the street. Rat tat, tat tat. The Seigneur's gold-headed cane rattled on the front door of the tailor's shop. It was plain to be seen his business was urgent. Madame Dauphin came hurrying from the post office, followed by Maximilian Cour and Filion Lacasse. "Ah, M'sieu', the tailor will not answer. There's no use knocking. Not a bit, M'sieu' Rossignol," said Madame. The Seigneur turned querulously upon the Notary's wife, yet with a glint of hard humour in his eye. He had no love for Madame Dauphin. He thought she took unfair advantages of M. Dauphin, whom also he did not love, but whose temperament did him credit. "How should Madame know whether or no the gentleman will answer? Does Madame share the gentleman's confidence, perhaps?" he remarked. Madame did not reply at once. She turned on the saddler and the baker. "I hope you'll learn a lesson," she cried triumphantly. "I've always said the tailor was quite the gentleman, and now you see how your betters call him. No, M'sieu', the gentleman will not answer," she added to the Seigneur. "He is in bed yet, Madame?" "His bed is empty there, M'sieu'," she said impressively, and pointing. "I suppose I should trust you in this matter. I suppose you should know. But Dauphin, what does Dauphin say?" The saddler laughed outright. Maximilian Cour suddenly blushed in sympathy with Madame Dauphin, who now saw the drift of the Seigneur's remarks, and was sensibly agitated, as the Seigneur had meant her to be. Had she not turned Dauphin's human sympathies into a crime? Had not the Notary supported the Seigneur in his friendly offices to Paulette Dubois, and had not Madame troubled her husband's life because of it? Madame bridled up now, with discretion, for it was not her cue to offend the Seigneur. "All the village knows his bed's empty there, M'sieu'," she said with tightening lips. "I am subtracted from the total, then?" he asked dryly. "You have been away for the last 5 days." "Come, now, how did you know that?" "Everybody knows it. You went away with the Colonel and the soldiers on St. Jean Baptiste Day. Since then M'sieu' the tailor has been ill. I should think Mrs. Flynn would have told you that, M'sieu'." Would you? Well, Mrs. Flynn has been away too, and you didn't know that. What is the matter with Monsieur Mallard?" "Some kind of fever. On St. Jean Baptiste Day he was taken ill, and that animal Portugais took care of him all night. I wonder how M'sieu' could have that creature about. That St. Jean Baptiste night was an awful night. Have you heard of what happened, M'sieu'? Ghost or no ghost?" "Come, come, I want to know about the tailor, not of ghosts," impatiently interrupted the Seigneur. "Tiens, M'sieu', the tailor was ill for 3 days here, and he would let no one except the Cure and Jo Portugais near him. I went myself to clean up and make some broth, but that toad of a Portugais shut the door in my face. The Cure told us to go home and leave M'sieu' with Portugais. He must be very sick to have that black sheep about, and no doctor either." The saddler spoke up now. "I took him a bottle of good brandy and some buttermilk pop and seed cake. I would give him a saddle if he had a horse. He got my $1,000 for me. Well, he took them, but what do you think? He sent them right off to the shantyman Gougon, who has a broken leg. Infidel or no, I'm on his side for sure. And God blesses a cheerful giver, I'm told. It was the baker's chance, and he took it. I played the Heart Bowed Down, it is English, under his window 2 nights ago, and he sent word for me to come and play it again in the kitchen. Ah, that is a good song, the Heart Bowed Down." "You'd be a better baker if you fiddled less," said Madame Dauphin, annoyed at being dropped out of the conversation. "The soul must be fed, madame," rejoined the baker with asperity. "Where is the tailor now?" asked the Seigneur shortly. "At Portugais on Vadrome Mountain. They say he looked like a ghost when he went. Rosalie Evanturel saw him, but she has no tongue in her head this morning," added Madame. The Seigneur moved away. "Good bye to you. I'm obliged to you, madame. Good bye, Lacasse. Come and fiddle to me some night, Cour." He bowed to the obsequious three, and then bent his steps towards the post office. They seemed about to follow him, but he stopped them with a look. The men raised their bonnets rouges, the woman bowed low, and the Seigneur entered the post office door. From the shadows of the office Rosalie had watched the little group before the door of the tailor's shop. She saw the Seigneur coming across the street. Suddenly she flushed deeply, for there came to her mind the song the quack doctor sang: "Voilà, the day has come When Rosette leaves her home. With fear she walked through the sun, For Raoul is 90 year, And she not 21." As M. Rossignols' figure darkened the doorway, she pretended to be busy behind the wicket, and not to see him. He was not sure, but he thought it quite possible that she had seen him coming, and he put her embarrassment down to shyness. Naturally, the poor child was not given the chance every day to receive an offer of marriage from a Seigneur. He had made up his mind that she would be sure to accept him if he asked her a second time. "Ah, Ma'm'selle Rosalie," he said gaily, "what have you to say that you should not come before a magistrate at once?" "Nothing, if Monsieur Rossignol is to be the magistrate," she replied with forced lightness. "Good." He looked at her quizzically through his gold handled glass. "I can't frighten you, I see. Well, you must wait a little. You shall be sworn in postmistress in 3 days." His voice lowered and became more serious. "Tell me," he said, "do you know what is the matter with the gentleman across the way?" Turning, he looked across to the tailor shop, as though he expected the gentleman to appear, and he did not see her turn pale. When his look fell on her again, she was self controlled. "I do not know, monsieur." "You have been opposite him here these months past. Did you ever see anything not as it should be?" "With him, monsieur? Never." "It is as though the infidel behaved like a good Catholic and a Christian?" "There are good Catholics in Chaudiere who do not behave like Christians." "What would you say, for instance, about his past?" "What should I say about his past, Monsieur? What should I know?" "You should know more than any one else in Chaudiere. The secrets of his breast might well be bared to you." She started and crimsoned. Before her eyes there came a mist obscuring the Seigneur, and for an instant shutting out the world. The secrets of his breast. What did he mean? Did he know that on Monsieur's breast was the red scar which... M. Rossignol's voice seemed to be coming from an infinite distance, and as it came the mist slowly passed from her eyes. "You will know, Mademoiselle Rosalie," he was saying, "that while I suggested that the secrets of his breast might well be bared to you, I meant that as an honest lady and faithful postmistress they were not. It was my awkward joke, a stupid gambolling by an old man who ought to know better." She did not answer, and he continued: "You know that you are trusted. Pray accept my apologies." She was herself again. "Monsieur," she said quietly, "I know nothing of his past. I want to know nothing. It does not seem to me that it is my business. The world is free for a man to come and go in, if he keeps the law and does no ill. Is it not? But in any case I know nothing. Since you have said so much, I shall say this, and betray no secrets of his breast: that he has received no letter through this office since the day he first came from Vadrome Mountain." The Seigneur smiled. "A wonderful tailor! How does he carry on business without writing letters?" "There was a large stock of everything left by Louis Trudel, and not long ago a commercial traveller was here with everything." "You think he has nothing to hide, then?" "Have not we all something to hide, with or without shame?" she asked simply. "You have more sense than any woman in Chaudiere, mademoiselle." She shook her head, yet she raised her eyes gratefully to him. "I put faith in what you say," he continued. "Now listen. My brother, the Abbe, chaplain to the Archbishop, is coming here. He has heard of the infidel of our parish. He is narrow and intolerant, the Abbe. He is going to stir up trouble against the tailor. We are a peaceful people here and like to be left alone. We are going on very well as we are. So I wanted to talk to Monsieur to day. I must make up my own mind how to act. The tailor shop is the property of the Church. An infidel occupies it, so it is said. The Abbe does not like that. I believe there are other curious suspicions about Monsieur: that he is a robber, or incendiary, or something of that sort. The Abbe may take a stand, and the Cure's position will be difficult. What is more, my brother has friends here, fanatics like himself. He has been writing to them. They are men capable of doing unpleasant things. The Abbe certainly is. It is fair to warn the tailor. Shall I leave it to you? Do not frighten him, but there is no doubt he should be warned. Fair play, fair play. I hear nothing but good of him from those whose opinions I value. But you see, every man's history in this parish and in every parish of the province is known. This man, for us, has no history. The Cure even admits there are some grounds for calling him an infidel, but, as you know, he would keep the man here, not drive him out from among us. I have not told the Cure about the Abbe yet. I wished first to talk with you. The Abbe may come at any moment. I have been away, and only find his letters to day." "You wish me to tell Monsieur?" interrupted Rosalie, unable to hold silence any longer. More than once during the Seigneur's disclosure she had felt that she must cry out, and fiercely repel the base insinuations against the man she loved. "You would do it with discretion? You are friendly with him, are you not? You talk with him now and then?" She inclined her head. "Very well, Monsieur. I will go to Vadrome Mountain to morrow," she said quietly. Anger, apprehension, indignation possessed her, but she held herself firmly. The Seigneur was doing a friendly thing, and, in any case, she could have no quarrel with him. There was danger to the man she loved, however, and every faculty was alive. "That's right. He shall have his chance to evade the Abbe if he wishes," answered M. Rossignol. There was silence for a moment, in which she was scarcely conscious of his presence. Then he leaned over the counter towards her, and spoke in a low voice. "What I said the other day, I meant. I do not change my mind. I am too old for that. Yet I'm young enough to know that you may change yours." "I cannot change, Monsieur," she said tremblingly. "But you will change. I knew your mother well. I know how anxious she was for your future. I told her once that I should keep an eye on you always. Her father was my father's good friend. I knew you when you were in the cradle, a little brown haired babe. I watched you till you went to the convent. I saw you come back to take up the duties which your mother laid down, alas!" "Monsieur," she said, choking, and with a troubled little gesture. "You must let me speak, Rosalie. We got your father this post office. It is a poor living, but it keeps a roof over your head. You have never failed us, you have always fulfilled our hopes. But the best years of your life are going, and your education and your nature have not their chance. Oh, I've not watched you all these years for nothing. I never meant to ask you to marry me. It came to me, though, all at once, and I know that it has been in my mind all these years, far back in my mind. I don't ask you for my own sake alone. Your father may grow very ill. Who can tell what may happen?" "I should be postmistress still," she said sadly. "As a young girl you could not have the responsibility here alone. And you should not waste your life, it is a fine, full spirit. Let the lean, the poor spirited, go singly. You should be mated. You can't marry any of the young farmers of Chaudiere. 'Tis impossible. I can give you enough for any woman's needs. The world may be yours to see and use to your heart's content. I can give, too," he drew himself up proudly, "the unused emotions of a lifetime." This struck him as a very fine and important thing to say. "Ah, monsieur, that is not enough," she responded. "What more can you want?" She looked up with a tearful smile. "I will tell you one day, monsieur." "What day?" "I have not picked it out in the calendar." "Fix the day, and I will wait till then. I will not open my mouth again till then." "Michaelmas day, then, monsieur," she answered mechanically and at haphazard, but with an urged gaiety, for a great depression was on her. "Good. Till Michaelmas day, then." He pulled his long nose, laughing silently. "I leave the tailor in your hands. Give every man his chance, I say. The Abbe is a hard man, but our hearts are soft. Eh? Eh? Very soft." He raised his hat and turned toward the door. Chapter 28. Tom's Audiobooks.com